Welcome back, everybody, to Vaudeville's Primetime Tuesdays. We're here at number 5. I'm Combo, joined here by K-Bot. How are we doing today, K-Bot?
We're doing all right. Haven't had too much going on today, and that means that I am excited to actually get to watch some Omega Strikers. Been looking forward to this all day.
That's right. So this week we've actually got a new format coming in based off compared to previous weeks and how we get the more standard, bracket elimination stuff. That's what I thought, hopping into this. But turns out we're playing 5 rounds of Swiss. And the top placers after that, whether it be 0 losses or 1 loss, so undefeated or 1 loss, are moving on to a final single elimination bracket. So not exactly sure how many teams that might end up, somewhere maybe in the 6 to 8 range, something like that. But it's going to be pretty exciting. I appreciate this new format. That means every team is going to get to play for at least 5 games. And you're not BO3ing an already kind of set split-up game against the same team. So it's a lot of games either way, but it's a lot of games against a lot of different teams with different people instead of just the same team. So I really appreciate that. It has its own different competitive kind of implications on how we're approaching this kind of stuff. But I mean, what do we think of the new format here, K-Bot?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we talk about, getting so many matches in, and that's one of the things where, it doesn't really matter the skill level that you're in, because in this Swiss format, you'll end up getting paired against teams with similar records. So winning, it might be that your round 5 matchup is against the number 2 seed in the tournament if you're the first seed overall. But if you keep losing, or if you go like 1-1 or something, you'll also get paired up against another team that goes 1-0. So hopefully it leads for a better format for everyone involved, and it means nobody ends up going 0-2. And that is just done for the night. Hopefully there'll still be some more exciting matches, even if we can't cover all of them here on the broadcast.
Still plenty of fun action being played. And hey, look, you're welcome to come out. Vaudeville just announced an entire new month's slate worth of tournaments to follow. So Primetime Tuesdays is still going to run in addition to the European event on Thursdays. Be sure to join the Discord server. It's linked in the chat somewhere. There's a command board or something that you can go do in order to come through with that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to sit here and get to watch not only some high-level Omega Strikers, but also see what we're going through with at each of these different skill levels. And hopefully it's a lot of fun for our competitors to play it as well.
On here, and now that we got especially a lot more matches to be streaming here, huge breadth of teams, faces new and old. It's funny to always talk about that. Every time I bring up on stream, I'm like, oh yeah, these guys have been in the community for a while, even if the game is completely fresh. So I remember seeing a tweet about Caster talks about old head players, and the player is like 24 years old type of thing, right? So I always feel like you get the same vibe. We're like, oh yeah, this guy's been playing the game for 6 to 8 months. They're an old head. They're a legacy member of the community, that kind of thing. So it's always fun to bring up, but I'm really excited to see. We've already got our first match lined up here with our 2 teams, August 12th versus Cash Money, I believe is how you pronounce it. Honestly, up to interpretation. We'll take it as it comes. But August 12th has got some well-known names. We got Yari, we have Mystic, we have Megaverse. Up against her in Cash Money, we got Cas4, Steal Your Money, and Madlock. Hopefully we'll be hopping into that set pretty soon, because it seems like all teams seem to be ready. But I'm excited. Mystic, especially someone that I've been working with for quite a while, all the way back to CCC LAN, has been trying to commentate a bunch of events ever since, while also maintaining the highest level of play possible. This guy's been on the grind in every way every way imaginable. So huge shout outs to Mystic in particular. But Eliari, of course, amazing. I always love seeing Eliari on the era, especially. Absolutely phenomenal snipes and great map presence there. Megaverse as well, someone that we've seen around. So I'm curious to see kind of how this all plays out, what team composition should be looking for. I know we got relatively recent patch drop that makes the entire game more energy centered and focused. We're losing some big awakenings, like Adrenaline Rush is a big one I always keep remembering, is now just completely out of the game. And now we have all these things that are centered around, Energy Burst. You've got things like Egoist, and I forgot something to do with Fire, because I just remember Fire was the player. Fire. I was thinking Firing Up, but it's just Fire Up.
Yeah,
that's right.
Just Fire.
And so I personally really like the kind of the energy economy state of the game, but then sometimes we see some really wild things where people are getting 1 to 2 core flips per round after they stack so many energy centric awakenings. It's ridiculous. And at that point, it feels a little hard to play against, because you're just walking up to the goalie with full core flip available, and you just kind of you shoot it up and shoot it straight into the goal. There's not a whole lot you could do about that. Not a lot the goalie could do about it. It is what it is, right? So obviously, ideally, don't let your opponents get to that point, but sometimes it's not in your hand either. It's a whole different mess. We go from one mess to another.
Look, sometimes that's the luck of the draw when it comes to what you actually find on that carousel for your awakening. Sometimes you'll be able to put the full build together that you dreamed of, and other times the game gives you 3 spark awakenings in the same carousel, and then you're forced to pick the lesser of a few evils if you're absolutely last up there. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to that. These energy powered awakenings can be incredibly strong, especially because a lot of these awakenings not only are based around energy, but also give you an extra speed boost if you hit certain energy thresholds. Sometimes it's having a full energy bar. Sometimes it's after you use your energy burst there that you get that speed boost. And the speed is so critical in a game of Omega Strikers, allowing you to actually just have more options at your disposal in order to position better, setting up passing plays and the sort along the way. So really excited to see what's going on there. But to take it back to our players here, you were talking a lot about August 12th, this pickup roster. Mystic, of course, has said he wants to keep competing. He wants to try to go for the top there. So I'm excited to see what he can do on this roster. But other player that caught my eye on the Cash Money roster was Caspor, which is a player that probably not many folks recognize, but I actually had the pleasure of commentating a match of his in the Omega Strikers Amateur Series, which things for below Diamond and below. And he was an absolute monster in the game that I got to watch him play, playing a lot of Juliet forward and looking for things and looking for those goals on the very front line. So that was fun to see. I'm curious to see what'll come from him there as well. And hopefully we'll be getting into things in just a little bit.
That's right. Yeah, we're just waiting on loading. Having a bit of technical difficulties, but we'll be running stuff in the background. So please stay tuned. We're trying to get this figured out in the back end. Little people scuttling in the background, trying to make sure everything's good. We'll throw it back to our beautiful faces as we'll try and get this all sorted in the back line. I'm curious to see kind of what the stamina requirements are going to be from a lot of these teams that aren't used to playing for a super long time, kind of in this Swiss format now, right? Because if you're used to kind of being an 0-2 to 1-2 to 2-2 or even, right? Still learning, still working your way through the game, still putting on a presence, still doing your best you can. Switching over to a longer set could be absolutely incredible. But we'll be hopping ourselves here straight over to the game right now. We're going to be getting
Yeah, getting into things here, we see the compositions on our screen. I believe that is Madlock on the Rasmus on the red side. So we'll see what ends up happening there. And as we start getting into this one a little more, Night Market, and I'm curious to see what the Star Awakenings were, if our observer wouldn't mind hitting that awakening screen for us on that tab key. We'll see what comes up. But actually, as I say that, of course, we see things come through. Okay, it's 6 teddy bears across the board here combo. Built different all the way.
Yeah, we're going all the way. So as you're talking about speed being one of the most important stats in this game, the other one, in my opinion, is size. And everyone definitely wants to heighten themselves up as speed helps with movement and positioning. Size helps just win those strike throws and give yourself a little more leeway to take these fights. So we have Yari playing up front field here with the Juliet, very aggressive. Mystic kind of playing this midfielder on the Qatar. We have Megaverse in the back with Corplet up on the Rasmus. So Yari throws out the Corplet and throws for the flaming fist and secures the second point super quickly.
Yeah, we're not really used to seeing Leori play this Juliet. And I have to imagine that a midfielder or someone that's used to playing a little bit more of the midfield style is going to be playing a lot more for this core control Juliet, looking for those goal secures on the front lines. You see Leori in position to dig things out of the corner here, and now getting a second goal barrier. There's a fiery flurry on the goal line as well to send it right on back. Putting in work here on the Juliet.
That is an incredibly quick 3-0. Yari, so this is kind of your best case scenario, Juliet, where they're in the face of your goalie and your team can always pass the core right up to you, and you're MVPing constantly, right? You're dumping loads of damage, landing KOs left and right, but you don't always have to be. The biggest thing here is your positioning for securing barriers, the objectives, and eventually goals and points. And they've been doing a fantastic job at that right now. But taking a look at these Awakens, we're seeing peak performance come from Juliet Ilyari. That's going to be increasingly dangerous because a big thing about getting rid of kind of the annoying fly in your own goal is to KO them, get them out. But if they got more stagger, they have more speed from stagger. There's not a whole lot else they can do with that. Missile propulsion here from Kai for longer range proposal, for longer range projectiles. We're going to be hoping for a lot of those snipes off Barrage and Giga Blast. It's things are heating up, but it's a little scary here with Ilyari's momentum right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things here, especially for this Kai goalie, right, is going to be, can these midfielders find ways to keep the core in their possession for the side of Cash Money? They're really, especially when you're playing some of these longer range goalies, Kai most notably, especially into a Juliet, it's going to be all about getting that core forward, getting it to the other side of the pitch and keeping it there, right? Making sure that that pressure is kept up so you don't end up getting stuffed. And now they're looking for that exactly as Casspor's looking to return the favor on the Juliet. 1-for-1 in terms of KOs, but now the core starts to drift a little quieter, and in this 2v2 scenario, not a lot's going to be able to get capitalized on here, even though they were able to find both goal barriers.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Telling you a little bit more technical issues. I'm having a bit of echo on my side of things. Not sure if we get this figured out, but we're seeing Caspar early was able to pull off the kind of ideal Juliet scenario where you're able to KO the opposing goalie and open that up. But thankfully, they slowed down the pace of the game here on both sides to make sure nothing super dangerous goes out. No points are going to be scored. And now playing for both barriers. Both goals have opened up. Ilyari passing it up and landing great angles there really fast. And not able to defend in time, but at least that round was longer, losing a bit more of a stand here coming from Cash Money. Trying to slow down this pace, trying to get a grip and their bearings on how to approach this matchup. It's really rough with such an aggressive character like Ilyari. Despite having increased stagger, they're going to go down super early. Casper almost picking the KO here on Mystic as well. Mystic is proper staggered. Still able to take down this barrier, though. Trying to clean this up. There's the death touch here from Razman, trying to look for a very cheeky play. Not quite able to get it. Ilyari is back. And it's back to the core here on the right side of the field.
Again, trying to find a clear angle here, but Steal Your Money has virtually no options. Would have to send it towards Mystic there to try to get it away from Ilyari, and now there it is. The combination still comes in. And this is exactly what we're talking about here. If the name of the game right now for August 12th is going to be Mystic and Ilyari keeping this core in front of them and keeping it in that red goal box, as long as they do that, Steal Your Money is going to have very limited options. And we'll see what else happens here as, oh no, it's going to be Madlock taken out of the game instantly. I was just about to say that Rasmus hook could be incredibly useful on the goal lines to try to make something happen, but here comes the passing play still there. Fiery Flurry again on the goal line used. Steal Your Money has no options but let the goal go in, and it's another quick 3-0 set here for August 12th. Look, it's Swiss round one, folks. This is kind of the expectation, but we saw some promise there out of Cash Money, and I'm curious to see what happens as we head to this Awakening screen. Neither of these Juliets going to get a lot. Maybe end up might both be going for Big Fish or something here. Yeah, that'll be the case. Not a lot, actually, that these Juliets are getting off of these carousels.
There's the prime time here on Kai. Pick up those extra barrages, help secure goals, help save more goals. But this infinite Big Fish, it's like, yeah, it makes sense that it's only Kai going for prime time. Honestly, I would have been surprised if Kai also went for Big Fish, to be completely honest. Having Big Fish on infinite means you're getting, some of the greatest stats you can in the game. And everyone is scaling in size so much. All this built different. And then all this Big Fish. Look at these guys. They're massive.
Yeah. Certainly a game for Giants here, but with everyone mirror matching, we'll see if there's actually able to be advantage that swings back the other way. It looks like finally Madlock's starting to get a little more involved and keep more of this core on the front lines, but no, Caspar is going to get sent off of the blue goal line there, taken away and out of the match for now.
Ooh, they're going to pick up both objectives here. Mystic try pass up to Ilyari in a great spot. Steal Your Money so close, but not quite enough here. They're a little bit on death row right now. They haven't been able to secure a single point thus far. And it's looking really, really good on the side of August 12th as of now. But Cash Money is not totally down and out just yet. We were able to see Caspar pick up a good amount of KOs. Ooh, Steal Your Money trying to dribble with the strike shot. Ilyari's right up in their face, opening up both goal barriers and almost picking up the score here with that core flip. Super, super scary. We have Flurry up here from Caspar taking a lot of damage. The Night Market Speed was there as well. Rasmus going to throw out the core flip, is able to pick up one barrier with a follow-up here from Caspar, but is it going to be enough? No, it's not. We got the barrage. Mystic and Ilyari are both really low, but not quite staggered, and not quite KO'd either. it's going to be super rough as Illauri pushes up really hard.
Tell you what, if I was Steal Your Money, I'd be quaking in my boots every single time I see those cooldowns come out of Illauri right for my face. But now, with staggered health, is going to be forced to back it away. Nice save there. Barely doesn't find the angle this time around. Still trying to clear out to this corner. Megaverse starts to get involved and is going to pay the price for it. And now a power play opportunity for Cash Money. They'll be looking to go forward, but Illauri finds the response. A Fiery Flurry back the other direction here. And momentum will stall once again as soon as another KO happens here. Cash Money can't quite seem to capitalize on this. And now Mystic on the offensive here. Pass up to Illauri to find the top corner.
At this point, they didn't even need a goalie. They had one person down. They're like, we ball. We're going to pull straight up to the goal and just be in the right place at the right time. Get your positioning down pat. And eventually, Steal Your Money is going to get out-schmooved in that 2v1 situation. It's a little rough. They're able to secure this next point, and now it's 1 point away. For the side of August 12th, Cash Money really trying to pull through and clutch up. We're going to see the core flip early on here from Steal Your Money. Passes right back into Rasmus, but Megaverse is going to throw out the Death Touch to reposition to the lower side of the map. We're going to get a KO here on the Mystic. Illauri trying to fight for their life. Going to beat out the core flip with the flurry. Steal Your Money trying to defend here. Going to get flame punched. The Fiery Fist going to take out. And Illauri's able to dribble and get both berries as well. This final goal is open. Megaverse is probably looking to push up here and fight this 3v1. We have the core flip. Can they defend? No, they can't. And Illauri closes this out in a very solid 3-0.
Look, folks, I know it looks a little cookie cutter as well, but it's a lot harder to dribble to yourself off of the goal barrier. So much thought goes into every strike, every ability that Liari's using there on the front lines to dribble it back to herself in order to continue keeping that pressure up and overall going for that there. So fantastic stuff there across the board, of course, for August 12th. And again, this incredibly, roster of veterans, should I say, right? No surprise that they're able to dismiss their first round opponents. Did see some promise, but again, a lot of the core control things did end up faltering, and you see a lot of the numbers here one-sided. Illauri putting up all 9 goals. Mystic with 6 assists. Those passes, again, came in clutch, and then it was all about Illauri keeping core control, having 88 redirects as the Juliet in that game.
Absolutely incredible. I do want to point out Rasmus's damage here. That 13.8k has been pretty solid. Them trying to play the midfield and try to kind of follow up and support Caspor, who's really trying to push up and get in the opposing goalie's face and occasionally pick up those KOs. We see the 4 KOs down there. A lot of them were onto Megaverse, but despite that, it's been really rough for them to secure anything at all. Illauri's presence and Mystic's midfielding both were just impeccable. Kind of, sometimes you really see the big playmakers up front, right? You see, Illauri's doing, a bunch of damage here, picking a bunch of KOs, or getting all these scores. But it is really a big thing that allows you to do that is going to be the team synergy. Right, you need to have your midfield. You need to have your goalie playing. The barriers barely went down. Right, Megaverse is doing a fantastic job. You mostly using the death touch just to reposition at a moment's notice. Right, not necessarily out of panic, not necessarily out of like, oh, I need to do this, but it is just an inherent mix-up. And those little kind of wrenches into the opposing game plan is what makes it that much easier to pass it right back up to your midfielder, and then your front fielder, your brawler, and your scorer, and then it's going to be all the points. You're raking in the money. Right, they got that game plan down pat, and I think that's just something a little bit more of what we need to see from the side of Cash Money. More synergistic game plan, right? Caspor play up front, that's great. It is really about Rasmus trying to secure the midfield and pass the core up right there. I love seeing all the built different and all the big fish there. Just seeing all these big guys stomping all throughout. Having this as both infinite is something so uncommon and so rare, but absolutely hilarious to see. And I was happy that we were able to witness that. But that's going to be rounding up our first round here. We're going to be tossing over a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Volleyball, I'm gonna head back up to green room.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Vaudible's Primetime Tuesdays. We are in the 5th tournament on the Eastern bracket in the 2nd round of the Swiss stage. My name is K-Bot, and I am now joined by Dividing. Dividing, how's your evening going?
My evening is going fantastic, K-Bot. Always excited to be able to come on and cast some Omega Strikers, especially considering the talent that has already proven itself in this Eastern bracket so far. We're only one game in, and K-Bot, this second game that we've got today is spicy. Like could potentially be the grand final spicy.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of strong teams, and it is unfortunate that these two have to face off against each other in round 2, but sometimes that's the way the Swiss cheese gets sliced. Round 2 for us is going to be Trio Abusers versus August 12th. Obviously, we just saw August 12th played exceptionally well. A bunch of players that we all know and love. And Trio Abusers, if you've watched a Vaudable tournament before, you know this team. They are the 4 straight winners, and it's the same roster that keeps coming back and winning these things, seeing if they can go for now 5 in a row here. So this one should be an exciting one to watch, and if you didn't think that August 12th got tested last time, they're gonna get tested in this next round.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what a better way to get tested in round 2 than to go up against the team that has quite literally never lost any of these events that they've entered before. That being said, if there is any team that I think has a good shot to take Trio Abusers off guard and take them down early on, I feel like August 12th, with a bunch of very established players who have been around and have been competing in these tournaments for a while, coming off of what was really a dominant victory in round 1. So you're kind of riding the high of that, both emotionally and physically. You're feeling pretty confident on the controls right now. So I think August 12th are primed right now to take to maybe get the upset here, especially considering we are playing a best of 1. So whatever happens in the character select screen could just decide the whole game.
Yeah, and if you look at the August 12th roster maybe before the tournament, you probably have some slight question marks, right? Especially with how this roster is actually congealed, right? There's Megaverse, who hasn't exactly competed in a lot of events recently. We know he's really good. He was like the #1 overall player back in the open beta. But besides that, then you've got Mystic, who's a player that's trying to, rise up the ranks a little bit more and get known more for his play than for his commentary. And then there's Liari, who actually tends to be more of the midfielder on most of the teams that she plays with, now playing in the last game. We just saw her on Juliet. So you think that roster might struggle a little bit, but of course, dismissed a lot of those fears in the last one with how handily they were able to dismiss things. And Liari was exceptional on that frontline Juliet, passing yourself off of the goal barriers back and forth. And then now they're, of course, going to have to go up against one of the strongest teams we've seen, at least certainly the strongest team we've seen in terms of these Primetime Tuesday events. So we'll see how all of that's going to stack together, because the Bells Juliet is not something you want to mess around with.
Oh, absolutely not. I will say that coming from the Overwatch community, this is not an uncommon sight, especially in that bubble scene where people are trying to get into Overwatch contenders. There's a lot of really solid players who are just kind of bouncing around between different teams and different rosters, and sometimes you have this combination of 5 people that have never played together before, and it is just magic. There's something special that happens. There's a synergy, a natural synergy that occurs that makes that team just a little bit better than every other team in the pack. We see it happen sometimes. Maybe that's what we might be seeing with this August 12th roster. As weird as this roster put together, this roster makeup might look like at first, they have a chance here to really prove themselves as a trio with a win here against Trio Abusers. Again, though, like you mentioned, because these are the same 3 guys that have been going in and destroying every week and only getting stronger as a team, it's going to be a massive test.
It absolutely will. And, one of the other things, too, of course, we've been hyping out these teams. Look, there are a lot of other teams competing tonight as well that both of these 2 rosters are going to have to go through. Just taking a look at the East, right? OTP has a decent roster. Chefs 2 has a solid roster. I think there's a slop team, Gamers Unite. Slop Snake Lumos is going to be a dangerous roster. So Chill. So a lot of these teams that these players are going to have to face up against later on. And a lot of cases, again, remember, folks, you take 2 losses, you are out of the Swiss stage. But we are now into game here. IME and Rune are the bans on Otten City for our 2 players.
I'm so sad because I saw there was someone in chat just like, please, I want to see someone play Rune, especially Liari. I want to see the Liari Rune forward. And unfortunately, not going to happen this time around. So we're going to go back towards what looks like pretty similar, at least from the August 12th side, pretty similar to what we were looking at last time around.
Yeah, and that's not exactly surprising, right? You figure if Mystics are going to be more comfortable in the midfield line, you'll probably see a little more of that. The real question in here is, will actually not seeing Juliet's on either side as this comes on through. You see the Ice Gates Dubu for you already lose there on the backside. And Bell's going over to the Rasmus with Vaughn on the Luna. Saw him streaming a little bit earlier today, but hadn't pulled out this midfield Luna. But it's been rising in popularity a little bit here. We'll see if it's able to work, as now we'll take a look at the starter awakenings here in just a moment to see what comes. And it's going to be Heavy Impact Timeless Creator with only You Already Lose taking that Timeless Creator.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the Timeless Creator being offered at the start, the Dubu being there makes a lot of sense that Tofu Fortress, or in this case Pumpkin Fortress, is going to be an insane defensive tool, as we see early on Vaughn and Bells just overwhelming the Megaverse goalie.
Yeah, and again, right, we were talking a little bit about it on the flip side, but now it's Megaverse's turn to play the Kai goalie, which has an incredibly strong power at a range, and when that core is out in front of you, but once that core gets right underneath you, it could spell disaster, and that'll be exactly what the forward duo for True Abusers was looking to do, especially with Vaughn playing this Luna. We'll be looking to dash right in, ride that rocket, and get that advantage by causing that element of surprise against Megaverse.
I might be in a little bit of the minority here, but I absolutely love playing Luna, just dashing around the map on your rocket. It's incredibly fun. Bell's under a lot of pressure. Immediately, a couple of core flips coming in, and Liari is all by themselves, and they were going to go ahead and join their teammates in the respawn room. A quick 2-0 for Trio Abusers.
Tell you what, Bell's almost had a cheek one there with Death's Grasp coming in and right into the energy burst. That one got saved away. But then the other thing that this forward duo is going to be able to do, Bells and Vaughn specifically, is rack up that damage. You're already seeing that come in. But now, potential scoring opportunity here will get sent away. That goal barrier are going to fall first for the side of August 12th.
Yeah, Megaverse doing some nice defending there. Really masterful of the angles just to make sure that the core just barely missing that goal barrier over and over again. These goal barriers massive as well. Even with the haste that Kai has on deck, it's very difficult to keep the goal barrier alive for this long. Giving Liari and Mystic on these forwards a chance with a potential open goal. You just got to get past the Dubu goalie, but Bells and Vaughn are doing a fantastic job keeping up the aggression, keeping the core on their side of the field, and a nice somersault from Dubu is going to just barely stop the goal until Liari comes back in. A little bit of the fake out. Dubu was going towards the center of the goal. Liari goes back towards the top, and August 12th gets their first goal of the match.
Yeah, the theory here behind a lot of what we see with the Dubu is what's called the Ice Skates Dubu. This Dubu is going to want basically full speed, and it's exactly for those kinds of reasons, where you burn your somersault once, and then you don't have a lot of an ability to get back over to that core. It's why you see the Dubu often now opt for those sneakers rather than going for that, as that goalie ability, or goalie gear does have that at their disposal. Liari, though, core flip doesn't find the pendulum swing there, and now Megaverse able to save things while keeping his own energy burst alive as well. But pressure continues to mount there. Liari looking for Mystic as well, but no, that core flip will be used to send it on away. Still looking for the pass here. Liari now dribbling. Vaughn getting this thing on forward, and now Tofu Fortress out. That Timeless Creator Tofu Fortress allows You Already Lose to move on to the top side of the map. We'll see just how much pressure that can amount to as now the other goal barrier falls.
Yeah, both goal barriers down. Liari has got to get something done with this aggression. Mystic uses the core flip, just barely gets saved by Vaughn as Megaverse is now going to move up. The core flip misses. Oh no! It gets right past Megaverse, but luckily bounces right off the bottom corner. And Liari, with a nice little dribble to themselves, is going to tie us up in set number 1.
Tell you what, great play from Vaughn to back on away as the midfielder, help out the goalie and cover all possible angles, especially like we were talking about, without this Dubu having full speed online. And as he continues to get harassed, the speed will be lost as long as he takes a lick of damage every once in a while. So having that midfielder drop back, play a little bit more defense will end up working, but only so much you can do in a lot of situations, especially once Erasmus finds a cheeky little pendulum swing to send the core back. And now Bells might be looking to do the exact same thing. There's the energy burst out, passes down to Vaughn. Megaverse will save, but it gets right back on over to Bells.
Yeah, nice KO onto Mystic, forces Megaverse and Liari in a not very enviable position of trying to take on a 2v3 recontest, as now we've got ourselves a little bit of a Chrono Boost infinite awakening here, so potentially we could be seeing the Kai try and enhance the haste, make you even faster. Definitely we're going to be wanting... well, Stacks and Stacks has been taken, so what is Dubu going to take here to try and get those ice skates going? It looks like you're going to be going Egoist.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Egoist, surprised actually that Egoist fell that far down in the draft overall. Chrono Boost, not actually anything that a lot of these characters want. Mystic will settle for it, of course, on the Drakkar, but instead of going for either of the 2 Sparks. But at the end of the day, right, a lot of what these folks want to do right now is rack up that damage. They're less worried about the speed, all except for that Dubu. So, you know, the Chrono Boost there and the movement ability is not going to be super impactful. But now we see this again, and there's the pressure that You Already Lose is able to generate, keeping that core forward here, trying to keep this pressure up. And now a power play opportunity as the damage is racked up. Megaverse in pressure, and the log is going to find the goal.
Bells and Vaughn both doing a fantastic job of finding these opportunities, finding these KOs to pull people into the edge of the map, and then capitalizing off of these opportunities where they have a striker advantage. Really nicely done. Notably, Vaughn and Bells both at level 5. No one on the side of August 12th can say the same.
Oh my goodness, Bells expending nearly every ability there to continue dribbling to himself and to use that energy burst to send the core right on back. Just fantastically played there. And again, the more times you can dribble to yourself, the less time the goalie knows when that core is actually going to go back. So the more you can cause that chaos, the better. But now, power play opportunity the other way as Megaverse is getting involved, but a nice Tufu Fortress stills things out, and You Already Lose saves his goal barrier for now. We'll be looking for this one as well. His energy burst to save it again. The barrier is still up, and You Already Lose, showing why he's considered the best goalie in the game right now.
Yeah, You Already Lose with a fantastic defensive effort here, and a nice little crater from Vaughn is going to put a lot of pressure on Liari. That goal barrier is finally going to fall. That being said, Vaughn and Bells doing a fantastic job of trying to smother the offensive options. Mystic and Liari have to be very careful. They're both incredibly low health, a lot of pressure, and if those cooldowns come back offline from Bells and Vaughn, you could be in a lot of trouble.
Liari trying to pull it right back. Now Mystic trying to stuff it back with a lock and load, but no, doesn't come through for now. Megaverse, strike shot down to the corner. That one gets sent away by the Tofu Fortress. Again, Timeless Creator. That means the bottom side of the map will be useless for the next few seconds. Liari staggered and will get sent off of the map instantly as Vaughn dashes in. Now looking for the pass on up to Bells, who has the speed boost from the power play opportunity, and now Vaughn waiting for a moment there. Mystic will use the energy burst to send it away. Sodi salute as those energy bursts are exchanged. Mystic trying to keep the pressure here, but now getting bullied away. But the core has found its way up to Liari in the top corner, playing ping pong with the Dubu. Mystic isn't in position to send it on back. The pressure still mounts here. Still saved by You Already Lose. Now forward to Bells, who's trying to do the exact same thing to Megaverse, but there's the core flip out of Megaverse. Dubu will be just back there in time. But now Liari up to Mystic. That one will slip right by. Mystic credited with the goal. And August 12th keeps this set alive for them.
But you can see how much pressure is needed to put onto You Already Lose for the opening to appear. Even the tiniest of openings, using the Tofu Fortress and then using the Somersault, just barely getting past You Already Lose anyways. This goalie is doing a fantastic job of keeping the play alive for as long as possible. So just like in set 1, K-Bot, we had a Creel Abusers get up to a quick 2-0 lead. August 12th trying to fight back into it, though.
Yeah, Bell's now on a 4 KO streak, not dying, and the focus is not the damage here for the Liari and Mystic crew. They're looking all for this core control. They're trying to keep it, but there's so much that's able to harass and poke this core out of their possession. Now Mystic, forced to play a little bit back, will not be able to save that goal barrier, as now Megaverse is going to come back in on the respawn. Bells forward is going to go away, not following through with the core, and Liari pulled right on back, now staggered at health. Megaverse going to be able to find the save for now, but now Energy Burst comes out. Bell's able to make it back in time and sends that empowered strike right to the goal. It's 2-0 for the Trio Abusers.
And Megaverse has been so good at using those ranged attacks to deflect the core, and this time around, it just does not quite happen. We do have Primetime on the field, the namesake of the tournament, and also a fantastic awakening for anyone. We'll see how far down that's going to fall. But Built Different immediately picked up by Vaughn, I think. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry,
Yeah.
Bells. That's Bells.
Build Different picked up by Bells here makes sense. It will be the prime time for the Drakkar of Mystic, who again we're talking about looking for more core control opportunities, has the ability to put out a little bit of extra damage there as well. But other thing that I'm looking for here is that fire up as well that was taken away. I'll be looking for a little bit of extra speed and perhaps some extra energy off this core flip. But again, it's just too much damage, and all the Trio Abusers are doing is racking all of this up. Mystic virtually taken out of the game now. Will be met with the pendulum swing. Megaverse able to save it with the barrage there just in the nick of time, nearly a pixel away from the goal barrier. But it's Mystic once again bullied backwards and isn't able to be the same forward threat and feed Liari the core that we saw in the last game.
And at this point in the game, you've got to think about this level difference between the two squads. August 12th are consistently 2, maybe even 3. Actually, Mystic is now 4 levels behind Bells on the contesting forward. You can tell Bells is just doing so much work getting consistent value, dribbling to themselves over and over again, just racking up that experience. Liari and Mystic are just really struggling to keep up right now.
Bells as well, 10 stacks on the Orb Dancer on Auten City. That is not what you want to see on any character, and especially on this Rasmus, who's continuing to basically just dance right around you, racking up all of that damage and then being able to get into position in order to send things back. Now it's the double KO as Vaughn's able to come up with one there. Megaverse, no, Garfield, you in first. Doesn't send it away there, and now it's the Trio Abusers on match point.
I mean, they've just scaled so much better for the late game. I feel like August 12th, their best opportunity to take a set was at the beginning when everyone had the same level of stagger, when everyone was at the same level. But at this point in the game, Vaughn and Bells are just able to rip through the health pool of Liari. It feels like almost effortlessly as that Omega level is put in. It's going to force out the core flip from Megaverse, but you're not going to have that ability again as Vaughn goes in for the attack.
Bells now staggered and will be forced to play a lot more defensively here, potentially giving a little bit more of the offensive advantage. But here comes You Already Lose ahead of the Tofu Fortress with that energy boost and that fire up. Will already use it. Now Bells pulling this in. Death's touch coming through. Will get sent away by Megaverse even still. But once again, You Already Lose there to collect the core once more. Now Vaughn up to Bells, still looking for this one, but no. Giga Blast will go slightly wide, but Bells gets pulled back and now KO'd away. Power play opportunity here, but the log will interrupt things for a moment. The rocket doesn't connect with the core. Mystic still trying to dribble. No, it'll go right through. Crater coming out. Mystic forced to dodge. Now looking for this one. There's the Summer Assault out of You Already Lose, but Bells comes right back online in time. And it just wasn't fast enough on the capitalizing opportunity for August 12th. Now again, forward. Liari looking for this one here. But no, can't find it again. Just can't seem to find the angle yet.
Looking for it once more. You already lose somersault back. There's the Tofu Fortress, sends the core away, and it connects with the rocket after the pendulum swing from the clear from Megaverse. It's the Trio Abusers that take it in 3 sets.
What an incredible play to end off the game from Trio Abusers. What fantastic prediction from Vaughn on that Luna. I mean, there's no goalie in the world that is stopping what just happened right there. August 12th, they fought hard. They fought for a very long time, especially on that final round. But at the end of the day, Trio Abusers have a reputation to uphold here, K-Bot. And that's exactly what we see from them.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. That's the 4-time, potentially soon-to-be 5-time winners of Audible's Primetime Tuesdays and menaces on the ranked ladder back in beta as they were. You see there, again, numbers all across the board incredibly high, but most notably the damage numbers for both Bells and Vaughn, both exceeding over 20,000. A large part of the reason why you see 10 KOs for the forward duo there versus only 2 KOs for the forward duo on the other side of the pitch. And that combined with the ability to continue dribbling is exactly one of the reasons why, Bells is able to put those goals and continue to keep the pressure, sending those things back.
I did a little bit of math off screen here, K-Bot, and Vaughn had more damage than Liari and Mystic combined in that game. That is some insane levels of disruption. You can tell that Mystic and Liari, especially in the late game in set 3, had a lot of trouble keeping up with the damage awakenings that they had taken. They were getting melted down incredibly quickly. And, I mean, a really great way to ensure that you have control of the core at all times is to pull the entire enemy team off the field. And Trio Abusers went down that route.
That's true, but let's just say, it's certainly a style that can work, not going for damage and trying to focus on more of those core opportunities, but I don't fully know if the Jakar and the Rasmus are the 2 characters to do it, right? A lot of the time, the Jakar is nice to interrupt things, it's nice to prevent your opponents from having core control, but not really used to control the core much himself. He's only got that shotgun that he can fire 2 or 3 times in some cases when he picks up a Primetime. So sometimes, that'll come in there, and we saw over the course of that, especially paired with the Rasmus there as well, where the Rasmus can do a lot of those core control sorts of things. Sometimes it doesn't fully play together. So I think just the combination there and just how much Bells and Vaughn were leaning into that damage KO mindset really didn't leave many other options for the positioning to come through out of August 12th. And so that's one of the things. But of course, the playstyle can work. Again, just wasn't enough to match up in this specific setting.
Yeah, not quite enough to match up, and as a result, Trio Abusers are going to move to 2-0 so far in the Swiss rounds. August 12th, they're going to move to 1-1, but there are still 3 rounds left before we get to the bracket. Plenty of time to bounce back and earn yourself a spot in that finals bracket. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, round 3 of Swiss, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to Vaudible's Primetime Tuesday. We are now into round 3 of 5 into the Swiss stage, and this is where we really start to see the cream rise to the top. And K-Bot, we are going to be looking at two teams that are currently 2-0 in the Swiss stage so far. An opportunity to really put themselves on top of the standings and separate themselves from the pack with a win here.
Yeah, and a lot of what it is in terms of these earlier Swiss rounds are building yourself that insurance so that you don't have to worry about whoever you're facing in the next round. Because especially if you keep doing this, if you keep winning, you might run into true abusers, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to drop another one, so trying to pick up as many wins as you can is going to be beneficial, and both these teams are going to be looking to do that. It's Chefs 2 versus Dot, Gamers Unite Dot. Of course, it's Slop's team, so there have to be periods on both sides of it. And of course, Slop is also playing with Lumos, tried and true, mostly midfield player, and this time they're coming in with Snake, who also tends to be this brawler player, and this makes sense because to me, it sounded like, based on what I know of like the Slop Lumos saga so far, is they really want to play with a brawler player but haven't been able to find it quite yet. So I imagine they're utilizing this tournament as that trial run to see if Snake might fit the bill for someone that they're looking for, especially as we're early into the game's competitive life. So many different rosters potentially, and trying to minimize on what roster you'll want to sit down and grind with for a few months is exactly what these players are trying to do. So interested to see how Snake fits into this roster here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at currently the North American Strikers League, actually West, and I believe Snake is in here somewhere. There they are. Actually played with Liari on Oxygen Overdrive during those qualifiers. So very much a player that has been around for a while. First time we're seeing them in this particular set of 3 with Slop and Lumos, but has clearly been working well for this team so far, sitting at 2-0. And then on the other side, we've got Chefs 2, a team that I've been hearing a lot of excitement about for this tournament, K-Bot.
Yeah, Chefs 2, always interested to see what Hamster Quest is cooking, because sometimes they'll just come and bring together a random roster of a handful of players, and he's been a coach for some other games before. I know him a little bit, so we'll see what exactly he's able to bring to the table here. Has been, again, coming to a lot of these tournaments with a lot of different rosters, a lot of different people, a lot of whom I don't really recognize, to be honest. I feel like I should have heard of Switch before, but I can't remember the last time that I saw them play. Lily and Spartan round out the roster of 4. So we'll see who actually comes in for them there. But again, when you've got someone that's able to have that leadership and have a very specific style of the game that they want to play, hopefully Hamster Quest has been able to communicate that to the players that he's playing with tonight. We'll see if they can put things together and cook up a delightful meal for us tonight.
Absolutely. I'm doing some quick little Wikipedia searches right now. We're doing this on the fly and noticing that there is a player named Spartan who played for George Mason University in the Collegiate Striker Showdown hosted by Shen and Doa. So if that is the same player, then this might be a little bit of a collegiate roster. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing when I look at this Chefs 2 roster. It's other than Hamster Quest, who is a veteran of the game at this point, everyone else here has pretty minimal competitive experience, and going into a team like Dot Gamers Unite Dot, who have been around for so long at this point, it's going to be an interesting challenge for them to stay undefeated.
Yeah, it certainly will. And now, getting into Striker Select here, we are on Demon Days for our map, which means a lot of activity in the middle of the map, and that's exactly likely why you see both Switch going for the Juliet and Hamster Quest hovering over this Vice, and indeed it's met with the Vice on the other side of the pitch as well. Actually, Vice, I am curious to know what their third's going to be here as well. It's probably
It might actually be Mirror. Yes, it will
Yeah.
be. It makes sense. The Zentaro banned away from Snake, for the record. That's not particularly surprising. And now we'll be locked into the Juliet. So we'll see exactly what happens here. A lot can actually happen, especially when we're talking about how heavy damage a lot of these strikers are in the middle of the map. But the other thing that I always say in mirror matchups is getting yourselves ahead in this first set is so vitally important to be able to pick off and steal away some of those awakenings from your opponent. And already the action is unfolding with one player getting a switch, getting knocked off of the map almost instantly.
Yeah. We got up, like we've been mentioning, there are some inexperienced players on this Chefs 2 roster, so there's going to be a little bit of learning curve, a little bit of a proving grounds kind of situation for Switch and Lilybun to prove that they can hold up with some of these players. And I will say that was a really nice placed turret from Lilybun early on to force that goal barrier away, and it's going to get right past Slop. So first goal goes the way of the Chefs.
We're going to attribute that one to Slop not fully remembering how to play vice goalie right away. Look, it happens every once in a while. You let one or two slip by. But interestingly, it's not fully a mirror matchup, right? With Slop actually picking up the vice goalie, and instead it's Ami midfield, and it's Lilybun on the goalie position for the side of Chefs 2. So this seems to be working at least moderately well earlier on, and now clear around the top corner. We'll get this one going all the way back. Hamster Quest back into position here. Switch looking for this one. Punch through. There's the dash. Actually, will be able to secure it. Lumos could not strike it away from that core flip in time. That's one of these things. The Juliet is there to stuff the core back away.
Yeah, just really textbook Juliet play coming out from Switch to start off, understanding the ability to use these your abilities to win these 50-50s, and all of a sudden you're under a lot of pressure if you're Chefs Unite, Gamers Unite. Sorry, I mushed the two team names together. But you're down 2-0 in the first set. You were down a player to start off, but you're able to get yourself back into this, and Switch is actually staggered under a lot of pressure now from Snake.
And now actually see another KO come off the screen. Now it's a double KO. Power play opportunity here to try to find this last goal barrier in Will. Lilybun can't quite do a lot here as the IME trying to force out that glitch pop a bit. Now that Supernova comes out as well, but actually passes weren't able to fully come in, and it's Slop that's ping-ponging back and forth with the goalie. Now there's finally the cross-up, but the cyber swipe comes through in time for Lily. Fantastic save there. We'll see, actually, if the team can reciprocate on the offensive side. Switch is going to be able to pick up the goal barrier now, looking to stuff this back away. There's the Thunderstruck as Hamster Quest dashes in, but not able to find the goal here, and this core continues to drift around, not quite controlled by either team completely. Switch sends it back towards the goal line. No, now it's Lumo's turn, trying to keep this one up. Hamster Quest intercepts the pass, back away the other direction. There's the Thunderstruck as well, trying to find the strike to the goal. Lilybun cyber swipe goes a little too far forward, and Snake's able to find the pass to themselves off of the corner. Finally, first goal on the board here for Gamers Unite.
I will say, despite that cyber swipe at the very end from Lilybun going a little bit wide and resulting in that goal, that effort from the goalie, from Lily, who was by themselves on the field for just a moment there, being able to basically play against a 2v1 against Snake and Lumos and stay alive long enough for the respawns to come back in. Very impressive from the relative newcomer here, who is now going to drop down the turret, but a really nice core flip from the side of the Chefs, who are able to get right around it.
Open goal here. It's going to be more difficult to defend, and now with that core going all over the place, you can't fully predict anything of what happens there. That core goes around the world and to the back of the net. Tie ball game here as we head to our 5th point of the first set.
Yeah, and how else would we want this to go? Back and forth from both sides, as the core is going to lazily drift behind the goal barriers of both teams. One goal barrier has been used, and a lot of pressure onto that second goal barrier from Lily and Switch, but Slop doing a pretty nice job of being able to cover everything so far. And that is going to be a Switch getting knocked out early. So power play opportunity for Gamers Unite, but they haven't quite been able to mount an effective attack so far. There is the core flip from Snake, opening up the goal.
Hamster Quest buys a little bit of space here in the midfield with that Supernova, but still the onslaught comes through. Snake low on stagger, but not knocked away for now. Thunderstruck coming in. There's a Fire Flurry as well. Now Snake will finally get fully staggered. And will be still, though, be able to be in position to send the core back with that dash as the turret doesn't come out in time. Snake puts it back and puts Gamers Unite on the board in the first set. Slop credited with the MVP here. We'll see exactly what happens because this Vice is going to eat up just about anything that can come her way. A lot of fantastic stuff on the board, including Ariel's going to be excited to see where that one goes, but it'll be Glass Cannon for Slop on the back lines, which obviously makes sense. We talked about this speed. Every striker wants it.
Yeah, that's going to really buff up that Vice goalie for Slop, and heavy impacts going the way of both Juliets as well as the Vice from the other side. So, especially for the Juliets, those multi-hits with those Flame Furies are incredibly impactful, and potentially those Supernovas being used from Hamster Quest getting some double hits as well. So, lots of opportunity to take advantage of that Awakening.
Worth noting as well, we didn't get the chance to talk about this early, but it seems like both Juliets had Spark of Focus as their first starter awakening. So as we get further and further along into some of these carousels, it'll be interesting to see when those sparks do come online, because again, the more sparks you have, the better, and really don't hit your capacity until you hit about 3 of those sparks. So that'll be what both of these Juliets are looking for most likely as this develops. But of course, settling for heavy impact there on Infinite when neither of those sparks come online. And now the turret's able to send one away. Power play opportunity here for Chefs 2, but we'll see if they can capitalize, as now that core going to drift back the other way. Lily forced to use that core flip to send that one back away, but still both goal barriers stand.
Yeah, Snake is staggered, forced to use the remaining energy to get away from the Supernova, and that is not going to matter. 1 versus 1 when it comes to the knockouts. We have a 2v2 on the field right now as the core flip into the turret gives Lilybun all that they can handle so far. They're going to use the turret to clear away, and by now the respawns have come back in. Switch and Lumos back into the fight, but you still have an open goal here that you've got to deal with if you are Chefs 2. You've got a lot of opportunity, and the Cyber Swipe once again goes a little bit too far for Lilybun, but Hamster Quest is there for the cover.
Oh, now power play opportunity. Lumos striking it patiently, and it'll get right on over to Snake to put it on away. Well done there. And then, of course, you know, when you don't have your goalie up, it will be difficult there to actually send this one away. It's time of this creator. Other thing that I do want to note here is that one of the things that caught my eye earlier when we went back to the training draft is Lily is actually playing the strike shot on the iMeet goalie, not the eject button. So likely didn't opt for the aerials or some movement enhancing ability for that very reason. And instead now has some of these other things here as well. So, but will say, the glitch pops for both of these IMEs coming in a lot of ways to continue supporting things. And here's the turret trying to split the field in half. But a lot of those glitch pops, especially from Lily, have been on point just to buy more space, get the core away. But it's not been enough so far. As now a KO comes through. Power play opportunity here as it's Switch taken off of the pitch again. Now Cyber Swipe coming in from Lily. Hamster Quest forced to play back, but now gets knocked away. And it'll be another goal that comes in for Gamers Unite.
Yeah, Snake and Lumos are both getting a lot more confident with their Brawl ability now. Hamster Quest and Switch are under lots of pressure constantly. These abilities are coming out and chunking down these staggers, chunking down these health pools. So you've got to be very careful. If you're Hamster Quest, who just got in half of your health bar destroyed immediately, staggered up, being knocked around by the turret from Lumos, but you are going to stay alive for the moment. Snake is looking around for that KO, though. The turret comes out from Lilybun to knock people away for the moment, but, I mean, so many low health pools on the board right now. We could be seeing some big KOs coming up soon.
Finally, goal barrier falls there. Had like 2 or 3 things, and especially a core that went right on around it. Now Glitch Pop comes in looking for the shot. No, that won't connect, but Lumo sets up the turret there. It'll sneak through the turret and get right on over to Slop, who had dashed in with the Thunderstruck, had that Supernova up in the ready, and joined the party there. don't be afraid when your goal barriers are both online to go diving in. That's exactly what Slop does there to send it back. And Gamers Unite up 2-0 as we head into our next carousel here. And Spark of Agility is the infinite. So imagine both Juliets will be likely looking to pick that up here. So we see the Vice pick up the Primetime. That's Slop getting that Primetime rewarded for his efforts.
Interestingly enough, the Gamers Unite Juliet, that is Snake, is going to opt not to go for the Spark build. You're going to basically get rid of that entirely, go for the Egoist instead, go for that speed boost. But the other members who had picked up the Spark of Focus who had picked up the Spark of Focus at the start of the game are going to pick up the Spark of Agility as well. So we'll see how Snake basically abandoning the Spark build is going to affect the rest of this game.
Yeah, I think the Chef's really trying to stay alive here, and now KO comes through. Lilibun using that strike shot, but doesn't get it around Lumos, who's able to still send the core back. And, you know, we're talking about that a little bit. Really, Chefs 2 right now, the game plan is the long game here. They have to find a way to survive this set, get on to the next carousel, when they can hopefully see one or two of those other Sparks come back online. Otherwise, things might not be looking good for them as Snake finds another KO with a Fiery Flurry. And now power play opportunity actually sent away here, but Lilibun bullied as well. Hamsterquest will collect the core on the backside here. Again, those goal barriers still intact. Okay, I say that, and Snake's able to find the goal barrier there. A little bit of Caster's Curse immediately, and now Slop with the Supernova here as well. But Slop has that energy burst up at his disposal, dashing in, can't find anything for it, decides to go away with that eject button. And now we'll be looking for the rest of this one here, forced to use the energy burst instead of unfortunately missing the strike the first time around. And now a few seconds here and see what happens. Both turrets trying to put their influence on this core, but it drifts back over to the midfield line for now.
Yeah, midfield line indeed, as the other goal barrier is now going to fall. Lilibun takes a moment to slow the game down here. Goes for a little bit of a shot on the Snake, but that might be a little more than you bargained for, as HamsterQuest is paying the price immediately very low, and the putback from Snake is going to get Gamers Unite one goal away from taking this series and going up 3-0 in the Swiss stage.
And look there, at the end of that point, HamsterQuest and Switch sitting at the midfield line, both very telling. They had possession of the core, they had just about everything they want, but they weren't forward enough to actually send the core back, mostly because they're getting bullied away in the damage game. But now, power play opportunity comes through, but no, it's going to hit the other goal barrier. And now Slop trying to pull up with something, now he's going to dash back, save that eject button, keep this one alive for now. Supernova hits the core very weakly, but HamsterQuest follows it up with a strike himself nonetheless. Still match point for Gamers Unite, but Chefs 2 staying alive for now.
Slop just wasn't quite expecting the putback there, as HamsterQuest, the veteran of this roster, is going to keep Chefs 2 alive for the moment. And you can tell that with Snake and Lumos playing so forward, putting a ton of pressure early on onto Lilibun, they don't want to elongate this series any longer. They're going to start playing aggressively. They're going to start putting down their cooldowns, and they are going to find that kill onto HamsterQuest. But watch out! Slop goes a little bit too aggressive and was not accounting for Switch to just jump in. All of a sudden, K-Bot, Chefs 2 have tied up set 3.
Hey, exactly what I'm saying. Get the Juliet in position. Get that Juliet forward. And the second that you're able to be forward with that Juliet, you saw that Fiery Flurry come out, take care of the goal barrier, and then collect the core on the dash in order to put it on back. Taking Slop by surprise there, certainly. And now it's a 5th point here in the 3rd set. Chefs 2 trying to stay alive, but now power play opportunity comes through as Snake finds a KO, collects the 2nd goal barrier as well, looking to keep the pressure on the dribble, but Lumos is back. There's the core flip, looking for the pass forward for Snake, and Lilibun is crossed up. It'll be the 3-0 in sets for Gamers Unite.
Gamers Unite take the victory in 3 sets, but for a relatively unpracticed team in Chefs 2, HamsterQuest and a couple of players who I believe are making their debut in the Vaudable Primetime tournaments, I think they had quite the effective debut here. I'm really excited to see where this team's going to go in the future, but also on the side, looking back at the winners, Gamers Unite, we mentioned how Lumos and Slop were maybe looking at Snake to be that brawler that they could potentially grind with and play with for a while. And Snake, I think, played quite well. We got 6 KOs compared to 7 for Lumos. Definitely kept up, as well as the 5 goals leading the entire lobby.
Yeah, certainly. And again, this Imi Juliet combination probably looking to play the heavy damage game, although the Juliet and Vice is also looking to do the same. But look, I mean, Snake absolutely played incredibly well. We'll see as the roster continues to get tested whether or not it will continue to hold up, though, because while this game comes in, they're probably expecting to pick up a victory here. So especially as Gamers Unite potentially looks to qualify for the bracket later tonight as they end through their Swiss stage, hopefully they'll be able to come back together and look at that. But as you mentioned, look, some of these players probably players to certainly keep your eye on, especially saw a lot of fantastic plays out of Switch. A lot of the pressure and a lot of the fundamentals, I think, are there for Lilybun as well on that Imi goalie. It'll be all a matter of tidying those things up so that they can continue playing. But hey, look, practice makes perfect. And sometimes the beta players coming out for Gamers Unite have a few more hours, I reckon, on the game than some of the others. And it's really nice, though, to see some of these newer faces starting to rise through the ranks as they continue to come through here. So fantastic stuff all around, and interested to see if the chefs continue cooking as we move forward in the rest of our events.
Yeah. 3 games into the Swiss stage, and we have only 4 teams remaining that are undefeated in the Swiss stages in Vaudible's Primetime Tuesday number 5. My name is Dividing, and K-Bot is taking a little bit of a break, but instead we have Zojulix Alex coming in with me on the casting booth. Zojulix, welcome in. How's your evening been? Have you been watching the games leading up to this?
It has been an absolutely amazing evening. Yes, I've been watching, trying to pay attention to as much as I can, even being popping back and forth from some of the teams that aren't necessarily on the mainstream, but are streaming their own POVs, trying to keep as much of this action going on as possible, because with an event like this, there are so many games happening at once that it is just absolutely impossible to keep track of everything. Oh, yeah. But it has just been an absolutely amazing event to watch, and I'm so excited to now be here and be casting for some more amazing Omega Strikers.
Absolutely, and these two teams are really fighting for those top 4 slots that are going to move into that finals bracket. If the Swiss stage was to end right now, both these teams would be in, but now they have to face each other for the opportunity to at least guarantee a 4-1 final Swiss stage record. If you're 4-1, you've put yourself in a pretty solid position to make that finals bracket. So a lot on the line between 2MB and powerhouse abusers here. Zojulix, what immediately sticks out to you when you're looking at these rosters?
Immediately, just kind of as I glance over them, specifically looking at 2MB right away, the first name that I immediately see there is Leo Leon. He is such a disgustingly brutal brawler, playing just incredibly on the X, on the Juliet. They're just so strong that whenever I see their name show up, I already know there's going to be a lot of KOs that are going to be happening. Yeah. And then on the side of powerhouse defenders, I've got Yoki being probably one of the most knowledgeable Omega Strikers players out there. Like, if there's somebody
you want to know something, by the way? I have Yoki's Guide to Gear and Awakenings on my second monitor right now to help me keep everything straight a little bit. So
exactly.
Has been doing a ton of work to help people get into the game and help document some of the inner workings of Omega Striker. So I personally am benefiting from that right now. It just goes to show the impact that he's had.
And not only that, he's an incredible player. I know he is one of the players who plays with the hybrid controller and mouse, something that I've actually even picked up myself from watching him do it. It is super fun. And he plays pretty much anything. Like, I've seen him play so many different positions and roles. So I'm really excited to see kind of how these two teams are going to be able to clash. And I think this is Powerhouse Defender's first time competing in a prime time. I could be wrong on that. So to see them coming out and playing in a 3-0 capacity in their primetime debut is exactly what you want to see.
I mean, when you have Coach Yoki on your team, you have to imagine there's a lot of cerebral playing going on. There's a very deep understanding of the game that may be able to put yourself apart from the rest. Notably, interesting. I'm something right now. Let me find them because I do believe this Powerhouse Defenders squad competed in the PSI Storm Gaming Showdown on Wikipedia. I'm looking at it right now. Came in 4th place there. So this is a group of 3 that has been together for at least a week or so. That event was only a couple days ago, but especially when it comes to when we see a lot of these other teams that are playing at the top of these vaudable events, it's a lot of like the same pool of players, but going into different teams overall. Seeing these 3 players have decided, hey, we're going to stick together, we're going to grind these events, and we're going to try and get as good as possible as a trio. That is something that I love to see, especially considering how amazing trio abusers are, how they seem to be just like 3 levels above everyone else a lot of the time. I think it's going to require that kind of mindset to be able to match them.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, to be seeing a team coming out and like Yoki, he's very, very open about the way that his team preps. I know that when they were getting ready for the PSI event, he actually uploaded like a 3.5 hour-long scrim VOD for people that to be able to view and kind of see like what the thought processes are, what the communication happens within their team. So they're very, very open, which in a lot of ways is really cool to see, because as like people like me who just hit plat, I get to learn a lot, but also it can be kind of dangerous, especially when you're going up against a team like Trio Abusers that not only are they just insanely cracked at the game, but I can guarantee you that they do their homework in learning about who they're playing up against.
So we're going to get Aten City once again. So we're going to be seeing these goalies have to deal with some massive goalers. And we've got ourselves, so blue team is going to be Powerhouse Abusers. What bands did we see coming through, Zojalix?
We've seen Rune and Asher, which Asher coming out as a band makes a lot of sense. Asher is just an absolutely disgusting champ right now. She's so aggressive. And then Rune, with the recent patches that have been coming through, his unstable anomaly and just all of his abilities have made him so much more of a threat, which makes me happy because Rune is one of my most played strikers. So to see him getting some love makes me really happy, even though he ends up getting banned and I don't get to see him in this match.
Yeah, not quite this time around, but we do see some very interesting stuff coming up from Aten City, especially both sides deciding to lock in the Estelle this time around, trying to probably play that kind of midfield. You're going to be able to control a very wide portion of the game, and as we head into our first game, we see some pretty split decisions when it comes to the opening awakenings.
Yeah, it is very split, which honestly, I love it when that happens. I think those are kind of the more interesting matches when you don't know what to pick for those opening awakenings. And so to see the teams kind of try and figure out, okay, what is going to be the best option here, I think it just makes it a lot more interesting.
Absolutely, it does, as both teams now coming in quickly with a early goal barrier dissolution from both sides, and the goalie from Powerhouse gets taken down quickly. Dubu stood no chance in the face of the knockback from the Flaming Fury. Leo Leon is going to get the KO and the goal.
That's exactly what I talked about before the game. If there is a goalie and Leo Leon is on the field, they're going to be in that goalie's face. And Leo Leon didn't even need to burn the core flip, so they still have that available right there as they use it to be able to take down that goal barrier, with now Bernie being able to get a goal barrier themselves, keeping everything very even here.
Oh, really nice pass. You can see every member of 2MB getting involved in that goal right there. Specifically, I believe it was Leo Leon passing up to Treddy and just barely getting past the outstretched arms, the outstretched bamboozle of the Dubu. So Drew Danger has been under a lot of pressure so far, and Yoki and Bernie Sanders having a little bit of trouble being able to consistently push that. Look at how far up Ish is playing right now, just pouring on the pressure.
Yeesh has so much room to play, and right there immediately the whole team gets involved there. The absolute combo between Juliet getting up into the Dubu's face, not allowing him to be able to do anything, comboed with the Crystal Thorns from Estelle, which just makes her an absolute menace from midfield, especially when you partner together awakenings like Mr. Propulsion or Aerials, just makes her absolutely annoying. And then you've got Kai. We've already seen enough of what Kai can do, so I feel like Kai doesn't even need an explanation.
Oh, absolutely. And interestingly, we are going to see Leo Leon pick up the built difference. So you're bigger, you're hitting even harder now, and you also have 3 players, including both goalies. I think understandably going to go with the Orb Dancer, trying to get those speed boosts. But Leo Leon has already been hitting incredibly hard, and you're now going to hit even harder. That is a quick KO to open up set number 2.
And that is the power of Built Different, especially when you have the EXP lead that Powerhouse is able to get. Just makes Leo Leon so scary, even in this second set.
Yeah, we're still early on in the game. We haven't even scaled up, and already Lilian is playing like we're in the late game, and those Flame Furies are melting down those health pools. But I will say, Drew Danger doing a pretty good job right now of dealing with this pressure, but that is until Lilian gets right into Drew's face, and was so busy trying to get away, trying to elude the Flame Fury that you didn't see Treddy just squeeze the core right above you.
This combination that is coming from 2MB is just making it very difficult for anybody to do anything. You thought maybe that the range and the ability from the Juno might be able to help out, but sometimes the blobs are just not enough. But it does look like that Powerhouse is able to get a lot of pressure, and Bernie will be sniping that one in.
Really nicely done there from Powerhouse, bringing themselves back into this one a little bit. And notably, you saw Drew Danger push up at the very start of the game, using the Tofu Fortress early to get some early aggression, force 2MB on the back foot, and they weren't quite able to recover, but that's a recovery. The smash back from Treddy going right into the piercing shot from the goal, and 2MB quickly recovers, one goal away from taking set number 2.
Absolutely. And now this is going to be a very scary moment here for Powerhouse as Bernie is getting dangerously low. Neither of them have any core flips available. 2MB have 2 core flips. Yoki and Danger now getting their core flips available. Treddy going to be using it to stall. Drew is playing very aggressive, and it seems to be working out. Yoki is going to be going for the flip. Not quite able to find anything, though.
Yeah, a little bit of a change right now. Mid-game, Bernie Sanders has opted to kind of go in and play a little bit of goalie right now, allow Drew Danger to go a little bit more aggressive, but they weren't able to really convert off of it, and now all of a sudden, both Bernie Sanders and Drew Danger were in the vicinity, but Leo Leon is a force that will not be denied.
You know, they always call Dubu the tofu wall. Leo Leon is like the spikes. There's like that impending spikes that slowly push in towards you. They are just right up in your face, making you terrified the whole time. And now we've got Orb Replicators showing up. We've got the Primetime coming out. There are so many strong awakenings in this carousel.
Incredibly strong, and yeah, why not have Leo Leon pick up the prime time? It's looking like Peak Performance might be able to move that down to the Dubu and give that Ice Skater Dubu, as I learned from K-Bot a little bit ago, a little bit of extra speed, able to get around earlier. But I mean, Zojalix, when I'm looking at this matchup, it just feels like Powerhouse just don't have the firepower. They don't really have the brawler to stand up to Leo Leon. It's just kind of able to walk up and do whatever they want most of the time.
Yeah, and to combo it as well, like normally you would think, okay, we're wanting to build a little bit more defensive, but they don't even have an Atlas to be able to help use Atlas's Resurrection to be able to help out with the threat from Leo Leon. So at this point, they really just have to hope that, well, that doesn't happen.
I mean, you can tell why these two characters are canonically teammates. The Juliet from in front and the Estelle from behind is providing so much offensive pressure to, first it was Drew Danger, but now it was Bernie Sanders. So they kind of swap back and forth on the goalie, trying to make something stick as their undefeated record in the Swiss stage is vanishing before the blink of an eye. This is looking almost effortless from 2MB right now, one goal away.
For two teams that are 3-0, 2MB have just shown up to say, hey, we are not scared of you guys at all. And they have just been playing absolutely incredibly this game. Now we've got Drew Danger is going to be getting KO'd, but they will get traded away.
Yeah, gets traded away, but there's no Dubu, no goalie on the field. Yeesh plays a little bit aggressively, is going to basically allow for that goal barrier to drop. They are taking a little bit of a gamble here, and a lot of pressure coming in from Drew, but a nice collective effort from 2MB to keep things away for now, and the fake out from Yeesh looked like you were going to try and push that core for the cross shot, go straight forward, and 2MB just speed ran their way to a 4-0 Swiss stage record.
Absolutely disgusting shot from Yeesh. Yoki was prepared, ready, threw the Blabo down to try and keep it alive, but unfortunately Yeesh was able to thread the needle oh so thinly in between the Blobbo and that wall to be able to completely finish off that sweep, allowing 2MB to have a very commanding victory. We've got the stats up here. Only one goal was scored for the side of Powerhouse. That is just a rough loss, but 2MB,
I mean, this game,
they came to play.
I mean, this game lasted like 10 minutes, basically, so Leo Leon getting 10,000 damage in that span, getting 4 KOs, getting 4 goals directly, and then 3 assists as well, doing a lot. And also Treddy, I mean, Leo Leon definitely got a lot of the credit being the one picking up those kills, but Treddy really kept up when it came to the amount of damage, scored the same amount of goals as Leo Leon did. That 1-2 punch of the Estelle and the Juliet was just overwhelming for Powerhouse. They just couldn't deal with it.
And another thing, too, like, we're mentioning all of these, but you got to talk about Yeesh in this. His teammates have 41 redirects, 53 redirects. Yeesh had 70. That Kai was so beneficial throughout the entire area of the map that you can't not mention it when you're looking at this match, because that goalie power can be so influential. That's where the difference from a Kai and a Dubu. Dubu is really a defensive, a lot harder for him to be more impactful throughout the rest of the map, but Yeesh was able to use that Kai and not just be a force to reckon with on defense, but to also act like a third forward without any fear of the puck getting past him.
So now, as we look forward into what this means for the Swiss stage moving forward, 2MB have now secured a 4-0 Swiss stage record. They are going to, at minimum, have a 4-1 record. They've put themselves in a fantastic position, even if they end up going against Trio Abusers in round 5, and maybe who knows what happens in that matchup. But they put themselves in a fantastic position to end up in that top 4, get themselves into that finals bracket. And Socialix, I think they put the rest of the tournament on notice here, because this was an experienced team. This was a very knowledgeable team that has a lot of experience playing together already, and they were just overwhelmed today.
Absolutely. So at this point, for Powerhouse Defenders, I mean, I can't just say that, like, they have a lot that they have to improve on, because honestly, we've seen what they've been able to do. They went 3-0 up until this game. So it's not that I can say to count Powerhouse Defenders out by any shape or form. But obviously, after a stomp like this, you really got to kind of think back and be like, okay, that wasn't what we wanted. Now we got to kind of think, what are our next steps here as we get ready? Because that was a rough loss. And they have to be ready for if they do come up against Trio Abusers.
Well, Powerhouse Defenders have a lot to think about and one more game in the Swiss stage to recover, but we do still have one more Swiss stage round coming after this, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be Game 5 in the Swiss. See you soon.
Welcome
Howdy,
back,
howdy.
everybody.
Oh, you said I could take it.
I
Never
thought I
mind.
said I was
Go
taking
ahead.
no.
No, go ahead.
We're off to a great start here. Welcome
All
back
right.
to Primetime Tuesdays, everybody. My name is Zojalix, and joining me now is my good co-caster here, Zephyr. How you feeling tonight?
Good. It's kind of a pleasure to be more on the upper end of the bracket this time around. Things have been kind of busy, so I'm happy to actually see some of what we usually finish off with here on our weekly prime times, at least this time around. I've heard great things, and I've gotten to watch great VODs on the Vaudable YouTube channel. But other than that, not much else.
Yeah, so speaking of the VOD channel, if you guys aren't following that right now, you should be going to Vaudable's YouTube and checking it out. There are some incredible matches from previous events that you guys definitely are going to want to go back and watch. But tonight, we have 2MB versus Trio Abusers happening here. 2MB just came off of a very, very, very dominant win against Powerhouse Defenders, but now they've got a mountain to climb as they're coming up against the reigning champions, Trio Abusers.
Right. I mean, it goes. I don't know how to express it any further than what is already known here. They are the undefeated. They are the Goliath versus our David here today. And while Leo Lion has faced off against this team before in the past, I believe quite literally just as recently as last week, things constantly change up here, especially today as we will be seeing Yeesh and Treddy joining the fray as we talk about this specific matchup. Now, I'll tell you what, they looked really, really good against Yoki and friends, but is that good enough to take down the trio?
You know, that's always such a hard thing to know because you can look so good, but so many different factors in Omega Strikers can determine what is going to come out of a great game. I mean, you've got like awakenings, maps, so many different things. Plus, you just have the consistency and synergy between Vaughn, You Already Lose, and Bells. That alone right there makes it so hard to predict how this game is going to go.
Yeah, and that is something that so many of our teams have had to deal with here. We were talking about it in the green room before I even got the opportunity to join you. It's just the fact that it feels like teams, even when they start to get their shot, I mean, they hunker down. Trio Abusers, they break away and lead through the rest, even no matter what kind of wall they find themselves up against. I am curious, though. This is probably one of the stronger rosters that we have seen potentially face out against them. But I feel like that's something I'd be saying every single week when we get into the moment here. Our Trio Abusers continue to prove me wrong. So if I were a betting man, it's definitely not the squad I would be looking to go up against.
Yeah, me too. I honestly, like, I love underdogs. So, like, if this were a moment where we throw our predictions, I would throw my prediction to 2MB just because I'm a sucker for predictions. I know. But honestly, I may be a little crazy, but at the same time, I love me a good underdog. I want to see 2MB just prove that Trio Abusers can be beaten. I want to see that happen.
I don't know if it'll be today, but I appreciate the desire. It could not get any more supportive than that. And I mean, to be honest, in my opinion, they kind of need it.
Absolutely. I'm really excited. We should be getting into game here very, very soon. Honestly, I don't even know where to even begin to talk about this game other than like going back to the player I want to shout out just because I just finished casting 2MB versus Powerhouse Defenders is Leo Leon. If I'm going to continue to give my love to 2MB, Leo Leon is such a destructive force on those balls. He played absolutely incredible as Juliet, and now we're seeing him hover it here as we get ready to get into game.
This obviously being the side of Trio Abusers right now, going for that rune ban right off the rip. And the question is, what do you even pull away from this roster? That one coming through, and it will be a target towards a Vaughn's Luna here in response.
Yeah, definitely. Seeing Vaughn play a very, very strong Luna earlier in the tournament, it makes sense to pull that away. But at the same time, Vaughn is such a crazy striker pool. It's insane.
I wouldn't even go out on a limb to say that Luna is his strongest striker, albeit even what could be shifted around through the rest of this team here. Shakar, most notably what he is known for, but the 2MB, they put up a very, very similar farce here. We've got one of our, I mean, it's not often we get the direct mirror match.
No. And I'm so excited to see this. We've got Leo Leon playing such a dominant Juliet again, but now he's got to go up against Bells, arguably the best Juliet in the entire world, as we are now here in-game.
Well, I mean, there's nothing to say about the composition, so what it will come down to is who can have more of a direct advantage of setting the pace here. Because while it may not matter immediately in this moment, when we start to talk about Carousel and those awakenings, because it is a mirror matchup, you cannot let that one stray any other way.
Absolutely. And we're seeing right away equal pressure happening on both sides as a barrier is being dropped on each side, top and bottom. So we're sitting at a diagonal. Both teams are keeping it very, very even right now. I mean, it feels like we're just watching a mirror completely, just more than just a matchup, but also just in the level of pressure.
Now, right off the bat, URLU's going to be the first one to utilize that core flip in defense. Yeesh just as quickly with the pressure implying from Bells there. Treddy with a Xeon Cloak will find that core forward, and Leo Leon with that Flame Flurry just barely misses out on the block. A beautiful glitch pop there, but it is not enough to dissuade from Treddy.
And 2MB are going to be the first ones to put themselves on the board, able to find the gap in Trio Abuser's defense to be able to put themselves on the board. That's got to feel good right away.
Well, it's something that you can count on, at least for now. For Vaughn, though, a huge chunk of damage. Bells ripping right back onto Trey to even this one up as both break on Stagger. Speed boost attributed to Leo Leon, though, here on 2MB as Bells isn't exactly able to capitalize on much of that as Vaughn does get reset.
We are going to be seeing a lot of dangerous moments come out, but I feel like there aren't going to be too many areas for KOs to happen. However, 2MB get a lot of pressure breaking down both barriers. Bells is going to be looking for the response too, but not quite able to get it. Yeesh with some beautiful goalie plays here.
Once again, lots of pressure onto Treddy and crew. Leo Leon trying to find that one in with the Fire Fist. Instead, it's Bells on the upper end who finally secures that first KO here for the Trio Abusers, and hopefully more barriers than just the one.
And that will be the second barrier. Now Bells looking for the opportunity. Yeesh with a beautiful clear down right as Treddy respawns. They're able to buy just enough time to keep themselves alive. Yeesh with a beautiful flip, but it is going to be traded away. Bells is going to be going down. So many back and forths, and Treddy will be the one to put it in.
Once again, it is Treddy here on that forward presence. It's that reset that comes through, especially after that KO. It's the thing you have to be the most wary about in any kind of striker battle. None of the cooldowns were available for Trio Abusers, and they felt the punishment here. And now they need to find their success. One goal will do them in here, and you do not want to be going into this carousel in the back foot.
Absolutely. The first carousel, I feel like can be so influential, and now we're seeing, again, equal pressure here happening. In terms of energy, though, Vaughn is the one who's going to be closest to getting to that core flip, but Trio Abusers' barriers are broken again.
Sentry Firewall, not quite in the best of positions there, but still it does delay what could be goal pressure. Bells finally finding that last barrier and looking to stuff this one in. It's just a little too far back. Another Firewall Sentry, keeping that one hopefully away from Treddy this time around. I like the defensive move there from URLU's. Keep this one forward.
Vaughn does have his core flip available. We'll see if he's going to be able to utilize it. Leo Leon is right behind. He's going to be throwing it out there. Vaughn not able to find anything on the core flip, but Leo Leon will put it through in the corner with an incredible shot to give 2MB that first set victory.
Now, I'll be honest. This is not the first time that we have seen Trio Abusers drop a set here. They are not infallible. But it is a question mark regarding the extent of what this series will behold. Everyone on 2MB is going to have that upper advantage for first pick when it comes at least to these awakenings.
And that was such a dominant victory from 2MB as well. We're seeing the Dead Eye being the favored pick here for the IMEs, and then we've got Tempo Swing. I have a feeling, though, that this heavy impact that is going on the side of Trio Abusers, Bells is going to make a lot of good work with that. So, honestly, this one is so back and forth, but I think, believe it or not, Trio Abusers, I believe, might have gotten the better end of this deal.
It depends. Obviously, what could be set up there, we'll have to wait and see. It does require Bells to find that pressure, and it has been something that has been at least punished in terms of the pacing from 2MB, not really allowing him to get the full resets off that stagger. For now, though, one barrier for one. Vaughn to deliver another here. Broken on the stagger. And, ooh, barely do we miss out on a KO. Forced to go elusive.
And Treddy is going to be able to utilize that pressure to be able to put one more, and that will be Vaughn going down, but Treddy is very low. Bell's going to be putting it up in the corner, and that will be Trio Abusers able to answer back despite being a man down.
Now, right there, lots of investment from Leo Leon and Treddy, especially to secure that KO. That was something that Bells noticed, took advantage of to play that one as forward as possible. And we both know that Flame Flurry, when you come in there with that to send that rock in, it is basically nigh impossible. Love the double core flip, but I love Leo Leon being there to back our friend up here.
That pressure from 2MB there was disgusting. They didn't let anything through, but now both of the Drakars are very low. Leo Leon is going to be the one to look for it, not quite able to get it, as Treddy will be the one to go down, and now the pressure is on 2MB.
Already there with one quick response. It is going to be a bit of a waste on that core flip from Bells, but he makes up for it. He still slams it in when it officially counts here. And just as quick as we see 2MB put a setup on Trio Abusers, they're one goal away from returning.
I don't even have words for just how back and forth this is already being. This is starting out to be such an incredible match here. Maybe we'll see, hopefully, Trio Abusers pull something out to make this not a sweep. Would love to see something, as now Vaughn gets a lot of pressure, but is broken. So it's looking a little scary for him. Pressure is now on the side of Trio Abusers.
Tried to expend what was that glitch pop there, especially to crack that one out and away, and it is going to be utilized again, but that step forward from the goalie is something that Bells immediately takes advantage of.
Bells saw it, and Yeesh unfortunately fell victim to Bells' Juliet, and that is going to secure Trio Abusers taking a 3-0, and now they are the ones to be able to get advantage on this carousel, and they've got Primetime and Stacks on Stacks available.
Yeah, that Stacks on Stacks may find its way over. I am looking at that glass cannon, though, just in a little bit of its sum. Notably, Hot Shot, though, will be picked up by Drakar here. That new Awakening. Fire up, something that could potentially allow for the safety of 2MB to come alive here. But one thing is to take note of. Lot of power and pressure here once again picked up from Trio Abusers alone within this Awakening, between damage and delivering what could be some devastating KO.
And we've already been seeing how Bells has been able to utilize a lot of KOs in this. And so now to even have more pressure with being able to punch twice. Oh my gosh, Bells. And that's going to be Yeesh going down again. Ouch.
You literally give them an inch and they will take it for miles here. Bells with that immediate delivery on Yeesh. Forward pressure allowing Vaughn to step up. Bounce that one in. Easy as they come, easy as they go. Both double sentry down, but nothing really expended in the long run. Meanwhile, look at this. Leo Leon, yes, core flip available. Great block from Vaughn, though.
Yeah, that was good pressure, good block. Now we're kind of back into the reset, though. Bells with some incredible patience to be able to kind of fake out where he was going to be going with that one to then secure that first barrier. Treddy is going to be looking low. Yeesh is going to be low as well. This is going to be a very scary position, as that's going to be one down on both sides.
Now, notably, Bells there does try to assume, at least with the core flip, that pressure, but that knockback sets it up for a perfect delivery in terms of that second KO. That elusive will pay the price in terms of the barrier. Why not throw another KO into the mix? A quick pass up to Vaughn in the second goal of our second set.
And now the KO pressure has been unlocked by Trio Abusers. 3 KOs to secure that point, and they are in a very, very prime setup to take this third set. 2MB not quite able to stay alive in this one.
Ooh, Yeesh just barely able to bounce that one back before we could have potentially had Bell stepping into it. But even with that said, Leo Leon is the direct face of punishment without barriers being found here. And you can see Bells doesn't even worry about it, letting URA loose and Vaughn catch this one off. It's a firing fist from the other side of the barrier to keep laying it in.
This is a very, very scary back and forth for Leo Leon. Bells is looking for that Juliet, but now as the pressure gets on, Bells with a quick rotation back onto the goal. And we're seeing a trade again, 1 barrier apiece, as now Treddy looking to bring some pressure in. Leo Leon is being unable to do anything, though, as it seems like the entirety of Trio Abusers are preventing him from being effective. Another trade of KOs here.
Now, double KO for double KO here, but I will say it is objectively better with that Juliet. But Yeesh filling in that gap, stepping up to retain as that additional forward here, puts them in a great spot. Barely does that core flip miss out, as once again, it is 2MB in that driver's seat. But with both sides open, it could be anyone's game.
Honestly, it's so back and forth. A lot of core flips were expended, as well as the turret for You Already Lose is down, but Bells is putting out a lot of pressure. Vaughn is going to try and sneak it in, but Bells will be able to put it in the corner and put them now onto match point.
Now notice that level difference between Leo Leon and Bells. It is guaranteed that Bells finds first pick as we walk into this one. And look at that. Built different right away in a perfect position. Some other good ones there. Peak performance also available. Curious if you'll see anyone pick up that Egoist.
Yeah,
there we go.
There it is. And now with missile propulsion also being up, I would be shocked to see, I was about to say I'd be shocked to see that not get picked up there, as that is going to be a very favorable pick for Vaughn, because now that makes the Jakar even more annoying from range, which is like his biggest weak point, but now he's got it available for him.
Now, notably, Leo Leon was picking up the next new energy item there, so this should allow for a lot of extra safety and pressure with the core flips. But does that matter when the rest of your team is just absolutely getting slaughtered? Bells here, double berries, a flame flurry, and yes, another goal!
Wow, trio abusers. I mean, we talked about them being on another level, but this is just absolutely insane. They're able to just run right into the face of 2MB and prevent them from doing anything after that first set.
Now right here, double firewall sentry to find its pressure will enable just the one barrier here, but it is only Treddy. Notice Leo Leon really playing that midfield line, and I think that is something that really spells a difference between these two teams, even though it's a mere matchup here. Good core flips available, both barriers both down. Leo looks for response.
Oh, that beautiful glitch pop from You Already Lose to prevent that from going in. Now we've got core flip on the side of Yeesh, and we've got You Already Lose with his core flip. It's going to be popping, putting it into the corner, but it will not find anything. Yeesh misses it, and trio abusers are now set up to win this one and to secure that first seed going into semifinals.
Mind you, this is just round 5 of the Swiss bracket. We still have a potential opportunity for so many of these teams to climb up back into it as we talk about our play-ins as well as semis and finals here. Whatever it may be, you can hear it from my own voice. We're almost setting this one up as it already could be set in stone.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for 2MB to bring this one back, as trio abusers just have so much pressure and they're just not able to find the kills. What was that?
That's just not allowed. You just don't, I don't know what you do. It leaves me speechless every time I get the opportunity to see someone like Bells deliver like that. A double KO into the final goal here. Obviously, your MVP, and of course, your winner, undefeated, at least in our Swiss.
Oh my gosh, trio abusers just not letting anything through and just deciding, hey, we're just going to shove it back into your face. Bells, 11 KOs in this game. That is, this was 4 sets. It wasn't even like it was like that long or drawn out of a game, and Bell still decided, hey, I'm just gonna kill everyone. And, you know, they can't beat us if they aren't playing the game.
I'll tell you what, lots of great presence from everyone on the board. I will say Bells is a shining light that makes the rest of everyone here look like shadows, but I'm telling you, in any other situation, dominant, just not when you're matching up against these 3.
Yeah, seriously, as much as I was rooting for the underdog, I genuinely cannot think of a team of 3 that has just even been able to come close to the synergy and the strength of trio abusers right now. They are just so dominant. You Already Lose, 52 saves, absolutely dominant from the goal line. Vaughn, able to help set up 4 assists for Bells to help Bells be just that dominant boulder that they are. This team is just disgusting.
I mean, it is as true as you make it sound here. And to be honest, I asked chat, we talk about this specific roster, we're looking towards things like official pro leagues and bigger tournaments here. Is there really anyone who could come close here? I mean, it makes me excited, especially as we make our way towards events like that.
I would love to see it. I want to see something. And one of the things that's just so exciting about Omega Strikers is that it's so young and there's so many opportunities for teams to be able to come out. But now in a game this early, we already have, I relate it back to being a League of Legends person. We have our early day TSM roster where they're showing up as being that dominant roster. And we've already got a dynasty, a story to be told here in the first few months of this game's release.
Well, with all that being said, stories to be told and still ones that remain here on Primetime tonight. When we come back from our break, we'll start making our way, our march through towards finals as our Swiss has officially come to its end.
Welcome back, everybody, to next match in Primetime Tuesdays. My name is Alex or Zojulix, and I'm joined once again with Zephyr. We just came back from an absolute stomp from Trio Abusers versus 2MB, and now we are getting ready to break the ties as we move into the final section of tonight's West bracket tournament. I can never remember. East bracket. Thank you. And
Trust me.
Got Oshi no Core Flip versus August 12th. Zephyr, how are we feeling about tonight's match?
All right, well, before I get into that, I do want to catch everyone up just so they know, if you haven't been following Start GG, or you're looking at this maybe potentially in the future here. Our top 6 teams that move on are Lakeland University at 3-1, August 12th, and Oshi no Core Flip 2MB in Gamers Unite. All 4-1 here, and then Trio Abusers, the only undefeated roster. Now, right now, they are organized by their seeding, so we will see the tiebreakers between Oshi no Core Flip in August 12th, as you see here, as well as 2MB and Lakeland University. So, for you to answer your question, Oshi no Core Flip versus August 12th here, personally, I am leaning towards August 12th between Mystic and Liari in previous experiences that we have seen here within Primetime, and today, only losing 1 match to Trio Abusers themselves. They seem primed and ready to potentially take this one.
Yeah, they do, and it's always interesting when we get into tie-breaking matches because we've got I believe it was Oshi no Core Flip dropped their game to Powerhouse Defenders, as we saw they took a very, very commanding loss against 2MB, which then followed with a commanding loss to Trio Abusers. So it's always, it's so interesting to, like, I see what you're doing there, putting in a little mathematics there to kind of predict this one. But at the same time, they're still tied. You never know. I don't know. Maybe this is just the underdog lover in me. I always have it. I want to see just a crazy interesting match. So I never know.
Hey, I think you are on fair grounds this time around between both Oshi no Core Flip and August 12th. Both of these rosters, like you said, have respectively made quite the leap here. And yes, albeit it is Powerhouse Defenders that does find the best of Oshi no Core Flip, they still have come through atop of the rest of some of these major lives when we talk about the 31 teams that have joined us here today.
Yes, absolutely. It's been so cool to see so many teams being able to take part in this, and now seeing the best of the best coming out here. We just watched the first 2 seeds play, Trio Abusers and 2MB, and now we got to break those ties to figure out how this tournament is going to end. So we are now here jumping into game. We've got Oshi no Core Flip on the blue side and August 12th on the red. Do you think these hovers mean anything?
I think the Juliet band means something. I think that's clear as day here. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the Rasmus goalie. It has been something that, albeit a little bit more of a skill season pickup, is definitely one that has existed, especially in the past year. Liari, albeit a friend of Juno and many, opting for more of that forward Asher potential.
Absolutely. Especially with the ban of Juliet coming out, now the forward pressure then comes from the Asher or a potential X pick, but we aren't seeing X showing up here at all. Instead, we are seeing a strong, close to mirror. Instead, we've got Mega playing on the Rasmus for the goalie, and then we've got Merchant on the Vice. Be interesting to see kind of how this 2 differentials, whether or not it makes too much of a difference. And as we now get into Atlas's lab, a very, very wild map.
Notably, this time around, I do want to point out that we are going to be seeing the IME forward. So if you were watching last time around where we had that mirror matchup in terms of those 2 strikers, it's definitely going to be a lot more aggressive, playing off of the major damage potential.
Wow, with Oshi no Core Flip taking immediate advantage, just absolutely shoving the core through 2 barriers and a goalie to get their first point very, very early on.
Well, right off the bat there, you can see how, of course, when it comes to the Asher, the core can be delivered. Still waiting on Liari to maybe do the same here. Notably, it was the mistake of not finding that special early, but this time around, didn't even need it. Leave it up to the Firewall Sentry.
And once again, we've seen it just as fast as the first point happened, the speed of the second point happened. Asher is so dangerous with those, as she can just shove the core in your face, and no matter how hard you try, she's put up a wall, and there's nothing else you can do.
Now, obviously, we are seeing some slight size differentials with those sentries, and August 12th will take the brunt of damage in the process. Mary Meg stepping up at the pass splitter this time around, not quite landing. Still, though, 6 seconds, 5 on the board here until we get Asher back into it, and it's a perfect pass play from Kashi to find goal.
And that was just some good, clean Omega Strikers playing off of each other, passing it back and forth. Mystic being very low in that exchange, kind of finding a hard point and being able to get in there, not quite able to get through, as Oshinor Core Flip are putting themselves on a set point, and in this point, they seem to be doing a pretty good job.
This time around here, see if they get set up with good gold barriers. I like the fact that they keep the pressure line forward, but there was never really a way for Liari to get out of that situation. Megaverse is doing a great job keeping core out here and delaying Mystic to do the same. Black Hole with the bounce pass back, and it is just barely that death touch that finds Barry in return. Merchant with good core flips to stop the process on the opposite angle.
That core flip coming in very huge here now, but we do have Merchant special coming out. We do have the core flip for Miriam available, but they are looking dangerously low, so it is going to be a little scary as, running into the center, Liari is going to be taking out Mystic. That team KO is not really what you want to see. Miriam putting them in a very good position here, delaying, but the double KO. Mega running up, getting aggressive, and it seems to be buying enough time.
Hey, if you've got to make it happen, deliver where it counts. Megaverse keeping this game going just as a single individual forward here. Now Liari and Mystic back into it, looking for pass plays. It's a pop back with that glitch pop that sets this one up for that firewall sentry to find barrier down here. Pop up pass, and Liari hits it in.
That glitch pop to send the core up to Liari was just a beautiful play that we absolutely love to see here from August 12th to put themselves into a very good spot here. Now, next point is going to make a lot of effort on the carousel here.
Absolutely. Right off the bat, it is barrier for barrier, but arguably this could be making it easier. Liari just barely missing out, but Mira already set up, poised and in position, not just for barriers, but for KOs as well. We see this one's time and time again. A beautiful death touch, but it's a perfect rush forward from Kashi to secure set one.
And I don't even know what else to say. That was just good, clean play. Megaverse doing everything that he could to try and keep it alive. But if you're down a player, that pressure is going to come on hard and fast. And there is nothing that you can do to be able to defend. Now, something of interest in this carousel. Fire Up being the unlimited, as well as Egoist being out in this.
Yeah, definitely has been one of the more dominant pickups here.
Oh my
Things
God.
like that hot shot, heavy impact, everything are all but away. And to be honest, I feel like it feeds into itself here. Given the fact that you're going to have additional energy, you don't want to be left behind, right? So I guess everyone is fired up as we make our way into set two.
And the extra energy is going to be absolutely huge. Plus, with the speed that the energy gives you, it's going to only make for a more and more explosive game, as we've got Oshinor Core Flip immediately on the offensive. They're going to be dropping the first barrier here. And August 12th looking for a response, not quite able to find it, as Mystic will be eliminated.
Taken out here, now in the position, hopefully to find one as well. I like the trifecta, though, in terms of defense, and Megaverse has no choice but to send that one back. Finally, it is another additional KO here from that glitch pop. Mystic still looking, albeit just really buying time. A core flip and bounce back in. Meg slamming it in.
The coordination there, even though Megaverse had an incredible save there, Meg was ready on that follow-up to just push that core right through, and following through in the exact way that you would want to see happen from your teammate. Immediate core flip happening here.
Now, a little bit of some extra action from the speed of our core does find both of these in response to the barriers. Beautiful blocking play from Megaverse there to make sure that he keeps this one up and alive, but that Supernova just as dangerous. Still, though, really waiting for at least August 12th to maybe get into that driver's seat. Core flip for core flip, Megaverse to block out, but still, there we go. That's the opening they've needed.
And now it's going to be looking very close, but the pressure is going to be coming back as Mirameg is going to be looking to turn it around. But Kashikoma is there, following up the barrier, still holding on as Liari is going to be looking for the possible play opportunity. Core flip comes out up into the corner, and that will give August 12th a point.
Now, I respect Merchant and Kashi there. They understood what could be dangerous about that situation, especially with Core Flip available, and albeit they tried their best to dissuade with Stagger and find that KO, Liari stemmed that one out, played for the long term.
Absolutely, and now we're seeing a lot of pressure here again on this first point in the favor of Oshino. Core flip, Megaverse looking to relieve some of that pressure. He's going to be playing up now as Mystic is going to be forced back with the low stagger. That's going to be both barriers. This could be an opportunity for August 12th. Liari pushes it through, but it will be cleared out.
And with Megaverse stepping up there to maybe get to catch back on that core, he actually trades quite a hefty loss in terms of the entirety of those barriers. Once again, Liari looking for a push-through play just to sustain, but they are losing members. They are hemorrhaging, and they're missing goals.
And unfortunately, a core flip comes out to secure that one. Core flip plus the elimination, not allowing Mystic in that play, as that is going to give Oshino core flip a beautiful point here. It's looking like they're going to be kind of swapping some things out. Maybe Megaverse playing a little bit more aggressive. Oh, looks like I was wrong on that one.
No, not really sustained in any way here. Liari taking that damage is something that forces it, and the core flips are utilized, though, to find good barriers. So starting to rotate that energy potential out just to get them back into it, especially while they have those minor advantages. But it is charging up. Merchant with one core flip available.
And Liari with a beautiful flip down into the corner. Merchant not quite able to block it out as August 12th will get their second point. We are now in another 5-point set.
Keeping it close as nails here. Merchant to set this one up early with that Supernova, securing one. Good pass play from Kashi. Reminder, still having that core flip available, but some misplays from Merchant set that one up for both barriers. Reminder, though, still on this goalie, having that flip available is so impactful here, especially when you don't have to directly use it. Finally coming out there.
Oh, and Liari, beautiful shot into the corner. Sneaks it by both Merchant and Kashikoma. That was a beautiful core flip, biding their time to then put it down into the corner. And we are going to be tying this series up.
Now, for August 12th, for our mirror matchup on our Ford Ashers, it is going to be first pick for them here. Built different Catalyst if you want to keep that energy going, and well, there you go. Both picked up right off of the bat there. Here's what we'll see out of the IME, especially with, I was about to say, Deadeye Missile Propulsion. Guaranteed.
I'm surprised that Merchant wouldn't go for the missile propulsion, as that would allow them to be a lot more influential from the back end. I like the pick for it from Mystic, though, as he has been getting bullied in this game. And for him to be able to have those longer range glitch pops will hopefully be able to allow him to be a lot more influential without having to risk getting killed.
Now, notably, Liari now with some of that extra forward pressure here. Ari starting to set this one up. I love the death touch pass play there, and it is into the face of a great KO. Now, August 12th, up in the 2-3 for the players. All they have to do is, well, I guess, walk it right past an elusive Kashi.
And that's where elusive is great but terrible all at the same time, because if you get a little nervous, unfortunately that can be what is going to seal your fate. Megaverse now already having a core flip available. Liari is going to be trading one as well. Uses it to be a little bit more defensive as a barrier goes down on both sides.
Like that, an orb stolen away into the elusive there, sets that one up for the path splitter, and this guarantees the barrier, but it will come at the cost of Liari in herself here. And we've seen this time and time again. You have noticed how Oshi can take advantage of these situations. They need to delay, and it is the black hole that optimally provides this, but Mystic pays just as much in the meanwhile.
And Merchant actually was looking for an opportunity to move up. Megaverse now the only one with the core flip, goes for the death touch, passing play, not quite able to see anything. Mystic is getting bounced around here, but they do stay alive as August 12th is going to be winning out that core flip, but it will be stuffed. And Oshino core flip put that one in.
Hey, I respect Megaverse for trying there, knowing you have that subtle advantage with that core flip available to stem that one out, but Mystic never really could quite get back healed up, and in terms of presence on that backline, that's just not your goalie.
No, definitely, for sure. Liare now using the core flip to clear it away from that turret, and will actually possibly, is able to secure 2 barriers. Mystic and a core flip up into the corner, and we're seeing a very explosive point here. The core is absolutely everywhere. Megaverse getting very close to getting the core flip of their own.
Beautiful firewall sentry there. Will be bested, though, by a core flip on the opposite end. Megaverse just as quick, though, to keep this one without any barriers dropped here. So much energy expended. It will come at the cost of, once again, KO's been finally what they need. A sentry with the stop, and I cannot believe that one did not fall there.
I don't know how that barrier didn't go down. Megaverse is just being an incredible wall here. A beautiful glitch pop from Mystic here, but it is going to be looking a little scary for him. The turret will be dropped. Nice death touch pass there. Is going to be sneaking right up into the corner. Merchant has the core flip, the only core flip on the map right now. Let's see if they're going to be looking to make a play with it. The barrier will finally go down. The Supernova sends it into the corner, but it will not be seeing anything here.
Mind you, Merchant, of course, like you said with that flip, always a defensive tool, and you need to see energy in response sometime soon. An elusive Liari doesn't bode well here. Is now Meg having it up as well is such a danger.
And a beautiful flip. And honestly, it's so hard when that core flip is right in your face to be able to figure out how to time it and keep yourself alive here.
You essentially need to have some form of blocking ability, especially in those kinds of moments. Now, notably, it is going to be heavy damage taken by Oshi here, but they're fine with that. They want to make sure that they can expend the energy while they can. Merchant stepping forward there does try to get flips off, but it doesn't quite land it. Still, though, 2v2, it's a fantastic response from Kashi that does even things out while they wait.
Now we'll see here as Mega is going to be having the pressure put on, as Mirameg is going to be back in here. That center area looking a little scary there. Liari with a beautiful response, keeping the pressure at least somewhat alleviated from their goalie there. Is there still a barrier up for Oshino? Core flip, and that is a beautiful flip from Megaverse, but the one from Meg is going to be the one to seal the deal down in the corner.
And here's the thing, for Oshino core flip, especially coming into this match, especially as there's only one set that separates them from semifinals, they've done a great job of volleying the pressure here. What is effective by just one alone, say Mirameg, right, is not enough for you to tussle with. You come through on the opposite side. Merchant with the expenditure dashing onto the other end of the field and then back to the goal. I mean, it's always too much to deal with.
Absolutely. And no matter how good of a goalie you are, that just when it's up in your face, there's nothing more you can do. Now, onto this carousel. We've got Primetime. We've got Big Fish. Aerials is not going to be taken, which kind of surprises me. But at the same time, that Rapid Fire is going to allow for that primary to be more available for Megaverse.
Now, for me, it's the Big Fish in the bulk up here for August 12th here. We've seen them have lots of problems with the KO prowess in terms of just getting stagger up. That could be super beneficial for just giving them the raw time that they need. But look at the core flip. Look at the energy. Look at how much you can simply expend here by just stepping forward. It requires all three members of August to step into play just to defend.
Now, one thing that I have definitely been noticing as we separate some of the good players from the great ones is the ability to keep that core flip up and have it be usable. If you pay attention to a solo queue game from those more middle elos versus the higher elos, the core flip happens so much more, and you can see how that becomes useful as Megaverse passes it over to Liari with the core flip to put it in.
Now, see, this is the one weakness I will bring up for Oshino core flip. They do invest super heavily into these breakout intros to most of their sets here, but you could start to see how the punishing level of their stagger is something that is beginning to bite back. You have to worry about the numbers disadvantage, even if you're almost all completely Omega.
And Liari has no fear, though. They're jumping right into the face of Oshino core flip, and more core flips coming out. They're able to just run in, shove the core right into a barrier, and put August 12th in a beautiful position to start their point.
Still, though, even on the board here, Liari with that final core with the trade on the Merchant actually successfully sustains this one off of the bounce back here. Nice pass up for the death touch into once more, but a shockwave and all the kinds of abilities you could imagine set this one to stop. Notably, it's that Thunder Strike that really delays.
And Megaverse playing very beautifully here. The whole team, as August 12th does have a one final core flip comboed with the Sentry Turret.
Damn.
There's not much more you can do to defend on that one.
That's about the quickest volley I've ever seen. Literally ping-ponging back and forth there in the blink of an eye. Even though Merchant pays the price, goes out off of that KO, credit where it's due. That was immaculate.
That was very, very beautiful from August 12th. They're playing a very dominant here, looking to bring this into a set 5, but that is going to be 2 barriers going down in favor of Oshino core flip. More just aggression. Oh, and a beautiful stuff from Mystic.
Try as they might here, the pressure isn't quite sticking the same way. Still though, Meg with a good flip potential is blocked out by Mystic, even without utilizing the energy in store, and you had it! You had it!
Oh, man. That was a crazy point, the crazy saves, but the lack of core flip being used, I think, is what gave Oshino core flip that goal there.
I feel like you have to be respectful of the goalie to a certain degree here. Due to the pressure from Oshino, you see so much of August group up to get into these defenses, and that can be a little bit more difficult at times. For now, though, double KOs, 1v3. You have to send this one in. You have to send us to set 5.
And now we are finally able to see a set 5 come out here as August 12th put that one in. And one of the things that makes a third point so scary is you have no thought of, hey, maybe I want to save my core flip for a possible next point. It's, hey, if I don't make this shot, well, if I don't core flip, then I have a higher chance of keeping this point alive. Whereas if I can just shove it in there, that brings us to the next set when the energy is reset anyways.
Monumental is still up here. Make sure you take that one, especially for the benefit of August 12th. I want to make mention of that twin drive. It's something that you do see passed over, usually to most of these goalies, to give them that extra oomph in terms of their delay. Meg, though, not really getting the best in terms of the last carousel here as things finally even up.
And now we're seeing pressure being put onto Oshino core flip right away as both barriers are going to be going down. Liari is in a dangerous position to... If you are Oshino core flip, beautiful defense here. Liari going to be looking to get that core flip, possibly putting it in, and he will.
I'll tell you what, for Liari there, I mean, excellent in the delivery, but it really comes back to the opposite end. I think Megaverse delaying, good death touch, playing back for the pass forward there, could have gone so much worse for wear had that not come through. Now remember, lots of energy sustained here, so much utilized. Liari going to be missing out on that one, and all these pass plays will secure at least these singular barriers on both sides as we see Kashi miss another as well. I mean, it's moving too fast for them to keep up with.
And seriously, they are making this core go so fast. That is just, I mean, I don't even know how to word what has been happening right now. It's so hard to follow, and just the core moves so fast.
Well, I'll tell you what, earlier into this match, we had our worries about August 12th here, but especially as they've had some great carousels, and most notably, they've caught up in terms of Omega level. You can clearly see how dangerous they have become here. It's up to Oshino core flip, 3 goals in a row. Can they reverse sweep?
This is going to be this is the opportunity to do it. Megaverse looking for the core flip. He's going to be able to get it out. Mystic has theirs available as well. And this is so much pressure, though, as both barriers go down on August 12th side. Liari in a dangerous position, but she will be able to possibly get it in. Not quite. The death touch.
Oh! Just barely missing the death touch there. That's going to bite. I mean, it always feels bad when it comes down to a single ability delaying there. But, I mean, think about the pressure they put down on Liari. So much stagger missing. You never really even had 3 players to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And now there's so many core flips available on the side of Oshino core flip. They have an opportunity here. They are able to get both barriers. Mystic trying to push this one out. They're so grouped up. This is so crazy to see. Normally I see teams so spread out, but in this game, they are just so Oh my gosh!
And that's the problem, especially once those barriers come down. The threat of the forward Asher, especially directly in the face of the goal, is almost inevitable in terms of picking this one up here. The final goal to settle it all here right off the bat. We're losing goal barriers upon goal barriers for August 12th.
And there are 2 core flips available, but unfortunately there's some miscommunication as that will be Meg right there capitalizing off of the misplay, and Oshi no core flip will bring this one back and deny August 12th from winning this one.
Literally last second here in terms of setting themselves up a reverse sweep in the face of the 5th and final set here. And to be honest, I was ready to write this one home a little bit earlier on for Oshino Core Flip, especially as they led in terms of set standings. But props where it is due. August 12th, we're just as cool. But the sad truth is, there's only one team that moves forward.
Oh my goodness, Liari, she has 11 goals, the only one to score for August 12th. So brutally aggressive. This was one of, it was such an explosive game. As the moment the core got onto one side or the other, the players just basically dogpiled all over it. And it reminded it. I don't even know how to describe how chaotic it was. You just had no idea who was going to be the one to come out on top on those.
I will be honest here. I think the true factor that really sends this one home is that Vice pickup as your goalie here. Look at the damage differential, and I know Megaverse had an excellent playstyle on and through that Rasmus, but at the end of the day, so much of that pressure applied to Liari and Mystic while on top of Meg and Kashi was also because of Merchant being able to extend from that goal, constantly put down the stagger where it counted, and put them in really dire situations where a lot of the time we either saw them playing as a duo or less, or without the stagger to really be stepping forward in more aggressive tempo.
Absolutely. And with the combination with Twin Drive going over to Merchant as well as the eject button, Merchant could be everywhere and it did not matter. They were there ready to assist in any capacity, as well as they're able to just blip right back and be right in front of the goal.
Well, with that being said, an excellent start here to our quarterfinals. Well, congratulations once again to Oshino Core Flip. I wasn't setting them up in the best light, especially walking into the face of all of our teams that made it through to our final bracket. But at the end of the day, a win is a win, albeit we know what waits for you at the end.
Absolutely. And now we're seeing the dominance from so many teams come out, and now the time is now to prove people wrong, to show that Trio Abusers is beatable. I'm still rooting for it. I don't care. I will be a diehard rooting for it. Not that I don't like Trio Abusers, but I love to see a champion go down. And so I want to see somebody be the one to do it here tonight.
I'll tell you what, you're going to be doing a lot of seeing here. That is all for Alex and I. When we come back, we'll be bringing you those semifinals as we introduce Dividing once again, and the namesake himself, Vaudable.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Vaudible's Primetime Tuesdays. I am Vaudible, and we got Dividing back here in the booth for the semifinals that we have with Gamers Unite and 2MB. So we're trying to make sure the code's going properly, so you'll be seeing me looking around and making sure things are working in the background. The West bracket just started recently, too, so that first round of Swiss is getting it finished as well. But Dividing, how have you been liking the competition so far today?
This competition has actually been really fun to watch. I think we've been seeing a lot of teams really rising through the ranks. A lot of, it's been really interesting to see these Primetime Tuesdays because we see this pool of players that a lot of times ends up playing with a group of three that we've never actually seen before. Or at least I've never actually seen before. Yeah. Watching a teams like we have today, for the semifinal between Gamers Unite and 2MB, who players that I know, players that I have seen play in these events before, but not necessarily in these specific groups of three. And it has clearly worked out, at least so far, at least a top 4 finish.
Well, we'll see how both of these two teams do here. I believe they are the number 2 and number 3, or the 3 and 4 seeds, respectfully. So Gamers Unite number 3, 2MB number 4 there. And they came from the bracket. 2MB were 4th with a 3-1 record, I believe, looking at it here. And then the other side, or 4-1, excuse me. And then 2MB were 5-1, so they did pretty decent after getting that victory. So both these teams pretty evenly matched. Could have seen them on either side of the brackets. It just came down to some tiebreakers, strength of schedule, things of that sort. But Leo Leon, you expect him to be the striker, picking up the Juliet. Yeah. That is the staple. Drakkar for Treddy. They're going to be that midfielder. And then a Dubu hovered for Yeesh. I like to see it. Dubu goalie is always a fun one, but it's probably not going to actually be it. You see the Kai coming out instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interestingly, we see Kai. Yeah, it's going to be Kai goalie, which means we're going to be seeing Lumos go back to that Amy kind of midfielder situation that we've seen a couple of times throughout the tournament. Amy has kind of been flexed around throughout the day as being either a goalie or being that midfielder. But as we head on tonight, we have that speed boost coming on in the center, it'll definitely allow Snake and Leoleon to just start rolling throughout the field and start just being super aggressive against the goalies.
That it will, and I'm interested to see what the opening awakenings are so that we can know why they might have gone for these comps, why they might have gone for the bans that we saw as well. And Lumos picking up the IME for the side of Gamers Unite is pretty interesting to see too, because I think we had the side switched before and now it's another direction. We'll fix that on our end in just a bit, but still Yeesh with the Dubu, Treddy with the Drakkar, and Leoleon looking to do what they can here too.
Yeah, Slop is in a little bit of danger here, being the first one with the open goal, but nicely done from Lumos to be able to open up that second goal barrier. Now you have to do what you can to get rid of this attack. A nice core flip from Slop to counter the core flip is going to put the pressure back onto Yeesh, who uses all of the Dubu cooldowns, and Snake just rushes in, gets past it. First goal of the set goes the way of 2MB.
Technically, it's Gamers Unite. We have the overlay messed up here for a sec, so sorry about that. We'll get it fixed as quickly as we can. There we go. Thank you, lovely producer Kaz. But the first goal barrier does go down. The core flip denied by Yeesh, who's doing pretty well on this Dubu. And we talked about that Dubu hover. We did have the side switch for a second, so I do like seeing the Dubu come out. They seem to be on skates, so I'm assuming that's Glass Cannon or one of the other abilities that our Awakenings are able to be chosen at the beginning are there for them to use. So we'll see after the next goal what that Awakening might be. But KO's going off the side. Lumo's going to be denied. And we do see Yeesh waste their core flip a little bit early.
Yeah, so now Yeesh has got to be very careful about when you use that Bamboozle, when you use that Tofu Fortress. But Slop is under so much pressure from Treddy and Leoleon, and there's only so many times you can save it in a row before you just don't have that strike off cooldown. So 1-1 now between the two squads. A really nice aggressive attack from the strikers of 2MB.
Great attack so far between these teams. Leoleon with the core flip as well to get both goal barriers down for free. you see happen a lot of times on Night Market. If you hit that sweet spot in the center of both gold barriers, as you can see, the little triangle, then you're able to get both of them down. And the turrets from Lumos helping a little bit, but not doing too much work. Snake doing a lot of work, but could not get that second gold barrier. They desperately needed it, and Yeesh somehow keeps it away.
Yeah, Lumos under a lot of pressure immediately has to kind of back up with the stagger, and Leoleon might be searching for that knockup, but no, seems to be very preoccupied with Snake, who has that core flip available and is zooming around the map, is doing a really great job right now of making sure you pick up those mid speed boosts. Turret used from Lumos put pressure onto that one remaining goal barrier on the field, but Yeesh plays forward and is going to capitalize on it. A risky strategy from Yeesh leaving the goal, but it works out.
Great work being done so far by the side of 2MB to get the lead on their end, but they need more than just that one goal. They need one further to get these openings set into their favor, and they do get that opening goal barrier. Great summer assault from Yeesh, but they can't save the second barrier from Snake, who is looking pretty dangerous. Pretty solid, you could say, if you're a fan of Metal Gear Solid. But there goes down that last goal barrier, and now it's a wide open opportunity. The turret's going to help a bit, but the Tofu Fortress did deny some access.
Indeed it did. Yeesh is actually under a lot of pressure from Snake, and as you were trying to go elusive to avoid those the flaming fury, Yeesh just gets destroyed, and that is what the Juliet can do. It's so good at just being able to distract the goalie, get up into their face, and make them lose sight of the core for just a second.
Still 2-2 between these two teams. Less than 14 seconds already into this goal-scoring opportunity, and a goal barrier down a piece. Still looks in the favor of Gamers Unite, who are looking pretty solid so far, and they've had some solid rosters for .slop throughout all these Primetime Tuesdays, typically making it into the top four, so they're looking to make a run back into those finals, but Treddy trying to make a case for 2MB to be there instead, and Leoleon, he's also been trying out a bunch of different rosters, and this looks like to be the best one so far.
Yeah, Leoleon has always been known for being a very prolific brawler player himself, but has been kind of going around throughout a bunch of different types of teams, a bunch of different players. This might be the three that you want to go with, though, because Treddy and Yeesh are doing a great job of being able to set Leoleon up for success. 2MB take set number 1. And let's see what we have here for, first of all, Yeesh on here. What are you going to choose for your awakening? You go for the specialized training.
Okay, yeah, that's going to help a little bit with that Tofu Fortress. Not doing too much to get it at the start. If there was a different specialized awakening for them, that would have been better for extra special. But you see Tempo Swing for both Juliets, that's par for the course. Castellas for the Drakkar helps with that Molten Bolt for the debuff. And also helps a little bit, too, for their speed. And you can see speed's the name of the game for Treddy. So now we get to see the opening awakenings, and Fire Up was one available for everyone. And, of course, they're going to take that. So they have so much more energy shared across the board.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting to see, and every time that core flip is used, expect everyone to just be zooming around the map, so definitely something to keep keeping an eye out, especially because players like Lumos and Yeesh and Treddy are coming up very close to their core flips already if they aren't forced to use that energy, and that is a kill probably from Leoleon onto Snake, and here is an advantage, but Yeesh lets the core get past him, really lucky not to lose the goal barrier there.
And then there's still one goal barrier remaining on the side of 2MB. Finally, it does go down. The core flip having to be delayed from Lumos so that they could avoid the rollout. And instead, somehow Snake almost able to use the Tofu Fortress to their advantage to bank it off the back of it and get that goal. But Yeesh has been on lock for almost every opportunity that Gamers Unite have had for these goals. And a great read from Slop.
Yeah, and here come the core flips back and forth, 3 in a row, and Treddy is going to find the angle necessary. You can see now that we have the fired ups as the core flips came back. Everyone just started moving like 50% faster. That is going to be scary, especially when we get a train of core flips going back and forth like that.
Ooh, Yeesh just patiently waiting here. Treddy getting bullied by Lumos a little bit, but they can't really do too much damage. really just having to be a nuisance, and Treddy can go so fast, especially if they use that Xeno Cloak. Just going for all the core strikes and trying to do anything that they can to get this past Slop, but really just taking all the stagger damage from Snake, and eventually they were going to get KO'd. Having to use the core flip was Yeesh to get that one away, and I'm liking the reads from the players of 2MB, but still being down one, it doesn't feel like they're down too much.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a player like Leo Leon on the field who's so experienced and so prolific, you're able to get a lot of value even when you are down a player. Even right now, positioning yourself very well at the top of the screen, setting yourself up for an attack. But Slop, you cannot underestimate this goalie. Has the core field available if necessary, but has done a very good job of protecting that goal barrier. Yeesh, again, gets a little bit lucky there, letting the core get past them, but gets the save just before that goal barrier goes away. The turret puts on the pressure, but Lumos is going to do more. That goal barrier is down. The goal is open now from both sides.
Now this is the perfect time to strike for Snake, Slop, and Lumos. If they can get this, great dribbling happening, but the Summer Assault delaying things enough and stunning Snake so that they can't get that final strike and get that goal through to tie things up in set number 2. And just as close as we saw the last set and the last game, this is why we like to see the playoff brackets here, because Swiss, it's hit or miss. Now we get to see the actual bracket strategy come out for these teams. They know that they're so close to making into that money. Again, top 2 get paid out in this event.
Not to mention the fact that now that we're at Primetime Tuesday number 5, these players have been playing in this tournament pool for a while. And now that we've had about a month of experience, you get to a feel for how these players play, the kinds of comps they specialize in, which makes that ban phase even more interesting. So you have a lot more information to work with than you did a month ago, and these teams are using that to the fullest. A nice Cyber Swipe from Lumos is going to lead into the power play goal for Gamers Unite. That was a lengthy rally from both sides, but Gamers Unite tie it up.
Great tie-up from Gamers Unite, and as you can see, the way the Awakenings draft have gone, I mean, so many core flips that happen because of all that energy that is being used and expended, and as you expend one, it helps speed boost your teammates up by 40%, I'm pretty sure. So that's going to be huge every time you see that happen, and sometimes it's better just to waste it if you are a goalie there too. So I see Yeesh, Treddy, and Leo Leon doing the best that they can, but they aren't going to hold on too much as we do see the KO come out, and a great pass from Snake to Lumos.
I love that so much. When you're the goalie and you see the core flip go out, you are expecting the core flip to come at you at the highest speeds, but you don't expect the pass over to Lumos, the cross shot to the other side of the goal. Gamers Unite now find themselves 1 goal away from tying the series up. They have lost a member, but they have gained a goal barrier down. So, Lumos in a lot of trouble. The double team of Leolion and Treddy. It is just Slop on the field. 1 goal barrier down, and there goes the second. Snake is back. Can they stem the bleeding?
Oh, Snake was trying to do all they could with their flurry, but it's not enough to delay the inevitable, especially because they were down by a member before Snake even got there, down by 2 goal barriers, and then could not recover from there. So yet again, we go to goal number 3, goal number 5, technically, for both of these sides, and it's set number 2, and this might give us every single goal possible in this matchup, depending on how things continue this way.
I mean, I would love to see it. You can tell both these teams playing super hard right now, and that is a quick one. Snake is just going to slither, perhaps, the core right past Yeesh. Gamers Unite tie us up going into set number 3.
Nice to see it tied up, but I'm sure... Oh, Egoist available after having Fire Up available before? Of course people are going to be going for that, for even more speed at max energy and more restored energy. I mean, who isn't going to take Egoist? Maybe a Catalyst in there. I don't think that's going to be as useful, but the Orb Dancer for Dubu does get some more speed boost there as well. That's going to be a decent pickup, but you see everyone else going for Egoist. I feel like that Orb Dancer is just kind of a meme pick.
I mean, maybe a little bit. It technically is pretty useful for when you're in a goalie and you have some orbs to yourself, but this is going to be a game VOD.
All the
we
speed.
already have, everyone has Fire Up. Almost everybody has more energy, has more speed. That energy is building up insanely fast. Core flips already available from Slop and Snake.
Wow, and there goes the goal so quickly, and we're going to see this matchup just speed up so much faster because of the speed that we get to see between these two teams, based on all the energy expended, based on the egoist as well. And you can see that Slop, actually, now that I mentioned that, Slop did have one of the orb abilities before, or Awakenings, so that was a huge denial from Yeesh, so that Slop did not extend their ability usage for that.
I am just at a loss for words almost, just watching these players zip and zop around the field just so fast all the time with the Egoist Fire Up combo. There's it feels like they're spending more time at double speed than they are at normal speed, as now finally there's a little bit of time to breathe here as a couple members of Gamers Unite got KO'd. But yes, huge play from Lumos, takes down the second goal barrier, and Gamers Unite with an opportunity to go up 2-0 if they can get past Yeesh.
That'd be huge if they can do that too, especially with how close these sets have been up to this point. But that Awakening draft with Egoist on Infinite was a huge pickup for everyone. As I mentioned before, that speed boost orb Awakening that Yeesh was able to pick up was huge of a denial against Slop. But I mean, him getting Egoist still helps out a ton as well. So Awakening's draft pretty even between these two teams. The strike shot missing for Slop, and Lumos isn't able to deny access to that gold barrier. So now it's even between both these teams. Comes down to those KOs, and Stake gets one. Yeesh over the Treddy. They try to get it away, and a great pass, but it was a bit off the mark for Snake.
It also has to be noted. Oh my gosh! How does that even happen? You pretty much just shot the core straight at Yeesh's face, and you weren't able to stop it in time.
Too fast, too furious is what we are witnessing here with the core.
Yeah.
Can't be stopped by either team. You just saw two core flips already used by Lumos and Snake. Got a bit of a speed boost, but didn't really do too much after that. And speaking of speed boost, we see so much speed because it gets boosted even more so. That speed boost in the center. Look at all the core flips that are coming out from the side of Gamers Unite. They're getting all the KOs, and Lumos with the ace, and that's going to be a goal. 3-0. And this is how the scaling happens with these new Awakenings that are based on the energy.
That is I mean, this is the first time I've seen a game scale like this. It is mind-blowing to see these players scale. And now we have a heavy impact Infinite, so these players could potentially be hitting even harder. There's also Monumentalist available if the Dubu wants to go for that for those Tofu Fortresses. Instead, you go for the Missile Propulsion. I also see the Rapid Fire, which could be useful for the Juliets in particular. Kai is going to pick that one up. And yeah, 3 members on the field, including both Juliets, go for the heavy impact. Sense. Leo, Leon, and Snake are going to be hitting hard and running fast.
All the KOs that'll be coming out here too, and the extra special is huge for IME because they're able to use their turret at the beginning of every single round after a goal is scored, so that'll be interesting to see how effective it is. Their turrets haven't been too effective, maybe just doing some extra damage, and as you saw that, well, KO goes off the side, Treddy having to survive themselves, and Yeesh really can't do much. And speaking of can't do much, Leo Leon, usually absent now because they're getting KO'd off the side so often.
Yeah, having a little bit of trouble staying alive, but I guess it can be said for just about anyone on the field. As soon as Leon comes back, Treddy is quick to follow. A constant power play opportunity for 2MB. Yeesh under a lot of pressure, trying to keep it clear. You see Slop playing forward, playing at the midfield, trying to keep the pressure on the 2MB as they come back. Yeesh is staggered, Yeesh is down. You have to play goalie here if you're Leon and Treddy. You have to try and figure out how to take down Snake, who is staggered, and the knockback comes through. Drakkar is now going to give a potential opening, but no, Lumos finds the angle, and just as it looks like 2MB might be able to get back into that round, they find a way to finish the job.
Leo Leon is long gone, and not much he can really do to bring this team back from the brink. They were looking so well at the start of this series, but then after it scaled the other direction, there wasn't much that they could do. All the core flips, all the speed, and you see the energy already for the other side. They're just wasting their core flips because they don't need to do anything. They don't even need to think. We have the blink, and Leo Leon responds for the save, somehow gets that one away. And Snake just being a nuisance on the red half of the field, and the turret just getting the goal there. Just by process of elimination.
All of a sudden, Vaudable, our first 2 sets were so long and so slow, but with the Egoist Infinite, everything changed and things have been moving at a breakneck pace ever since. Gamers Unite now with an opportunity to end this match and go to the grand finals with 1 more goal. 2MB has to get 3 goals in a row if they want to keep things going into a set number 5. They have to be perfect from this point forward.
Oof. This is a rough spot to be in for 2MB, and
yeah,
I mean they fought hard to make it all the way here to these semifinals. Depending on the tiebreakers and the matches that they had during the Swiss stage, determined by Start. Because again, we don't do anything about that; it's all handled by Start. So if they have any complaints about that, well, we'll be doing a double elimination bracket for the next one. I'll announce that later on, but a little sneak peek.
Leaks?
As we have 10 seconds left before OT here. Oh, there goes both goal bearers from Lumos, doing the most for their team, and Slop just looking to goalie goal for the victory. Can they get it? Does get denied. Doesn't get the KO, though, with the Giga Blast, and it's just inevitability, it feels like, for this goal to go through. And there it goes.
Yep, the turret finishes the job. Lumos really just finding the angle, being surgical with these shots and with these turrets at the end of the set. And Gamers Unite are going to move on to the grand finals of Vaudable Primetime Tuesday number 5. What a well-played match from them. Seeing the, I mean, everyone saw those awakenings at the start, and then at the end of round 2, we're like, this is going to be a crazy, crazy game. And I think Gamers Unite were just better equipped to play around the insane speed and power that came with that Egoist Fire-Up combo.
Wow, look at the KOs that we have across the board. Oh my goodness.
Nuts.
Not much either team could really do to stay alive, but Leon, this is the lowest amount of KOs I have seen from them playing at Juliet in such a long time, because they kept getting targeted, they kept getting KO'd, and look at the goal differential that you see on the other end too. We are only able to see 5 goals from the blue team, and that was them winning 1 set and getting to that second set almost a goal 5 situation. They had not scored since then. It was 2 3-0 sweeps in the last 2 sets for the red team, or excuse me, for the blue team, for Gamers Unite, and crazy to see how that was going. The teams are switched there, but it's correct on our overlay, just so you know. Either way, great series that was. Great matchup between those 2 teams, and that just goes to show how maybe OP the new Awakenings are if you can get them on Infinite. Because if they're on Infinite and everyone takes some fire up, and then the Egoist there's not much you can do except pray that you have a better draft to start it off and scale that way. And we saw that with Aimee. We saw that with the Juliet, and then with Kai too, because they were able to do so much for their team. Nothing that the other team could do afterwards. So hopefully we see Slop saying no fire up start, please. And maybe we'll see that in the next one. But Dividing, any final words from you? Thank you for joining us for this broadcast. And hey, I mean, we got a quick matchup at the end of it there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a ton of fun to be a part of it. I have to give a shout out to Snake for that last game, who went up playing Juliet into Leolion, who has made quite a name for himself on this brawler. Rightfully so. Incredibly well done. But frankly, was able to play around the speed better in that matchup. And you saw had, I want to say, like 8 KOs in that matchup. I want to say it was an insane amount of value. It's like 40,000 damage. It was crazy. So shout out to Snake. I think a real breakout game for this brawler player, and is now going to result in a berth in the grand finals.
Well, we're going to be taking a real quick break, and then after that, we'll be getting into those East Grand Finals. Trio Abusers versus Gamers Unite. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals of Volleyball's Primetime Tuesday, number 5 for the Eastern bracket. We still got the Western bracket going on in the background there at Swiss round 3, and we have just updated things. If you're paying attention from that, there is going to be a top 8 bracket for that because we have 16 teams, I believe, or 18, one of those numbers.
One of those numbers.
So they'll be
Something
playing
like
against each other there. And pay attention to the Discord if you're competing and listening to this. That's all I got to say. So we're going to let the players know for trio to queue first, then us, then the other team, because things are kind of finicky when it comes to queuing, but eventually they will be fixing it. We've heard from the blessed Sony that, not like the company Sony, but like SONII, if you're not familiar, the Bat VTuber who helps do the core updates.
The best intern.
The best intern.
The best intern.
Exactly. But they're the ones who gave us some information about that. So there is fixes coming, which is great. And let these players know this code. But how are you doing, Sir Plus? I heard you just got back from Vegas.
I just got back from Vegas, man. I had a great time. I was at CDL Champs, watched the New York Subliners absolutely dominate the Toronto Ultra. It was insane. My team, Optic Texas, did not win, but hey, I'm still in good spirits.
Sadly.
And sadly, unfortunately. And I'm up on roulette, so I think that trip was an overall success.
Awesome. Well, let me make sure these players are queuing properly. One team's queued, we're queued. And now we just need the Gamers Unite team to queue.
Please, Gamers Unite, unite up with us and queue. It would make our lives a lot easier.
Please. Apparently this has been working for the most part, though, which is good. So hopefully it works again here, and that I'm not cursing this, so I'm knocking on wood a little bit there. But, I mean, this is the first time that we've casted together too, Dylan, since the collegiate matchup that we had before, which is great. So we got Trio Abusers on the blue side, Gamers Unite on the red side or pink side, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't quite matter, but you see you already lose on the Dubu. He's feeling good on Dubu lately.
Definitely, and you already lose on Dubu. It's just a lot of alliteration. We love to see it. And on the Dubu skin.
This is the best of 3, by the way, so they will have to win 2 matches, 2 technically best of 5s, for them to get the victory there. Rasmus for Bell, so makes it interesting on what these opening awakenings are. We will see after the draft. Vaughn's having fun today, trying out Luna. We'll see that and how things go there. We do got the overlay updated for you all, so you can know what the numbers are. But Juliet on the other side, that's probably going alongside to, I think that was Snake, who was playing Juliet in the last game. Slop on the Vice, I'm assuming, was Lumos last go around. So, yes, that is what we see here. Ignore the extra Juliet on the screen, and we'll see in just a second what these opening awakenings are as we're on Otten City. And, okay, Catalyst is one of them.
Of Catalyst,
and then we get to see Missile Prop, too.
Missile Prop, beautiful stuff. I mean, this is a very weird composition from Gamers Unite, but something that could work. I've seen this in comp. I mean, it could definitely, and boom, there you go. Trio Abusers Juliet already out of the fight here. I think the colors are a bit swapped right now as Trio Abusers.
Oh, yeah, Trio Abusers are in the blue. Yes, that's correct.
It's all good. Just press the keys, do your thing. It's all good. Anyway,
it is all good. But yeah, as you were mentioning, I mean, things swap around a couple times, and we get things fixed as best as we can. But Vaughn using the boost is going to be the thing to look out for, because whenever they go boosting around, they are unstoppable, it feels like, and nobody can contend with them. They have the positioning, and as you can see that with the passing play over the Bells, this is the coordination you're expected to see.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a crazy, crazy pick for Vaughn here. He is just zooming all over the place. Good core flip here from the Debu, but Snake says no thank you. Sends it right back home to sender.
That they do. Snake with their first goal for their team, and so you expect to score the goals on the side of Gamers Unite. Gamers Unite are the ones in red, and Trio Abusers, as you see now, are the ones in blue. You do see the Crater coming out, and Snake with a great KO with that dash punch, and nothing that they could do to stop that.
Yep, see you later, Vaughn. Come back in 6 seconds. Core flip's coming out through the middle. A little bit of a dirt play. I've done that many times in comp before. It happens to the best of us. Vaughn comes right back up, trying to get this Atten City goal barrier out, which is probably as big as the Jubu in goal there. Good saves from You Already Lose, but he's probably losing that goal barrier. Good response from the other side as well. This might be an easy goal, and it will be. Bells just taps it in with the Rasmus.
Nice tap-in for them to get that one, and Bells, again, the one to look out for on the Trio Abusers for getting these goals. As you can see, they were able to pick up that Catalyst, so some extra energy, some extra speed, and when you're able to pick up so many orbs on Atten City, there is so much you could do with that energy, and maybe they're hoping for a fire-up or even an Egoist Awakening for them to use later on after the draft. And well, speaking of the draft, we're already into it for this first set, 3-1. Pretty expected for the 4-time reigning champions.
And might make it 5 here as well. Let's see what Gamers Unite can do in this draft. No energy-based awakenings as of right now, looking at the Monumentalist and Timeless Creator for that pick on Dubu. Very interesting stuff here. Hot Shot coming out for the Rasmus.
That was a great denial for Vice for extra special. They do not want to give that to the Luna, because otherwise, after every single goal is scored, they get their creator special ability back, and that is so annoying to deal with. So, makes sense to get that Timeless Creator on the Dubu as well. Extra stagger for the Juliet. All in all, a pretty decent draft across the board.
Absolutely. I think the Dubu on the creations and the Amy on the Monumentalist really helps with their setups as well. I mean, Dubu's really going to try to guard the goal, because You Already Lose already lost the shield.
Look at that chunky turret.
Oh my goodness, that conveyor belt is conveying, moving so fast. Vice Ultimate coming out. Maybe a little bit of space for Slop here. Gamers Unite really pressing onto this advantage as of right now, but that goal barrier is gone faster than the girls on Tinder that I texted. Oh my goodness, it's going. We've got both goals open, and man, Slop might just grab it in here.
Slop's having a good time when they were playing so far forward, but it was a little bit overzealous, and that does get countered by Bells and Vaughn, who had a bit more speed to work with, and both those strikers are able to use their secondaries to get across the field or the arena as often as they want, especially with the extra boost from Vaughn just going postal, it seems like sometimes. Slop and Snake and Lumos all bunched up in the corner, and you see the eject button on Slop so that they can play a little bit more aggressive as a goalie, and that's what Slop typically tends to do as a goalie.
Absolutely. Slop really likes playing that aggressive goalie type, especially on the Vice goalie. You can get really aggressive, so this works out in his favor. Both goals are open. Bells can tap it in. A big deny from Slop there. You Already Lose going to throw out the candy log. Man, I would love some of that candy right now. What do you think it tastes like? A little bit of victory, maybe? Happiness? Something like that. Good ping-pong and coming back and forth from both of these sides, but it could be anybody's game here in any moment of time. You Already Lose going to grab another Dubu log here. Vaughn playing him back up, and that's what I love about this pick here. And, oh man, Snake just punches it through. Didn't sugarcoat it.
Unfortunately, we have all the sugar already from You Already Lose, so they didn't want us to just overindulge ourselves there. It had to be a little spicy. What is like the... not the Jolly Ranchers, but the Sour Patch Kids like slogan. Not sponsored, by the way, but could
sour,
be maybe someday.
Sweet, gone, you know?
Exactly, that's what it is. So that was what we saw right there. As speaking of gone, and so is the goal bearer. And speaking of Vaughn, well, they aren't able to connect with their missile that they're going for their primary strike, so they have to go for a different striker's chance to get that goal barrier down. And everything's got bunched up on this bottom part of the arena, and some great possession plays from Lumos, Slop, and Snake, and great core flip to get this away.
Just keep a look at Bells, though. He is absolutely low. That goal barrier still gets out of there. He's been staying alive this entire time on the Rasmus, and he just taps it in. What an amazing play there. An entire team goal for Trio Abusers.
Spin to win. That's what we saw from Bells, using their secondary to put that one on through. A light attack with the whip is all that's necessary for them to get the goal. And as you mentioned, a full team effort, a trio effort for them to get that one. But Snake trying to bring them back from the brink. The goal barrier down yet again. Bells denied by Lumos. And there goes the goal. Another great play the other direction. And we're tied going into a potential goal 5.
This is going back and forth, going to the wire. Which team will get this set to? Let's find out here in a bit. Again, Slop doing great work on the goal there, setting up the teleport just in case if he has to go in and play a little aggressive. Throws out the energy burst there, but that is to no avail. The barrier is gone, and Bells just taps it in like always. And another advantage for True Abusers.
There we go. Even with Gamers Unite doing all that they can to try and get the victory, Trio Abusers are inevitable. It seems like they are Thanos in the end game. And speaking of Primetime Tuesdays, it had to happen eventually. Primetime on Infinite, baby.
Come on, you already lose. You can't be pressing on Orb Dance right now. You got to get the Primetime. It's a rule.
I mean, it makes sense. Orb Dance is really good on Atten City, because you're able to pick up so many orbs, you get that speed boost, and it helps out your team a little bit more there for Bells, and maybe a little bit of a denial, too, for Slop on the other side, so that they couldn't just go crazy being all aggressive as a goalie. But you see Primetime from a couple of them, the Orb Ponderer for some extra cooldowns for You Already Lose, which is a big pickup, too, and now we get to see heavy impact. I mean, it is the Awakening that is carried off of Vice, and happy birthday to Vice too. We didn't even mention that. Vice and Octavia.
Vice and Octavia. Octavia slightly edging out her sister there in the birthday wishes because she was born first, but big birthday match here for Slop's Vice pick. And You Already Lose is going to have to try to ponder that orb a bunch as he's getting staggered out by Snake in that goal line, but he'll have plenty of time with these once these orbs come back up.
Oof. And if you're wondering what the 0-0 it is, that is the games. This is a best of 3, but it is technically best of 5 in each individual game, as you can see on that top scoreboard. If it's a little confusing, I mean, that's just the way the game goes. And Bell's confusing Slop there. You mentioned a great core flip. That's exactly what we saw. The turret wasn't enough for them to stop it.
Nice Sony salute out there from Vaughn. Shout out Sony yet again. And this is going to be interesting here. Maybe Gamers Unite can try to avoid the clean sweep in our first matchup here on Atten City. Let's see what Lumos, Slop, and Snake can do to claw their way back into this matchup. We've seen them come back multiple times and fight to the brink with Trio Abusers. And it's kind of interesting with this newest patch. They cannot Trio Abuse anymore in their current ranks, which is interesting to say the least.
That is very true. They do have to solo queue just a little bit. And there is now the Pro League rank that a lot of these players are at. And speaking of the Pro League, shout out to Odyssey Interactive, who are putting on that Pro League Invitational this weekend that's coming up. It's going to be the qualifiers for the main event. Qualifiers happening on Saturday. It's going to be round robin into a group stage, so look out for that, but also look out for Snake tying things up.
Look out for Snake. He round robin that core right into that goal, tying it up. I mean, it looks like Gamers Unite isn't dead just yet.
That's very true. Trying to do everything they can to stay alive on Atten City. Ooh. But sometimes you just got to roll with the punches, and the punches coming out from Snake, Lumos, and Slop with that extra special using the Supernova to get that one away. Couldn't charge it up too much. Thunderstruck will be getting on the show for the set list, as Bells, Vaughn, and You Already Lose are trying to close out the set list early.
Slop definitely using that eject button to his advantage. You can see him just go right into the center there and just do some damage, but that's not enough. His goal barrier is open, so he's just got to go counter back to this goal here. Snake trying his best to counter this Dubu, and that would work. Watch out for Bells. He might tap it right in. Rory McIlroy, PGA Tour type beat, and it's going around and around the red goal. That conveyor belt is conveying. All these players just congealing in that left center area there, and that's a huge hit. Bells is out, and looks like Slop and Gamers Unite can bring this back. Hopefully, they can make something work in the next 5 seconds here. We're into overtime. This core is going to be bouncing around like a kid at Chuck E. Cheese. It's going to be absolutely insane. Vaughn's trying to get it back. Slop is defending the goal. Oh my goodness, Lumos trying his best. Core flip, and then Jordy Lewis into the save. Keep me going here. I'm calling both games. Oh my goodness, Lumos gonna try to get that glitch. Doesn't really work out. Slop has to clear it down to the bottom side here to get away from that pumpkin fortress. Jordy Lewis doing an amazing Majubu masterclass, but it's not enough. Snake, Vice on Slop. Amazing stuff. They're up in this matchup.
Wow. But we have seen this happen again. The power chord hitting the riff as best as they can on their birthday for Vice and Slop representing them pretty well, but still not enough. Had to rely on Snake to get that final piece of the pie, the piece de resistance for them to get that goal, and they need one more at least to get their first set. Otherwise, it'll be a 3-0 in game number 1. They'll have to pull off a full reverse sweep in this best-of-3 final. A great KO, though.
Great KO. This is definitely working for Trio Abusers, but keep a look on Vaughn here. His shield is getting massively low. It is not working out in his favor at the moment. He is massively staggered. Snake looking like he's going to try to take advantage of this. Maybe, possibly, and yes, he does. He taps it right in. Gamers Unite doing a great job keeping this goal barrier up at the moment. But here comes Vaughn. He's coming back. Good save from You Already Lose. And Slop trying to play up, and you're seeing that eject button work out for them as the whole team grabs this goal and grabs a match off of Trio Abusers.
That they do. It seemed like it could have been the old Trio Abusers special of a 3-0 sweep. But hey, we see Fire Up not as effective on its lonesome without everyone else able to take that. As you see, speed up on energy use and grant energy to allies as you use that energy burst. But of course, we are going to see somebody take that, and it is going to be that Juliet first. Egoist, not as effective if you don't have any of those other energy burst awakenings. And speaking of orbs, Orb Replicator now being able to be shared with the speed boost that we already saw from You Already Lose for that Dubu. Huge pickup. We see Twin Drive as well. More boost for the Trio Abusers. This is Trio Abusers set to win based off this Awakening draft.
Trio Abusers, more like Trio of Boosters. They can be boosting it around. And that big Orb Replicator, I mean, Jordy Luz has been pondering the orb this entire match. Now he can share his knowledge with his team. And that was a double shield elimination. So we're going to see something very interesting with only 48 seconds to go.
That we are. Both goal barriers down, and this might be a chance for a goal for the Trio Abusers. They put the tofu wall, which is more like a pumpkin wall, with this Boo Dubu skin, or Spooky Dubu, whatever you want to call it. Bells passing to himself, getting that energy up as best as he can. Now everyone on Trio Abusers has their core flip ready. The energy burst is bursting from the seams, and the enemy turret's going to save the day a little bit there.
Still, watch out for Lumos, and there you go. Oh my goodness, no, it was Vaughn that was killed. Lumos is still low. What a core flip. Lumos, oh my gosh, so low. They're all using all their core flips. Bells trying to get into that putting range. He needs to get there, but Snake taps it in. See you later, goodbye.
Wow, the rollout with the delay on the animation for You Already Lose on Dubu made it so he couldn't move out of that animation in time to go up for the simple core strike save. Happens all the time for Dubu players across the world, but he's just going to have to take that one on the chin and go forward afterwards, as we see here. Goal barrier already down, looking for the finish. Great core flip into the turret. I'm liking the angles from this special from Lumos, but no! We see an elusive come out. Maybe they thought they had a core flip when they didn't.
That is unfortunate for Slop, and I mean, look at Trio Abusers. They're coming back. They're showing the world that maybe they're playing with their food a bit. They're letting this be a little closer than normal. Gamers Unite have to fight this out, and you did see Slop again play a little bit aggressive, but oh my goodness, look at how low Bells is. Vaughn coming into that goal area to contend with Slop. Lumos low as well, and that's a Dubu goal! Get Dubu'd!
That's the second Dubu goal in a row. You Already Lose is not going to lose whatsoever. It feels like they lost a set, but not going to lose the game with the way things are progressing. And I talked about that Awakenings draft and how crucial it was for this to come out for You Already Lose. And I did get it a bit wrong. We do have that Orb Ponderer for You Already Lose so that he can share those extra cooldown reductions for the rest of his teammates by picking up those orbs. And there goes the K off the side. This might be just the end of the road for Gamers Unite in this first game.
Absolutely. With their shield burst coming out, Bells is going to do a core flip. Great block from Slop.
Nice.
This is only biding time, though. The time could be coming any moment now. The moment of reckoning from You Already Lose, Bells, and Vaughn. They could just grab this first matchup at any moment. Gamers Unite not going to be sitting idly by and watching their entire tournament run go up in
dangerous.
flames. Nice, dangerous ults here. No core flips on the sides, except You Already Lose has one. Just got that up as I was speaking. Uses it right here. Slop needs to save it. Vaughn coming in, trying to get this goal. Tap it in. They need to get this first match, and there it goes. The first match going to Trio Abusers in a pretty dang close first game.
Whew. Close game, but not close enough for Gamers Unite to feel as competitive as they should have against the Trio Abusers. But Trio Abusers, again, every time we see this team in the Awakening draft, that is where I feel like they win the games the most against their opponents. You don't see any counters that come out for those picks. You don't really see much of a nuisance for the Trio Abusers, regardless of what happens in the Awakenings draft, because of the strikers that they choose are so versatile for their Awakenings based on the positions that they are playing in. Everything worked out in that last Awakening draft, which eventually won them it out. And Why You Already Lose was able to get those 2 goalie goals back to back, and there was nothing that the Gamers Unite team could do there. And let's look at these stats real quick. Not really many KOs compared to the last one, and that works in the favor of the Trio Abusers as Vaughn, not the bruiser like Bells, getting 4 KOs with that boost.
But I do want to shout out Slop here. Look at this, 65 saves, 15,000 damage, 19 shots, no goals, but that's okay. As a goalie, you don't need to have the goals. But man, You Already Lose did not lose on the goal game today, grabbing 2 on Dubu. You know I love to see a Dubu goal.
That we do love to see. Let's come back to our cams for a sec here while we get set up for the next game real quick. Letting the Trio Abusers know that they can queue first. They are queued. So, lovely producer, if you could hear me, please queue for us as well. Queue time.
Queue time. It's time to press
And then we'll let the other team know that they can queue as well. Eventually, we'll be able to see some better lobby situations for this, and I can't wait for that to happen. But also, shout out to the devs, Odyssey Interactive, for all the work they've been putting in. It's only been, what, a month and some change since release?
Yeah, almost 2.
All the great work that they've been putting on.
Absolutely, you got to give it up for these devs. They're really listening to the community, wanted to see this game grow. I mean, it's an absolute treat watching Primetime Tuesday every single week. And while my teams could not participate today,
sadly,
unfortunately, the SCU boys were doing college things, sleeping in a bit. It's okay. It's
How dare
fine.
they?
I mean, I did it a lot in college too. I mean, I think we all did. But it's really good to see more teams coming up to the caliber of Trio Abusers as we get into this next
Night
matchup.
Market.
Big Night Market fan here. I love Night Market, the speed boost thingy in the middle. The 2 walls make for interesting deflections, as we all know. Looking like they're going to try to be banning your Ninja Boy here.
The Octavia is definitely a meme pick because nobody's picking Octavia based on the recent nerfs, even with the bug fixes that have happened. And of course, they are going to go for the Drakkar ban. They do not like playing against Vaughn's Drakkar because that is his primary striker that he goes with, and usually has like, what was it, an 80% win percentage against the top teams that are out there with it. At one point, it was 100%, and they would not lose with Drakkar. So every time anyone faced off against Trio Abusers, they would go for that ban. But I'm interested to see what we witness from both of these teams again. It looks like we see a similar comp set with Kai for Vaughn for the forward, and You Already Lose. Oh, okay.
Okay. Change up the Luna.
They're having fun. They're having fun with the Luna because they were talking on their stream earlier for Firelight TV. Shout out there if you want to watch Vaughn's perspective in the future and for some other stuff that they can play whatever they want with these weeklies because it's not as serious as the Pro League will be. And You Already Lose always feels so confident on this IME. So this will be an interesting comp. They're going to be a bit more squishy compared to the other side. So maybe they'll work in the advantage of Gamers Unite as extra special for everyone and Spark of Agility for Bells.
Bells with the Spark of Agility might be the difference maker here, but don't know that until we get into this game. And we already have 1 goal barrier down here. I know they like taking away Vaughn's shotgun lizard, but shouting out him to the last match, 28,000 damage, the biggest damage dealer that last match. I don't think any character is safe from Vaughn's hands, but Vaughn is definitely not safe. He's already staggered at the moment.
It makes sense. Luna has such low stagger to start with compared to some of the other strikers, so it's really smart to target Vaughn in these opening sets. And if you can get this opening set against, then that's going to be huge. And Snake, yet again, getting the first goal for Gamers Unite. They didn't get the first goal in the game last time, but they did get the first goal for their team last time in that opening set.
Thank goodness that this Rasmus isn't on Imi's app, because normally they're adversaries, but the Amy to Rasmus connection here was very strong. And let's hope they can build off of that momentum as Snake is just whipping around with this Scythe whip and whipping out those 2 goal barriers. Maybe Gamers Unite could try to figure something out here, get a goal up, get into this territory, but Lumos bouncing like a trampoline off that corner. He's so staggered. He needs to get out of this scenario, and he gets out the wrong way off the side.
That he does. Gets off the side. Snake looking for that energy burst for the goal as well, but easily denied by Yardi Lose. Even with this goal barrier still remaining for Gamers Unite, they are feeling so much pressure, but Bells, again, early set, easy time to go for those KOs, somehow surviving, dodging everything except the glitch pop that time, and finally Snake hits him off the side.
Look at this, Snake doing an absolute masterclass at the moment, showing us who's boss on Rasmus, grabbing the second goal, and I think 2 KOs so far.
Yep, 2 KOs, looking strong for this team, has scored every single goal for their team, and they are feeling on top of the world with the way that they are playing. But we already see the Crater come out, then the missile, and Snake is fully staggered.
Oh, no.
Not able to go off the side. We only saw the punch, but not the dash punch from Bells, and you already lose with the Imi. Just going to send them away.
Absolutely. You got to hope that Snake is acting more like a Hydra. The more heads you cut off, the more grow back. But, I mean, Trio Abusers are not going to be taking this down too lightly at all. And we're going to see how both these teams react with the next Awakening draft. Of course, Vaughn coming up to the top of the arena, try to grab an easy goal here. Gamers Unite having the disadvantage here on the shields, but I do have to shout out Slop here. He's been doing an absolute amazing work as a goalie. Snake again being targeted, and he's staggered. He's low, and Bells is circling. There he goes off the edge of the map for the second time so far. And it looks like that Gamers Unite, even though they're getting these goals down, Trio Abusers are thundering back with a passion.
That they are. We see the Giga Blast come out, but it actually is to their detriment. Bells didn't even need to touch that one, really, for it to go in their own net. Vaughn credited with the goal as it hits off the top, and they can't recover in time for the save. So the first goal, by a mishap, goes the other direction for Vaughn.
We might be able to see a little bit of a reverse sweep here, but we still don't know. I mean, both these teams are just so good at the moment, and there's a core flip coming out, grabbing 1 goal barrier off the side of Gamers Unite. Slop is off of his game at the moment. Those 2 goal barriers are gone, and Trio Abusers can tie this match up so far. Nice goal barrier, and my goodness, off of the side as the Amy goes down, and we're tied in this set, ladies and gentlemen.
Free for Trio Abusers to tie things up, and I talked about it before. This is the Trio Abusers special. Even when they're down, they are not out. You see them scale as the levels continue to grow higher with the XP gains for these players. They get more power, they do more stagger, they get more stagger themselves, and it's working out for the best. Bells is now doing so much damage for those KOs, and it can't be stopped. If it's a 3-on-2 situation against the best in the business, well, it's hard to really stay in business against them.
Absolutely. The bell is ringing for all of these members on Gamers Unite. Both these forwards looking really scared right now. Bell's also staggered. Snake going to try to whip him out of shape, but doesn't really work. Vaughn's got this core down here, and just watch what he's going to do here. He might jet up to the very top here, and as he does, boom, there you go. Snake going to do some quick work, open up that goal for his team, but look at these 2 midfielders right here. Bells and Vaughn going to try to make this connection to grab this extra goal barrier and keep the core on that side of the court. It'll be an interesting play, Cotton. Let's see if it works out. You already lose getting the goalie off of the Amy here. Snake, nice little core flip, and Lumos taps it in for the Gamers Unite, up 1-0 in this match so far.
First lead that we have seen anyone have against Trio Abusers the entire tournament today. We saw some teams able to get a single set, but not much after that. Rapid fire available, specialized training will be huge to scale with the extra special. They definitely want to deny that from the Luna, but they're not going to. Instead, built different, so extra impacts and increased size for the Rasmus to be a bit more effective. And specialized training for free, not what you want to see going to Vaughn, but I do respect going built different for them to scale their own picks a little bit better. And Spark of Focus, you could tell that Bells is going for Spark City. They already have 2 now, the Focus and the Agility. We'll see how the others come up.
I mean, Bells is seeing the camera. He's seeing the lights. He's got to get some Spark action going here, and he'll be an even more unstoppable force with those but we'll see how the Awakenings go in his favor. Already a goal barrier down on the side of Trio Abusers, but they're going to Trio Abuse their way onto the other side of the court. Look at Bells and Vaughn's positioning right here, just absolutely stuffing these guys. But Vaughn, I spoke too soon. He's off the side. Not a whole lot of jetpacks that can get Luna out of this situation.
Tough situation to be in, as you mentioned, even with all those jetpacks available. And we do see the glitch pop work out perfectly timed for them to get that final goal barrier down. Even down a little bit, Vaughn flying forward. Snake looking for the pendulum swing, but can't get the perfect KO off of You Already Lose for the stun. They just got a little stagger, but couldn't stagger them far enough. And the turrets, the pressure that we saw from Snake, You Already Lose, I feel like that was a bit of a mistake.
It definitely was. I think he might have misclicked or something. I've got no clue. He's got to be thinking, I've got to clutch up right now. I might be going down against Gamers Unite, and they're definitely making this match very interesting at the moment. Snake doing some offensive damage, throwing out that boomerang, I guess. I don't really know what it's called. I don't play Rasmus, but I know other people who do, like Snake, doing a great job at the moment. Oh man, this is ping-ponging all over the court at the moment. Oh! Bells, again, very low. You got to watch out, buddy. That Juliet, he's going to grab an orb, but that may or may not extend his life. Oh my gosh! He just takes out Snake right there, and that's the Rasmus off the map.
That they are off the map. Not much they could do. You see the XD coming out from Lumos, and the Crater, and the Missile, and the KO, the Flurry from Bells. The combos that are coming out from Trio Abusers, they are in sync as best as can be. There goes the goal bear, and there goes the goal in just a sec. Bells with some extra spicy plays. They're waiting for the KO to go off the screen and taking their time for that core flip to go in.
I mean, they are just showing us why they are the best team in the game in North America at the moment. And you're seeing it live right here. I mean, Vaughn and You Already Lose grabbing up those KOs, and here come the conveyor belts on both sides. Vaughn teleporting back. Interesting play. Let's see if that works out in his favor. You Already Lose does not see, however, that glitch coming out. Ooh, good deflect from Slop. Slaps it right out of his hands, and Vaughn staggered. Maybe Gamers Unite can capitalize on this. It looks like Snake's definitely trying to. Oh my goodness, look at that. What a meme there. Bells is super comfy too. And Vaughn's going to just grab this. He's super staggered, but he's still going to go in and grab that barrier. And Snake going to try to bring this back in, grab that other barrier, and try to equalize and get on top of this next set.
It's a tough situation to be in for Gamers Unite, even with all the pressure that was working in their favor. Bells just going solo for that KO, and there goes the solo gold barrier that was available for Gamers Unite to hold on to with their life, but the life is flashing before the eyes of Trio Abusers as they are down a set and maybe down a goal soon with their goal barrier gone, but there goes the KO, there goes the goal from You Already Lose, another goalie goal with the glitch pop.
And a long range one at that, definitely driving it out there. And thank you, chat, for the clarification there. It's a chain sickle. I probably said it was a scythe. It's a chain sickle. So the more you know.
I mean, a lot of people call it scythes. A sickle is just a smaller scythe.
A smaller scythe, probably even a little curvier there. Yeah. But you know what's not curvy? The way the core is deflecting around this arena, grabbing those two goal barriers, but Gamers Unite not out of it just yet. Their goal might be open, but look at Snake on this offensive ability here. Slop going to send it up towards Lumos. Maybe they can get something here, but Snake and Vaughn dangerously low. We might be seeing a stagger fight, ladies and gentlemen. Bells is not going to have any of it protecting Vaughn with his life. Here comes the core flip there, and Vaughn going to grab another one, and we're even in the sets.
I have to call that out because that was a beautiful play between Vaughn and Bells. Bells was delaying the core as much as they could because they knew Vaughn was able to use that the boost to go for that. And twin drive available, I doubt that's going to be going all the way to Vaughn because they know how well that had been working out before. But interesting to see how these creations go. Primetime, of course, for truly abusers for Juliet. And then we do see the Timeless Creator because creations gain size and duration. That works out for the Death Touch now after the newest patch.
Yeah, it's a creation now, and that just makes a lot of sense for him. Quick Strike going to the opposing Aimee. And Lumos is just going to grab those aerials, so hopefully he can blink a little bit faster and gain the advantage over Vaughn, who's been soaring around this map recently.
That they have been soaring around as best as they can, but a KO comes out already from Vaughn, and you see Vaughn flying around the map. Bells doing the best that they can for You Already Lose to just play an easy game of defense, and 3-on-1 situation. They get one gold barrier, the second gold barrier for free or half off, you could say, and the turret's not going to be doing too much to delay the inevitable here. And it feels like there's so much inevitability happening against the Trio Abusers team. So as they scale, things get even tougher to face off against them, and that was a real quick one.
2-for-1 special for Bells there. He went to Wendy's and grabbed the fo-fo-fo. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, he's doing really good offensively. Oh, jeez, and he does it again.
Man.
Snake is so low. Bells is just not going to sugarcoat it. Vaughn grabbing the double KO there. And Mama, come get this man. They are absolutely just tearing apart.
No.
Gamers Unite, and they're not united right now. At the moment, they're
Not at all.
absolutely falling. Divided, they fall at the moment. Oh, and Vaughn grabbing it in. I mean, Slop doing a great job throwing out the heart, possibly as a
what a
remorseful thing here. Great save from Yardy Lose. As you mentioned, Lumos getting low. Slop going to try to stop this, but you can't
There it
stop
goes.
a fist.
A fist, a kick, whatever it is coming from Juliet. Can't stop. Paid train, baby. As that is what Gamers Unite are on, and they haven't been able to get off. They've been trying to get a breather for a moment and having to dash away from the crater already coming out from Vaughn, because they know how quickly they're able to get that back with the length of these goal scoring opportunities have been going with these sets. But speaking of sets, with the way things are going as well, it looks like there's only one more remaining after this one if Trio Abusers can get this next goal.
And that means that they win their 5th consecutive Primetime Tuesday as well, which is something that it's a streak that will live in infamy. As you can see, Snake already off the map as well as we were talking. But, oh my goodness, the Imi there grabbing that core flip and just shooting it into the corner. Gamers Unite are not dead just yet.
Not dead yet, having signs of life, and that's exactly what you want to see from them. But will it be the death throes of them in this set? Well, it is for Imi, as they're off the edge already, quickly into it. 5 seconds less than that. I think it was 3, and there goes another one.
No.
Maybe there's going to be a 3-piece here, too, if they could get Slop off the side. Using the Julie Hearts, they know it's a hard time for them here on the arena in Night Market, where all the deals are for the other side, and they aren't able to come up with anything in the bargain bin.
Bells, please, they have families. Why are you doing this? And he does it again. 2 members of Gamers Unite are down. Snake's the only one left, and he might get KO'd here, and he can't do a whole lot. They're going to take this set, and Trio Abusers won. 3 goals away, 1 set away from walking away with their 5th consecutive championship.
Oof. 1 set away, as you mentioned. Fire-ups available. I don't think they even need it. Deadeye, they need to make sure that does not go to...
Yes.
The Luna, but even then, missile propulsion's huge as well. There's so much that works out for Vaughn here, and they're more Spark City for Bells. They're having a good time. They got 3 sparks already, all the speed, all the cooldowns, all the stagger, and you do see that deny for the missile propulsion, but missile propulsion kind of helps with the Giga Blast for the Kai, so that's a huge pickup in Glass Cannon. Well, you're going to be seeing a speedy Luna from Vaughn too, and I didn't really like that last pick from Snake, but he kind of went with it.
He kind of had to, I'm very sure. I mean, there's not a whole lot that you can work with when you're last in the draft there, and you're already seeing an absolute brawl, WWE-style cage match at the center of this map. It's going absolutely nuts. Bell's getting really low, and oh no, Snake's ganging up on him. He's hoping for the Hydra, but maybe we'll get a Copper Snake? Are those the ones that are not venomous but look scary? I'm not too sure.
There's some saying about it. I'm sure chat knows better than me.
I grew up in a desert. There's a snake that looks like the rattlesnake, and it hisses and sounds like a rattle, but it's not venomous. So he's acting like that, possibly. Maybe a little too big for his britches here. Vaughn trying to grab this goal here. Gamers Unite's goal is already open, and he just taps it right in. Sony saluting away. Slop,
the dribbles.
Man. The dribbles are absolutely nuts with this, with the ice skates on. It's. I'm not going to say it's over, but it sure is feeling this way if you're on Gamers Unite.
That it does. Trio Abusers showing why they are the #1 team in the world currently. Well, I mean, at least in North America. We haven't done international stuff, but with the way that they've been performing, all the competitions they've been winning, and they're going to be the #1 seed basically going into the Pro League Invitational, it makes sense why they are so dominant. And they have Ginger Pop, who's on the NASL team. On that roster too, which is huge. And there's so many KOs going on. We don't even have time to talk about them because there's so many KOs happening. You could blink and miss one every single second, and there's a KO off the side. 2 goals to 0. 1 final goal here. Surplus, I'm just giving it to you.
Trio Abusers have turned this map into a death match, an absolute blood-wrenching ordeal, and there we go again. The IME on the side of Gamers Unite gone. Goal barrier down as well. You already lose, and Bell's at the top here. You already lose is pushing up towards the middle. That's how bad it is right now. They're just trying to focus on these kills and these KOs. They're trying to keep everybody down. Slop can't do a whole lot here, and here comes the final goal. I'm calling it right here. Unless Gamers Unite can do something, and they can't, Trio Abusers walk away as Primetime Tuesday victors. Congratulations.
Victory number 5, as you see from Trio Abusers going undefeated, not dropping a single game during the tournament today. 5-0 in the Swiss stage, got the number 1 seed out of that after not dropping a single game. I think they only dropped like 2 or 3 sets here and there. And there we go. Trio Abusers special you expect to see from this team. Let's take a look at the stats in just a sec to see how many KOs. Let's get a quick guess. I'm guessing 15.
20.
Oh, 15 for Bells.
15 for Bells. You were right. 26. Spot on. Oh my goodness, 26 coming out, and I was telling you, it's a death match out there. Absolutely brutal stuff.
Wow.
It looked very, very bad going into that last set for the red team, for Gamers Unite, but I mean, you just gotta respect the dominance here. 31,000 damage from Vaughn. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Lumos carrying Lumos weight as well. The Lumos weight on their team, 25,000 damage. And I mean, Vaughn just going in with the kills, with the goals, and Bell's going in with the damage. It just was not close at all going towards the end of that.
No, it was not. And what a finish that was, too. When you're getting KO'd that many times, 28 total, mind you. You already had 2 KOs themselves, more than both Slop and Lumos, to where Snake only got 3. 1 more than the goalie on the other side. And even with the damage totals, that wasn't necessary because of how fast and furious the Trio Abusers were. This is definitely the most KOs I've seen collectively from that team. And if anyone is watching this, getting prepared for the Pro League Invitational this weekend, you need some sort of answer for everyone on this roster. There's not a weakness in this trio that you can see visibly from these players. Sometimes we've seen teams take a single game or a couple sets, but it's still not enough for them to do that. And Surplus, we still have a West bracket ahead of us.
We still do. I mean, I'm kind of copying your style right here. I got the Hawaiian shirt because it's nice, it's sunny. I mean, it's hot here in Lubbock, Texas. I hit 109 today. I felt like I was in an air fryer the entire time, and I don't even have a beach to share it with, right? But out there on the West Coast, they've got plenty of sunny beaches, plenty of water and fun, and something tells me you're going to see a lot more of me in the West very soon. A little hint there, a little hint.
A little hint there. But I mean, like later tonight, too, after we take a little bit of a break, we'll be seeing you in the West. Mystic, I think, will be joining us, too, from the East Coast to talk about how some of his matches went, but also the matches going on there. Bit of a lengthy break for this one as we wait for round 4 of the Swiss stage for the Western bracket to finish. We'll be hopping into round 5 after that. And then they got a decently lengthy bracket stage for the teams that remain there. So we're going to be taking a bit of a break. Go get some snacks, get ready for the Western Conference bracket. We'll be back in a bit.
Welcome back to Primetime Tuesday, and we just finished up the East bracket, but you know what they say, the best lies in the West. We're shifting on over to the Swiss round stage, round 5 of Primetime Tuesdays in the West bracket, and I'm joined by Mystic. Mystic, how are you doing? How are your matches in the East bracket?
How's it going? Thanks for having me on, Surplus. Long time no see.
Long
I think
time
the
no
first
see.
time interacting post-LAN, but my matches were pretty good today. We finished a little bit earlier than I wanted to, and I could have played quite a bit better. I was hoping to make it to the finals, but there's always a next time.
There's always next time, of
Regardless,
course.
New team, enjoyed playing with them, happy to play with them again.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I've been watching your stuff. You're doing a great job playing so far. The player-caster combo goes absolutely nuts. So, I mean, you're going to be the one carrying me tonight, you know? Anyway, we're going to go right into this round 5 4-0-4-0 Swiss pool at the moment against Los Rancheros and Portland Sabbatical. They are our top 2 seeds in the West bracket, and I don't know if Los Rancheros, the ranchers in Spanish, are named after a very good Mexican restaurant in Dallas, or if they're just the ranchers. What are your thoughts, Mystic?
I have absolutely no idea. I'm looking at the rosters right now, and it goes crazy. We got 3Z Breezy, Kai Noob, Gumi, the essentially bounty hunters with 3Z Breezy over Gravity, which I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna say it. That's an upgrade.
That's an upgrade. Interesting. And I mean, you've got the top 3 seeds in the tournament, top 4 players in Los Rancheros. They are looking to gun for that spot and wrangle their way into the grand finals here. But Portland Sabbatical has been a pretty solid contender in the last few West brackets, and when the brackets were combined, a pretty solid contender in those as well. So it's looking like we're going to have a very fun match, a very great match. I think we're loading in as we speak, so stay tuned as well. I did see them both talking about talking a little bit of smack in the Twitch chat, the Fudgy Waffles. Fudgy Waffles saying this was an amateur bracket, pro bracket stream starts next match. So a little bit of a beef between the West and the East. I mean, it just makes so much sense.
I'm just gonna say it. Come to East if you want a real match.
And that's been said there. I mean, you've been playing in the East all night. You got to know your stuff. So we're coming into this matchup, as we can tell. My camera, Amy's app, camera's blocking the way there for a second. We're on to Amy's app. Very fun matchup. We got Los Rancheros on the blue side, Portland on the red. They're looking to blaze a trail tonight. And let's see what they're going to ban. No bans from either side. Looks like it was a gentleman's agreement here.
Gentleman's agreement. I'm hoping we see the Rasmus come out. I don't know if 3Z is a Rasmus player. I know Kai Noob can play it, but this is my first time seeing them together. I don't know how that changes up kind of the team synergy here, because Kai Noob can play both forward or midfield, but primarily in beta is known for his midfield position. So I'm interested in what they're going to pick. But we have Rune and Kai picked up as our first 2 slots, followed by Estelle and Luna. And whoa, immediate Atlas lock in. I like it.
And we've got some Juno. We might have some slime diff all over this arena so far. It's going to be an interesting match. I mean, everybody's hyping it up. Give it up. Portland Trailblazers, not the Trailblazers, my bad. Portland Sabbatical versus Los Rancheros. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, this is, I'm excited. So no Rasmus, which I'm very surprised about, but something had to have been cooked up in behind the scenes here, I feel. I could be completely wrong, but
it kind of looks like that. I mean, they kind of are stalling at the beginning here, you know, doing a little bit of ping pong. We didn't get to see the Awakenings, but that's okay. That's fine. We could bring them up at the next set here. Kai Noob on the Estelle as well. They got the nice nurse skin. I think everybody has a skin in this game. Am I wrong?
I'm taking a look. Yeah, everyone's not the Luna. Resnak is playing
vanilla today.
Clean right now.
Playing real clean right now. All right, it looks like the pace is starting to accelerate a bit here. Easy Breezy trying to come in with the Atlas, playing a little bit of Atlas forward, it looks like, as we see that goal barrier get thrown down at the moment. Kai Noob and Gumi be bringing it into this backfield. Looks like Portland is going to be trying to bring their core up to this other side to try to get this done, but it's just not going to be enough. Easy Breezy grabs the first goal.
Good work on the Atlas there from 3Z. I will say, depending on how Awakenings go.
Oh, prime time.
It's
prime time, baby. Yes,
oh,
sir.
Oh my goodness. 6 prime time start. I'm going to say here that depending on how the Awakening drafts go, Portland has a lot of potential damage output. already, just starting with the Luna and the goalie, putting in a good amount of work. So if anyone on their team gets Deadeye, all 3 of the Portland users would absolutely love a Deadeye pickup.
Absolutely, especially if it was on Infinite too. That would be insane for them.
Yeah, because Rune uses it to one-shot people from his Vanish combo, and look at Rancheros go. They're actually the ones picking up the kill. Apalmi is the next one on the chopping block, depending on how this goes out. But Gumi's looking low. Kainoob and Gumi doing a little bit of swap arena there. It works out so far. They still managed to maintain their barrier, but they haven't been able to take advantage of this man-up power play. And actually, it is Reznok with a little dash there, getting their own barrier. Kainoob forced to use the energy burst, and they haven't really done anything with that initial advantage that they set up.
Absolutely. I mean, that core flip really helped him. I mean, that was going to slide in either way. We're in overtime. That might not last very long as the Luna gets rocketed off the other end of this map. Fudgy Waffles has to step in, but it's not enough. Gumi grabbing that goal. And is that a goalie goal? I want to say that's a goalie goal.
That's a goalie goal.
That's a goalie goal. Wow.
So right there, Apalmi went for the kill on whoever was there on the bottom. And I think that is a mistake. You cannot go for a kill when you're a man down with a goal open, right? You have to save your abilities to protect your net. So kind of got baited by hitting that banish. He's like, oh, gotta go for a kill here. And wait, there are people missing on the screen. So someone's dead.
Someone's dead. I mean, but it was a little too late. It's a 3-0 from Los Rancheros, and man, they're ranching it up today. So we're going to get right into this draft here. We got a big fish, Monumentalist on the Infinite. It looks like we might be seeing some fun stuff from that. The Atlas has to take that right.
So let's see, because I would love if 3Z got something like missile prop here or aerials. Just have some fun with that primary, because he already has Primetime, but
we're seeing something historic. Everybody going Monumentalist. What is going on in this matchup? It's a meme heaven.
Gumi and Kainoob also picking up the Monumentalist there, right? Which has absolutely zero benefit to their characters. The only one who actually benefit here being 3Z Breezy, Fudgy Waffles, and Apalmi. Apalmi probably getting the biggest benefit out of everyone. Because you might see some kills here, but no, set up the pillar incorrectly there.
Atlas there Breezy looking a little scary there too.
Yeah, putting his ultimate down to heal up a little bit. It does come in clutch. You can just heal yourself, which is pretty nice.
A little bit of lag there. Our bad, you know. NA production, of course. Looking like this score. Oh, you go first. You go first.
I was gonna say it was Portland with the lead for a couple seconds there, but they were able with 3Z's help to get that barrier, and now we're turning it right back. 3v2 situation, Portland up a man. Apalmi going in, misses the banish, which is pretty big. Doesn't have it now, looking really low. At the moment 3Z Breezy comes up, they're probably going to switch gears and look for a kill, but no! Hits it into the pillar there.
Apalmi was dancing a little bit with Fate there, getting a little low, but still slaps that core into the goal, giving Portland the advantage so far, but let's see if Los Rancheros can do any more damage here. Also, I mean, Vod said in the chat, get ready for the emotes. I mean, I want to see an emote counter in the game if we can. I want to see how many emotes were spammed during this match. That'd be an interesting statistic to look at, but nothing more than spamming emotes. Gumi is spamming a goal right here and equalizes this set 1-1.
Good rotation from Gumi, right? It was 3Z who used up all of his abilities there. Had nothing to do at that point. Gumi, who had his core flip there, swaps with 3Z, uses it perfectly with the barrage to secure that goal. Something that we see these like higher level teams do quite a bit. They're really good with the rotations here. But Fudgy Waffles holding this down by himself. It's just him and his slimes using the AI to his advantage here. Someone, again, is off my screen. I don't know how fast this happens. Fudgy Waffles, one-man army holding it down, getting the point. 2-1 advantage for Portland in this round.
And Kainoob was also broken there too, so we might have seen 2 people get off. It looks like Easy Breezy taking a quick vacation off the side of Amy's app here. And it's looking a little bit more towards Portland right now. Looks like Monumentalist might have helped them out there. It's still a very interesting Awakenings draft there, because a few characters couldn't even use it. A few of our strikers can't even use the benefits there. So, I mean, I'm a little confused, but I think everybody's going to be entertained nonetheless. Fudgy Waffles getting a little low, but looking to grab a goal here. A little bit of lag as Reznok tries to spiral in. Fudgy Waffles is low. Watch out. Oh no, and there goes the Estelle on Los Rancheros. Gumi's got to back up to the goal to try to save this, sends it down. Maybe Theezy Breezy can try to get this this goal barrier down at the moment. Maybe something could happen. All players are up, and now we might have an even field going here. Who knows?
Yeah, not Kainoob, it was Gumi, who's kind of just dribbling, ping-ponging back and forth, having a good time there. Wait until Kainoob comes back up, but now we're in a position. Reznok flying in, so many Juno blobs down, the rune pillars, the anomalies, the banish. One thing to keep in mind, though, is in the enemy gold zone, oh my goodness. Just one stray hit, enough to go up top.
And it just slid right through. Portland evens the series so far, and will we see another meme awakening draft here? Oh no, Deadeye! Oh,
and there it is. We called it before on round 1. Deadeye benefiting every single person on Portland here. But Luna is going to be doing so much damage. Now Apalme can KO very quickly with the double pillar, right? Because that second pillar teleports you away. And if you're 600 units away at any point from your starting time of casting the ability or the ending time, you'll get that proc. Yeah, so Rune will start flying, and then the last one being Juno, who just uses rapid fire, right? You just use rapid fire, and the Juno blob hits like a missile.
I can't wait to see this VOD go up on Vaudible's channel. Check him out on YouTube. Please go subscribe, by the way. Just hit partner. Congrats, VOD, on that. I can't wait to see this because this is likely the most memeiest matchup in Omega Strikers history, as the Atlas on the side of Los Rancheros takes a little bit of a nosedive there. And Kainoob and Gumi have to take things in their own hands. But they clear a goal barrier that way. I think it's all working out in their favor here.
Yeah, holding off. They are able to trade it back for Portland Sabbatical. Kainoob walking it up, gets stuffed by the pillar here. Luna ult coming down. A lot of abilities being traded. And once again, it's just a straight shot going perfectly in between Gumi and Kainoob.
Man, I would love to see chat's reaction to all this. I mean, I love Gumi. I see Cat Jam in the chat. I think people are still enjoying this matchup, regardless of it being in the Swiss stage. Man, yeah. It's very, very interesting stuff going on right here.
I think what it might be is these two are the 4-0 teams right now. There's no other 4-0 team, which means no matter what, both of them make it out of Swiss. So this match is purely for seeding purposes of, what side of the bracket they want to be on coming out of Swiss. And for them, they're completely fine with just being like, hey, we're the better teams. It doesn't matter who we verse coming out of Swiss. Let's just have a fun time in this final match and put on a show.
And a fun time we're having. I mean, Gumi has the core flame. He's going to use it right here. Whoa. Oh, man, we are seeing these guys just go at each other without seatbelts. See you later. Juno sliming off the side of the map, and Easy Breezy, Gumi, and Kainoob have the man advantage here. Maybe the Los Rancheros can rein in some of these farm animals here on the side of Portland Sabbatical, but that doesn't matter. Apalme grabs that goal, and they're up 2 in this set.
It's so funny. I was just about to mention, I don't like how far Gumi is walking up, because especially in overtime, any stray hit and the goal's going in, but right behind him. It's different than like a Dubu on Ice play style where you're there to lock down a zone. You're on Kai, and if you walk up, it's very hard to say something behind you. But starting off this round particularly strong here, getting the barrier, getting a kill. Reznok looking really low. Palmy also pretty low there as well. And good job pushing them away towards the top, creating space for Threezy to get that goal.
Yeah, I've got to commend Kainoob and Theezy Breezy here for getting that damage onto the Luna and the Juno there. Every single member of Portland was kind of on half health there. Stagger was not in their favor there, and we might be seeing a lot more with that core flip here. Oh no, and it's not looking great right now for Portland Sabbatical. I mean, they're still having fun with it, but there's a little bit of drama, and you got to have some drama even when you're having fun. See you later, Rune.
With the cosmic expanse.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of fun there seeing that happen. I mean, you don't see a whole lot of Atlas kills, and when it happens, it's a lot of fun. It's tons of fun there.
I hope no matter what happens, Threezy Breezy can pick up Missile Prop, because now that he has Deadeye, he can actually proc it with his primary if he hits Missile Prop. And it's going to be so funny having two hits of it. Oh my goodness. Palmy thrown off the top of the map here. Now we're going into a position where a little bit of passing plays could happen, but not sure how they're going to play this out here. Pudgy Waffles getting taken out from the piercing shot. And we're tying this round up 2-2.
All right, looks like Los Rancheros was down 2-0 and decided, all right, let's game a little. Let's have a little bit of fun here. Maybe it was a gentleman's agreement. I'm not too sure, but I mean, again, this is all for seeding purposes. So whoever wins here, whoever wins, loses, you're still getting into playoffs. You're still going to have a fun time regardless. Reznok with the bomb there, making the core go a little fast immediately. I mean, that core is being hit super hard right now by all these Deadeye abilities. Gumi's on this far side. Easy Breezy real low, has to get rescued into his own sound barrier there. And this is a pretty good back and forth ping pong match, I gotta say. It's going back and forth. Everyone's defending. Kainoob with the core strike. Looks like Apalmi said nuh-uh to that. And it's gonna slide right in there. And Los Rancheros, given the Demon's Raw reverse sweep there, you gotta give it to Gumi. He knows his brand.
Yeah, I wonder going into this next draft, they're just going to all gentleman agreement on this Infinite. From the way they're highlighting it right now, I think they are. They're just going to take the Infinite every single time.
They're just going to take that bulk up and, if they all do, what do we talk about? There's not a whole lot of statistical stuff, not a whole lot of fun things for us to talk about. We're just like, all right, they're taking bulk up. How was your day? What did you eat for dinner? Right?
I had some great food. Mom made some wonderful traditional food at home.
Nice.
I ate up like a king because it was straight from work into the tournament. I have not gotten a chance to eat, but let's see what the players in this game are going to do after following this draft. All 6 players having the literal same exact awakenings across the board.
And let's see what these guys are cooking at the moment. You're talking about food. I've got some fettuccine Alfredo on my side, but there's no cheese in the way that Portland just erased Los Rancheros' goal barrier. Easy Breezy's getting real low, but see you later, Juno. Take a little bit of a break. You're off the side of the map there. Guineep's doing really good with these ranged hits on the Finger Blaster here with that primary. Looking real good on the Estelle. Palmy's going to try to do some work here with the... Oh, and look at that. Reznok just swipes in.
The secondary. Palmy passed it up perfectly. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it looked really cool, so I'm going to give it to them. Perfect hit from Reznok and good upper kind of pass to the wall from Palmy. Starting this round out with an advantage again, but just like last round, let's see if Los Rancheros are able to turn this around and who... Okay, it sounded like someone fell off the map here, but Palmy looking super low. 3 Breezy able to grab the power orb to heal up just a bit. Reznok using the core flip to save the barrier, but was just a little too slow there. And now we have the advantage for Los Rancheros. Actually, no. Just straightening it right back. Apalmi walking up, trying so hard to use that core flip, but doesn't get the opportunity to get taken out before that. And Kainoob with the great Rose Warp to finish it off.
I want to commend Easy Breezy there. He was trying to get right into that goal and do all the work himself, but Reznok was stopping it the entire time. Both these guys, for playing a match for fun right now, are still giving some heavy hitters to the audience.
Yeah, they're still playing to win. As funny as their awakenings are, they're not really goofing off too much in the match, or maybe
we'd hope not. We don't know.
Yeah, we honestly don't know.
Yeah, at this high level of play, goofing off can look like competent playing at many ranks. So, you don't know what's going on there. Oh, Gumi
maybe they are goofing off.
Maybe they are goofing off a little too much. Gumi's going to throw out the emote there, and the emote spam is amazing as always. Oh, no, and he got slimed off the map. Call up Nickelodeon. Oh, man.
That's the Primetime Deadeye Slime.
Primetime Deadeye Slime. I love that. Nice alliteration. Love it. You should be a rapper.
In another lifetime, in another Spider-Verse universe.
Oh, there's not a whole lot here. It looks like Portland's Cannon event is upcoming as they're getting absolutely pounded. Their goal barrier is gone, and Kainoob is just going to shoot it in. Cannon event cannot be avoided. And we're tied up 2-2.
Today. Tied up 2-2, just like last round. Will Los Rancheros be able to close it out, or Portland Sabbatical see another infinite training? It could be anything. I would love to see one more infinite training here. So I'm rooting for Portland to finish this off.
Please do. I want to see some more meme fun. Please do. It looks like they've heard our request and are at least trying to keep this core on the left side. And oh my goodness, see you later. Atlas gone from the map, and Portland could do something here, but the Slimes say no. looking like right now Fudgy Waffle's trying to pass this advantage. Might use his core flip very, very soon. The energy burst quickly on the queue here. It looks like it's going to happen, but nice barrier there from Apalmi. Sorry, not Apalmi, on the Atlas on the side of Lost Rancheros. Fudgy Waffles and Easy Breezy going at it.
I gotta commend Gumi. Those are some absolutely insane series of saves that he had there. The fact that the barrier did not go down after all of that is phenomenal. And now it is Los Rancheros with the man advantage here. Seeing if they can pass it to Kainu and finish this off, forcing the core flip out of Resnock. No longer has it for for an offensive play here. Doing a little bit of ping-ponging from the Juno blobs. Breezy using his primary there, trying to force it through. Almost enough here. It's looking really tight, but Portland needs to get that barrier so that it can force Rancheros back a little bit at least.
Prayers have been answered right there. There it goes. So now we've got 2 open goals on the side here. Luna can't do enough. And Los Rancheros, the Cowboys, coming in, the Vaqueros of the Southwest, making their presence known and getting the 5-0 on the day in the Swiss stage. Both these teams, you'll still see them in the playoffs, as we mentioned before, but what a matchup! What an interesting match as well. Very fun too. This is amazing for me. You don't see a whole lot of that in weeklies, but hey, we're having fun out here on the West Coast. We know how to keep things chill out here.
It's happy, or I should say that I'm glad that the West players are enjoying their time here in this 4-0 match leading up to the playoff bracket. And look at this. Look at this stat line. 3Z Breezy with 21k damage, 8 KOs. The most KOs out of anyone in the game.
On the Forward Atlas, you got to commend it, dude. That was awesome. I mean, whoever said Forward Atlas is unstoppable, you are correct with these stats. 4 goals for Kainoob and Theezy Breezy apiece. I mean, there's not a whole lot Portland Sabbatical could do there, but you got to commend Resnock on the Luna. Goalie taking the most damage on that side as well. 130 redirects, 30 orbs, absolutely munching on those gumballs. And this was just an interesting match altogether. I mean, we're going to be looking at this back like maybe in a year and being like, wow, that was the craziest match we've ever seen. Let's bring it back to the cams here. So, Mystic, we're back here on the cams at the soundstage right here at the Outen City Music Festival. We're going to be going to a quick break here. We're going to have a little bit of a caster swap out so we can both have some time to eat some food and relax a little bit. So, Mystic, any final words on that last match?
Yeah, for the one match that I'm guessing for tonight because it's getting late, absolutely phenomenal show that everyone put on. I really appreciate the sportsmanship, the way everyone played. The Forward Atlas went insane, the most damage, the most KOs. Please continue to play it. Please. Don't let it be a one and done.
Please don't do that. Please do this again maybe next week. That would be so amazing. But thank you so much, Mystic. We'll see you later, and I'll probably see you on the other side. I don't know what Vaudable has planned, so we're just going to head to a quick break, and we'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere.
See ya.
Welcome back to Primetime Tuesday's West Bracket Edition. We have just finished up the Swiss round, and we're into the playoffs. And I'm joined by my great friend, K-Bot. Kenneth, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. We are once again, I'm 2 weeks in a row for starting off the East stream and then joining back for the West matches to close off the night. So should be a lot of fun. I have spent the past few hours trying to play a few games myself. I was like occasionally glancing at the screen. Dylan, I was like half paying attention to the last one. You set Atlas forward?
Yes, there was an Atlas forward. Easy breezy doing the Atlas forward work there for Portland. No, sorry, not Portland. My bad. Los Rancheros, the Ranchers, and it was absolutely insane. It was a meme match, but I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of that in this playoff stage, unless they want to. I mean, that'd be pretty fun, I think.
Yeah, well, you probably don't want to risk your tournament life on something quite like that. That's my guess. You lose once and you're out at this point. Yep. No more funny business here. So I imagine probably not going to see that. Both those teams were, guaranteed playoffs. So, but excited to see what these teams do pull out, especially as we turn our attention to the teams coming up next.
Yes, and we've got AGA versus Spicy Takis. AGA with the 4-1 record. Spicy Takis with the 3-2 at the moment. And we're going to have a fun little spicy matchup as well. I'm loving the Southwestern names in tonight's matchup. Los Rancheros, Spicy Takis. I mean, I feel right at home.
There's a Portland sabbatical and an Oregon Trail, so you probably ought to make up some, thing about how you take the Oregon Trail on your Portland sabbatical or something. There's a joke somewhere in there.
There's a joke somewhere in there. I mean, as long as Oregon Trail gets up there to Portland's sabbatical, they'll meet in the finals if that does happen. But it's all these matches are starting as well, so we're going to look right into this. I believe we're loading in at the moment, so whoever wins here goes to the semifinal. As Kenneth said, K-Bot said, it's single elimination, so if you lose, you're done. See you later. No chance at that prize money, that sweet, sweet prize money, and Primetime Tuesday glory. And I'm pretty excited to see who we're going to crown for the West this week. Who's your favorite and who's your dark horse going into these brackets here?
You're going to make me pull out a favorite and a dark horse. I mean, it has to be one of the two that we just watched, right? It's probably Los Rancheros because they just ended up going undefeated in the Swiss stage. But don't, take your eyes off of AGA here, who we're about to watch. Both Gengar and Pyroon have been around, especially in the Western scene, and have started to make some runs at things. So I'm excited to get a chance to see those two players play again and watch this roster because, again, in these earlier stages of things, it's exciting to see all the different combinations of players that we've got. The most of the time, there are very rare occasions where you see a Nassau League team enter Primetime Tuesday. For whatever reason, I don't know, the players just don't like doing it. They'd rather try out 5 different other rosters than play with their own main roster. And it's been fun to see all of the different cool combinations and quirky strategies sometimes we get to see. Like last week in the West bracket, we saw a Zentaro goalie who took Chrono Boost with eject button, Dylan.
I mean, that's just, what? Why?
Yeah. Well, because when you have a Chrono Boost Zentaro, he can just cover half of the map and immediately blink right back.
I'm not gonna question any more of these players' abilities. I'm very sure that they know what they're doing more than me, right?
I was about to say, there's a reason why you're in bronze and I'm in gold, sitting here talking.
Silver now. Silver.
Oh, silver. Okay.
I am now huge. a silver man. Anyway, we are loading right into this match. We are on Night Market. It's going to be a fun one. Spicy Takis in red as usual. They do have blue Takis though. Apparently Vaudable was munching on those at the CECC finals. And I want to know what he thought about those Spicy Takis as well. We got Aimee banned and the Rune ban as well. So let's see who we're going to pick right here. We got 2 Lunas on the side of AGA.
Sure. I mean, they can't play 2 Lunas at once, but we'll see what ends up getting locked. It is Gengar
locking the Zentaro goalie again. The one of the players that played it for us last week decides to pull it out again this week. That has to mean that like Super Surge is one of our starter awakenings here. So I imagine we'll see that in a moment. Of course, rounded out here, Pyroni on the Juno, also a fantastic pick that we saw them play last week. And now Nerva rounding out the lineup with the Luna forward, which you've seen come out in full force tonight, Dylan, and pumps out so much damage.
I'm loving seeing this new meta, seeing Luna on the main stage as well. I'm loving seeing people just go out and try these new comps and these weeklies and see if it all works out. So it's going to be very interesting heading into the Pro League Invitational this weekend. So we're off. AGA taking off the first strike. And look at the Luna, just absolutely blasting around the map. Taking a page out of Danny DeVito's book and just starting to blast out here. Looks like Pyroni with the Slimes trying to get an advantage here, trying to grab a shield barrier. You're seeing that eject button come out as well. I don't think we saw the awakenings, or we may have. I'm just blind. But one of the AGA shield barriers is gone. Spicy Takis as well, getting the revenge spook after, grabbing that invisibility, and we'll grab the second barrier here. Looks like Frames. Oh, no, I thought Frames was going to go in for it, but spooked after on the Jakar, taking it home 1-0.
Yeah, Gengar doing his best with the Oni Blade there on the back line as now we see the Awakenings come up. Egoist, extra special, happy stars across the board, folks, coming in for this one. And look, it was underrated at one point, but having that additional special cooldown at your disposal is going to be huge, especially for things like the Luna goalie, the Maelstroms coming out of the era, and even the Juno with her ability to pump out all of the slimes. And then Gengar, of course, on this Zentaro goalie as well. Ooh. That Oni Blade can pull out a couple of saves there.
I mean, as long as these players on AGA can stay alive, Pyroni taking a bit of damage, Rezark looking a little worse for wear. Both goals are open, so it's anyone's game at the moment. Frame's going to burst in there, get some damage, and come back. That's just Luna ping pong, but it just goes right back to Spooked, and it's a little spooky out here. The stars are aligning.
Yeah, Spooked Alter to put that one away. And look, the lock and load has quite a bit of potential with that shotgun, right? Its ability to cover a wide range of angles and clears is going to make things difficult for Gengar to try to send this core around. And now trying to dash in again, but can't seem to get the momentum rolling here for AGA.
Absolutely. I mean, AGA is trying to get this momentum rolling, and it kind of does work out in the moment. Their goal is open, and oh my goodness, the Luna is out. So Spicy Taki's at the man disadvantage. AGA needs to capitalize within the next 6 seconds for any of this to come to fruition. And the slime, Pyroni bowling it in, and that's a good point there for AGA to kind of regain some momentum.
Yeah, huge Blobo coming out there. Was starting to get a little bit worried because the passing play couldn't come in. And the other thing for this AGA composition is they don't have a lot of traditional scorers, right? They don't have someone that's going to be sitting right in front of the net trying to stuff things back, pick up those goal barriers, and things of this sort. And so we'll see if Pyroni can start to fill that role when they have their Blobos at the ready. And you see them already starting to lay them down on the pitch.
I mean, they're everywhere. They are big and mighty, and you got to let the AI take some advantage here. Hopefully that could work out in AGA's favor as they do have it spooked, a little bit spooked at the moment. A few hits away from falling off the map, but this core is going absolutely insane right now. Little chip in there for Pyroni, and we're tied up in this first set.
Able to find the response there. And remember, folks, for those of you that might be a little unfamiliar with Omega Strikers, the Juno has the ability to redirect the core with the Blobos. If the Juno strikes at the same time, the core will go to the same direction that the Juno strikes out of those Blobos. Exactly what Pyroni does there to find the top corner, and well done. That's the staple of a tried and true Juno player here, coming in full force and already getting one goal barrier, but without those Blobos coming in, we'll see if they can actually find the second as the Crater comes out as well.
Crater's really helping at the moment, and Spooked again low as bones here. Grabbing a goal barrier though, so it looks like Frames is doing some good offensive work, but oh no, blundered, and Aimee panicked emote coming out, knew that was a mistake, and that will be tough for Spicy Takis to recover from. AGA taking the first set, and let's get right into the Awakenings draft.
Yeah, I talked a little bit about the fact that there weren't many stuffing tools. Well, the good news is you don't need many stuffing tools or traditional scores to get around the Luna once those goal barriers have gone down and once the core goes to the opposite side of the pitch. Pyroni in the right place at the right time and gets rewarded with the hot shot. A fantastic awakening here for the Juno. Allows those Blobos to hit the core just that little bit extra harder, and it's going to make it that much harder to predict on the goal line.
The stacks on stacks from the Zentaro here looking pretty good for the goalie. But, yep, and the stacks on stacks going to the opposing Luna frames here. Pretty decent draft. I think AGA can stay with their pedal to the metal at the moment, and it looks like they will. They already have a goal barrier down to 2. Nerva just coming in and grabbing that. She's tiny, but she's still mighty, and she's going in. What the heck is Gengar doing? Going from goal to goal and slicing and dicing? Who do you think you are, man? Gordon Ramsay?
The eject button Zentaro goalie at its finest right here. Gengar piloting and championing this striker to the maximum in the goalie position. And now Pyroni starts to get involved. Jump forward. No, that one will go just wide. There's the core flip out of Gengar, who's in position to send it back. And AGA, as you mentioned, still pedal to the metal. They've gone 4 straight goals in a row.
I'm sorry for questioning the eject button goalies in Taro. I mean, I'm seeing the magic unfolding in front of my eyes. I need to try some of that in ranked if I can. That'll definitely help me out in the silver section, maybe. I'm not too sure. Do I have the skill? I've got no idea, but these players sure do. As Gengar is defending this goal, can't really get that goal barrier down, though. So you got 1 goal barrier on each side. Still a pretty even matchup. Spooked, getting also spooked, maybe a little scared as he's falling in the shield department. Definitely needs to shield up a bit more, but grabs another shield barrier. So Spicy Takis on the offensive. Need to make something work here. And oh my goodness, they almost did. But Gengar with the amazing save. That blade helping him out. He is one with it. He's going to send this up right to Pyroni, and maybe these slimes can slime up. Little Globos making sure something happens. Spooked. Doing a little bit of ping pong, and it's not enough frames. Getting the goalie goal. Boosting up, tying it up 1-1.
Huge rocket coming in there, and the other critical part is Frames still has that energy burst at their disposal as well. Most of the time, I'm anticipating that the Luna's going to save this for the defensive opportunity, that get-out-of-jail-free card to save one of those barriers, but also with this boost does have the potential to make some chaos happen. In fact, I was surprised not to see that in one of those earlier opportunities, but doesn't matter. Can send it away with the rocket nonetheless, and look at this. The Spicy Taki is starting to respond, but no, Pyroni takes care of both goal barriers in the interim, and it's Gengar dashing forward, but can't find the core. It'll find the net nonetheless.
You were just saying it. Use it in the last moment. Even though that goal barrier did go down, it absolutely just ricocheted off the side there, getting that goal. And man, that core flip right there, that energy burst really helping out Frames and Spicy Takis. They need to get another point here back in this set. Core flip coming out from Gengar, trying to make things work at the moment. Nerva boosting up to the very top, getting into a prime position to try and deflect onto one of these goal barriers. Frames not having a whole lot of it. Rexark also not having a whole lot of it as well, helping with the defense in the back line there. We're at the good goal barrier advantage right here.
Crater coming out as well, and I'm paying special attention to those craters, particularly coming out of Nerva on the side of AGA with heavy impact as well. Those will hit that much harder in addition to having that extra special up with that reduced cooldown. These craters are going to be coming around quite often for Nerva, but now goal barrier is down as Spooked Altar starting to get in position. There's the core flip, not going to be able to connect and find the pass as that gets interrupted by the Oni Blade. Crater comes out again, and now there's 2 people on the offensive. Gengar's forced to go back with the eject button timer. There's the core flip, comes out, but it gets stuffed back the other direction, and there's the boost to send it back from Frames.
Frames absolutely carrying this last set. 2 goals, 1 long range, 1 short range. That eject button really helping out the Luno here. And we're tied all up in this matchup. Let's see if AGA can grab some awakenings and turn their fates around here. You got the Super Surge, the Missile Propulsion. I'm pretty sure that Missile Propulsion is going to be taken, yes, by this Luna here to take it away from the other Luna. Good prime time from the Juno there. Of course, we got to clap that up. It's Primetime Tuesday. You got to take it when it's up.
Whoa.
Aerials there from the era. Yes.
The other thing I'll say about that Primetime is we've seen Pyroni
have so much of an impact with that primary, with that toss of that Lobo to get that into position, potentially in a scoring opportunity or what have you. But that has proven to be a very useful tool, is something that can come out pretty fast in order to actually find those goal scoring opportunities. So I have to imagine incredibly satisfied picking that up.
Absolutely, and just look at this. It's not really helping right now, but looks like both goals are open at the moment. Oh my goodness, the Drakkar trying to grab that invisibility, and oh no, full team goal. See you later, Zentaro, and that's just a tap in there from Frames.
That's the Crater coming out in full force again. And hey, look, its ability to continue disposing that area. And when the Centauro goalie burns its cooldowns, it doesn't have that ability to keep the core on back. As you see Gengar once again dashing in, looking for something on the offensive side. But no, doesn't get a goal barrier for the trouble. That's the gambit that they're running a lot of the time, is they can have 3 members forward at some of the time. They'll certainly try to use it. Now, looking for the other goal barrier. Gengar dashing in, not able to find any value for now. It's going to go right back down to the speed boost here. Core flip, use. Pyruni doesn't connect with it for the empowered strike and still can't find the goal barrier.
Just found it as well. A little bit of a caster curse there. Don't worry, it happens to the best of us. That was a nice defensive use of the core flip as well. That energy burst really helping out, not keeping that on that side. But I don't think Spicy Takis is having any of it. They are going full force, these two forwards, trying to get the goal barrier down, and they will. So let's see if Frames can do anything cool. Nerva going to come up and give a little slap to the opposing Luna. Pyruni is going to try to use these slimes and the Primetime ability to get this into the goal, but both these teams absolutely duking it out. Oh, a nice stop there, but it's not enough. Spook Alter shooting that core right into the goal there.
Yeah, the properties of the Oni Blade, once it actually stops that core, it doesn't actually take very long before that final strike comes out, sends the core away, and especially if you've got something like that lock and load at your disposal that Spooked Alter has with this Drakkar, all of a sudden it's going to make your scoring ability that much easier. So you see this positioning come in from Spooked Alter be quite that big of a deal. And now we'll have to see if he's going to be able to dodge around all of the damage that's going to start coming his way. As we saw earlier, the second that he started racking up a lot of damage, that Drakkar's forced to back on away. But for now, it's actually Nervan Pyruni taking most of the damage on the side of AGA.
Gengar trying to clear with the core flip there, but it just doesn't work out. It looks like these two, the Era and the Drakkar, on the offensive here. The entire AGA team in the goal trying to help Gengar, doing some great work there. The Luna is low. See you later, Zentaro. And this is looking really bad. Now, the other goal is open. This could be someone's shot here, but it's not going to happen. Spooked Alter winning this set 3-0 on the side of Spicy Takis, and they're up 2-1 in this set so far. One more, and they're into the semifinals.
I tell you what, that was scary, but Frames made the definitive choice to give away the goal barrier and slowly pass it up to Rezark there, which is probably the right call. And now it's going to be Spooked Alter taking this first one, picks up the twin drive here, most likely as a denial away. It's going to be okay for the Drakkar, but in fairness for the Drakkar, there also isn't a lot that you'd want up here. Maybe you want rapid fire, but all of the same, the Drakkar going to be happy to take away that twin drive, especially from Gengar, who has been dashing all over the place across the entire pitch.
A real nice deny there as well, and could have helped Spooked's offensive capability as well, as he's just right there in front of the action as the forward. And we're just seeing a lot of back and forth here. Looks like Gengar again teleporting up to the front. 2 goal barriers down, and AGA has the advantage. Sorry, I'm burping. This Juvie is hitting hard right now. Looking like a Spooked Alter grabbing another goal barrier. Rezark trying to heal up, get this team, these other guys, real tiny. Oh, nice little boost there, and the slime diff from Pyruni gets the opening goal in this set.
Pyruni played that round so well, all the way back to taking both goal barriers, sending it around 2 members of the Spicy Takis in order to do just that. And again, keeping control and possession of the core. That's exactly what the name of the game is when you're a Juno player. And look at this, all of a sudden the Oni Blade comes out of Gengar to find the second goal barrier as well for AGA.
AGA looking good, and oh my goodness, Pyruni just grabs it in. There's not a whole lot for me to say. They are looking good in this fourth set. Or fourth set. I can't count. I'm not a math major.
Fourth. No, it's fourth. You were right. You were right first time. But hey, look, other thing along with this, right, is it's interesting to see so many responses back and forth. This power play opportunity here for the Spicy Takis, looking to try to stay alive in this fourth set. Spooked Altar, though, can't quite seem to find the final barrier with that lock and load. Gengar still able to send it away, but there it is. Finally comes out for Spooked Altar. Goes invisible for a moment, not able to find it. Pyrudi trying to pass it up to themselves. No, doesn't go in, and now Spooked Altar is there to send it right on back. We're seeing the Spicy Takis trying to take the match here.
And it's going to be a very interesting one. Spicy Takis need to heat up, but AGA might just have that 2% milk difference. Try to bring it back as they're up 2-1. Could send this to a proper game 5. Pyrene with the bounce, not going to work out. One goal barrier down on the side of AGA. Man, this Drakar's looking a little different, a little too spooky at the moment. He's doing the shotgun, using that, but I don't think Nerva has anything to say about that. Defending this goal with a nice rocket there. Looking like the... Oh, man, the Crater comes out, deflects it. Good goal work from Frames. Nerdwalk coming in. Oh, my goodness. And that's another goal barrier down. It looks like Spicy Takis coming back after these first 2 goals. And look at that. Look at how unpolished everything is on this other side. I mean, oh, my goodness. 2 goals. Pyruni, the slime difference. Colin Nickelodeon, get in there. But, oh, no. Gengar wasn't there. And we're all tied up. So, somebody's going to take this set. It's either going to be a semifinal advance or game 5.
As it turns out, the dash strike of the Zentaro does not leave an eject button back for you to dash back to. Gengar can't quite seem to find the angle there, and now is starting to come up with this Oni Blade. But no, the Maelstrom is able to find both goal barriers at once. Able to do that, and now opportunity here, especially with Spooked Altar having the energy burst. Gengar, good use of that, sending it back to the bottom side. But now Maelstrom comes out, keeps possession here for the Spicy Takis, who will take the match and send themselves to the semifinals.
They were just too hot to handle, and the palette of AGA, much like my own, is very white, so it didn't really handle Spice that well. I'm joking. I handle Spice great. What do you mean? I grew up in New Mexico. We eat green chili with everything. I just wanted to make a funny joke. Anyway, let's take a look at the stats.
The real joke would have been my appetite then.
Yes, I didn't want to insult you. I didn't want to insult you.
Go ahead.
You know?
Go ahead. I'm
not going to.
I'm from the Midwest.
It's okay. It's okay, bud. It's fine. Everything's good. You've been the punching bag way too often. I think I should have deflected some blame there. But you know who was the punching bag? Oh, no. Dude, it's just Resnark going in here. Look at this. Okay, so 15k damage on the side of Spooked Altar. Good stuff there with 7+2 goals. It just was not enough. On the side of AGA, though, Pyruni absolutely carrying. It just didn't work out in their favor.
But the thing that stands out to me the most out of Spicy Takis is Resnark on the 8 assists. Nearly every single goal that was scored ended up going over to this era. And we were talking so much about the Juno's ability to control the core in the midfield. That's also what Era wants to do when she's not busy buffing up or shooting out that Maelstrom or what have you. All she wants to do is continue feeding the core on forward, exactly on up to Spooked Altar there, and Spooked Altar was able to come up with plenty of goal barriers and goals as a result. So fantastic work there, and I'm excited to see what the Spicy Takis can do as things continue to heat up in this bracket.
And heat up they will. I mean, if you look at both of their Lunas, it both had 20k damage on the goalie position. Not the goalie position, sorry. One goalie, one forward. But it was still a lot of damage being dished out from Luna. So I'm loving seeing this Luna play. It's really, really interesting. And I think we're going to see a little bit more of it next up. I think we might have a caster substitution, or you're just stuck with me and K-Bot. No matter what happens, don't go anywhere. The rest of Primetime Tuesday West is coming up next. Welcome back to Primetime Tuesday's West Bracket. We're into the semifinals, and it's really getting to prime time for us. I mean, it's almost midnight there for you, K-Bot. It's almost 11 p.m. here for me. But that does not stop the hard-hitting action going down. We've got 3 more matches left, and then we're all good. We're all good. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Look, when I'm actually watching the Omega Strikers, it doesn't feel like it's late, right? It feels like it's any other match because it's exciting, it's fast-paced, it ends up being incredibly close in the Western bracket as well so often. And we see some interesting strategies, like the Zentaro goalie, of course, got eliminated last round for the side of APA, but look, or AGEA, excuse me, not the APA format that we're used to citing for college papers. But nonetheless, excited to see what we've got coming up here, especially because there's a treat coming up as we get to watch Los Rancheros versus Oregon Trail, and seeing Los Rancheros again with 2/3 of the Nassau West roster that's been dominating league play so far, and probably pretty good favorites, or pretty strong roster heading into the Pro League Invitational as well. It'll be exciting to see 2/3 of that with Gumi, of course, holding it down, emoting on the goal line, and Kainub in the midfield. As now we see everything coming in, and do I have to genuinely commentate over this? 3Z is banning the Juliet and going Atlas forward. We're really doing this.
We're really doing this. So it's a Juliet Kai ban on both sides here. The Los Rancheros trying to defend their turf from the Oregon Trail. Those oxen wagons storming through the bracket so far, storming through the Swiss stage. 4-2 is not a bad record coming into this tournament as well, coming into this bracket stage at least, but Los Rancheros 6-0 on the night. Kainu grabbing the Drakkar, Amy being pulled out from the Oregon Trail. We got an Asher pick, loving Asher, and Gumi's on the Dubu? I'm loving this match so far. This is great. Rasmus going to be picked by 3Z as well in a mirror match there. So we got Drakkar, Dubu, Rasmus, Asher, Amy. It's going to be a fun one, I think.
3Z almost gave me a heart attack on hovering the Atlas again, but is going to be the Rasmus locked in. And Rasmus, a very versatile striker, right? Can do a lot of damage output and a lot of KO potential, but also has the ability to go for a lot of those core control things with Death's Touch and with that pendulum swing, both longer range abilities that can hit pretty hard and hit where it hurts on the goal line.
Absolutely, and you're already seeing it hit really hard right now with 1 goal barrier down for Los Rancheros. They are kind of doing a bit of a struggle bug at the moment. This is pretty difficult here, but man, it looks like Oregon Trail needs to stay alive, needs to get past Los Rancheros because, as we said before, Portland Sabbatical is in this next one. We might have a full Oregon match here in the grand finals, but we can't say that for sure just yet. Oh, Gumi, what a great energy burst there. And Thezy with a great energy burst. It's just going 2-on-2. Both goals are open. Oh my gosh, there's so much energy coming in and out. That's too much. Oh my gosh. And I mean, that just makes so much sense.
There it is. No, can't put it back at all. 6 use their energy burst there. It's fire up all across the board as your starter awakening here, folks. So expect to see those energy bursts come in quite frequent and expect things to go exactly like that when the core starts speeding up just too fast. It's Zenith, credited with the first goal in the game.
Man, and just, yeah, all the energy is shared. So yes, we're going to see a bunch more of that. And as you said before, Zenith on the Rasmus grabbing that first goal on the side of Oregon Trail. I don't think Los Rancheros is happy with this, defending this 1 goal barrier up until the last second. Appabug looking super pumped up out there, emoting, having a great time. Oh, what a deflect from Thezy Breezy on the kill list. And Kainub rockets it in, ties it up. I think this is going to be a very back and forth match here, K-Bot.
Yeah, it's going to be back and forth because we're on night market with increased speed of the core if it does find between those barriers. We have energy bursts out the wazoo, and not to mention, all of the strikers will start moving at the speed of Sonic when they start actually coming up with those energy bursts. Tofu Fortress used by Gumi, again, defending away. But once that Tofu Fortress goes down, it's going to be vulnerable to the next energy burst unless he's got one up himself and sends that one around just the same as well. We'll see what comes in, especially as we see some of these energy bursts start to get staggered on these meters.
as now it looks like 3CBs and Kilius are the only two up. Both of them will burn it, but it's Kilius that gets the most of things for now. But no, possession back right on over to Los Rancheros, and it's going to be Kainoob that picks up both and finds the shotgun shot to put it back.
If you just saw the way those energy bursts came out one by one, this is going to be such an entertaining match. I don't think the core is going to stop for 1 second. The only time it's going to stop is when the countdown is happening, right? Oh, man. This is going to be great. Rasmus whipping it into shape, going right towards Kainoob. Kilius also doing a great job at goalie so far for Oregon Trail, putting down this conveyor belt. The firewall is going out. It is happening, and that gets a goal barrier for them as well. But see you later, Asher. Looks like Oregon Trail's luck might have run out. Looks like, somebody broke a leg in the wagon and they're going underwater. And look at this. But they're trying to make it work, though. It looks like they had enough bandages, and 2-2 tie here. Oregon Trail scoring 1.
Huge series of events starting with that energy burst core flip out of Kilius, sending it to the top corner right on over to where Zenith was standing so that Zenith could slightly redirect that core down to the bottom corner. Again, playing that midfield as this Rasmus is going to be critical, not only procuring that rock for the Asher, but additionally making sure that it stays forward and making sure that you can find those redirects when that core is moving so fast. As now pressure starting to mount. We're seeing Los Rancheros come in as Gumi's going all the way forward with this energy burst. Finds the redirect there as well to the top corner to take the first set.
Love me a Dubu goal. Show me them paws. I mean, the goalie just coming up and charging in. Of course he's going to get MVP. Oh, my goodness. Let's see what the Awakenings have in store for us. Now, Missile Propulsion looking a little interesting here, but I've got to say, take the prime time, all right? We're on the show. Take the prime time. No, he's going to take stacks on stacks. That's a good choice.
A lot of good choices here for Gumi, but going to opt for the movement speed with the stacks on stacks. That means that it's going to be Zenith picking up that prime time, more pendulum swings for this Rasmus, more critical core connections. And additionally, that last one to round it out, that missile propulsion will fall on over to Kainoob on this Drakkar, which again will have that much more of an increased effect with that lock and load.
Little log coming out from Gumi. He's trying to make things work over here. Oh, Kainoob is so low. That conveyor belt on the Amy, making him bleed out at the moment. Gotta get some energy orbs. Gotta eat those. Easy Breezy trying to come up and grab a goal barrier, and it works in their favor, but see you later, Drakkar. Oh, man, the man advantage is on Oregon Trail. If they can get a goal barrier down, and they will, looking like Applebug, a little low. Gotta watch out, especially on this Asher, because she can go flying at any second. Kainoob back up, ready to dominate, got shotgun in hand, ready to go Doom mode. All right, we got Gumi and Kilius both with their energy ready, but oh no, the Rasmus on the side of Los Rancheros is down, and man advantage again goes to the Oregon Trail. And again, you're seeing all these energy bursts coming out, and we're going to see some very interesting stuff coming out here.
Watch now as one goal barrier up, Applebug not able to connect with that one around, and Gumi still able to send it away from this goal barrier. Now Zenith uses that energy burst, trying to shove it around this corner, but no, not today. And this one will finally connect with that lock and load coming out of Kainoob. 3Z Breezy trying to use the speed up, getting in position here, and now starting to be a threat there towards the bottom side, but a nice IME turret once again comes out of Kilius, splitting the field in half. Now, pressure going back the other direction, but Applebug still hasn't been able to find this second goal barrier as Gumi continues to send it away from the Asher. Now Kainoob, beautiful strike shot from Kilius to find the save, and it converts to the goal barrier. Now looking for this one, Gumi forced to use the energy burst there as well. The speed up comes through and the power play opportunity, and it's not enough for Kilius to dodge around this time.
Oh my goodness, they were just ping-ponging all over the place. It's looking like me and my sister playing air hockey at the arcade. It was absolute insanity. Wow. Okay, so we're going to have some more energy strikes coming up, so don't you worry. One goal barrier, two goal barrier down for Oregon Trail. Kainoob and Theezy Breezy making light work, whipping it in. 2-0. They're speed running this round.
We talk about the effectiveness of that pendulum swing, and while 3Z Breezy wasn't the one that got the prime time out of the two Rasmuses, it's not going to matter all of the same as long as you can connect with the core when it matters most. And now look at this. Energy burst online for both Kainoob and 3Z Breezy already. Kainoob using that to get the speed boost for the rest of the team as well. Applebug uses it, but it gets deflected away by the Tofu Fortress once more.
Looks like, oh man, Zenith really trying to use that energy burst at the right time, and it works out in his favor, grabbing the one goal barrier, and Gumi doing a great job. Very patient, very good plays so far on the Dubu goalie. Applebug looking a little low. Gumi might be trying to capitalize on this as Theezy Breezy lays down the pain, and the goal, my goodness, I can't even talk. This is insane. Applebug still low, getting the elusive out, and oh no, Kainoob is also low. We might be seeing a different man advantage here. It might be a 2v2. Killis not taking no for an answer, keeping that core outside of that goal. It's just ping-ponging around, doing some great defensive work. Gumi pushing up all the way into goal, trying to make something happen here. If he's saying, if my forwards can't do it, I will. And he wins the set with that.
Oh my goodness. For the record, folks, don't try that in your solo queue games. That was planned and coordinated. Kainoob was the one that dropped back on the Drakkar to keep care of that other goal barrier that was back there. And of course, that Drakkar can play the goalie position as well. So not too surprising there. But certainly don't try to do that sort of a thing.
Please
I imagine your teammates will start to get a little mad at you if you start doing that. As now we're on this second carousel. The Oregon Trail needs to find an answer, needs to find a way to get this Asher online, stuffing things past this Dubu, because Applebug has not been able to get any answer for Gumi's various clears.
I hope this spark of resilience can really help this Asher pick on Applebug, especially with the hot shot. I mean, it's got to happen at some point. Look at Applebug's level, only at 3. It's just not looking good right now. He needs to bring it back and bring it all in, because Zenith is doing a lot of this load carry work on the forward position at the moment. Theezy Breezy whips one goal barrier down with his sickle whip. Jabs another one. He's in the goal. He's ready to go. Gumi's coming back. He's coming back with a vengeance. Energy strike. Bang! See you later. Up 1-0. And man, Los Rancheros are 2 goals away from getting to the grand finals.
Kainoob and Gooby have also played on the Bounty Hunters during the National season, and one of the most critical parts of their play is just how well they're able to keep control of the core. That's the reason why Goomy is able to walk forward so often. Even when both goal barriers are up, he's not afraid of anything, and now more KOs coming in, the KOing power of someone like Theezy Breezy, this brawler player added to the mix, and that makes for an incredibly potent combination. Is look at this, Goomy once again getting involved. Energy burst at his disposal off of the goal gate that's retracting in the process to send Los Rancheros up to match point.
A Dubu sweep happening here in the semifinals. A masterclass from Gumi. I'm pretty sure one chatter just said Gumi Giga Chad, and Gumi is cooking at the moment, and cooking he is a 5-star meal. It doesn't matter that Candy Log is the first course. Looking like Theezy Breezy's going to try to get up in here, and look, Gumi, here he comes. He's charging up the midfield. Looking like Kainoob is going to grab this other goal and try to make a Dubu sweep happen here in the semifinals. He can grab this other goal. He doesn't have the energy burst just yet, but Applebug going to grab up the advantage because the Dubu isn't there. And no, things are falling apart for Los Rancheros. Not if Gumi can say anything about it, though. Good deflection so far. Into the slide through his fingers. Kainoob grabbing that set. They're going to the grand finals. And oh my God, what a blunder, Killis. I am so sorry. I feel for you. We have our first grand finalist in Los Rancheros. Man, what a game. Man, what a set. And Dubu, show me them paws, baby.
Have to want to have that strike shot back if you're Kilius. But man, the other thing here as well that is all about this is the speed. That Dubu was skating. That's the other reason why Gooby was able to get so involved on the front lines and in the opponent's goal box, is because he was able to walk around the map so fast. And look at this, it's Gooby that actually came up with more goals than both Kainoob and Theezy Breezy for this team. I mean, what just fantastic play, keeping possession of the core, not getting afraid by the speed, not being afraid by everything that's happening. And at the end of the day, I think a lot of the speed, a lot of the projectiles that were coming out didn't really, or was enough to keep the core away from right in front of Applebug on that Asher, right? The Asher can be a strong pick, but most of the time, only when that core actually lands in front of her. I don't think that core was in front of Applebug, like, at all for most of that match. It was too busy ping-ponging all around the place with all of the core flips that were coming out. So that
unfortunately, probably didn't see the game playing out quite like that. But hey, still commendable on the whole. And doesn't mean that Asher's a bad pick, but in this context, with that core going so fast, and for that matter, with everything going so fast, didn't seem like it quite panned out and wasn't quite enough to keep over just the superior core control that I was talking about earlier between Gumi and Kainu, with Breezy thrown into the mix.
And you got to commend Kainoob and Theezy Breezy here. They were giving out, dealing the damage, 11k damage on Kainoob, 15k damage on Theezy Breezy, making it so that Gumi can just Chad walk all the way up to that goal and score it every single time. It was a coordinated plan. It was a coordinated effort, and that strike from the Southwest made it all happen. Absolute masterclass from Gumi. I cannot stop raving about his Dubu play, and you're going to see more of it in the grand finals, hopefully, as Portland Sabbatical and Spicy Takis are still battling it out for that final spot. So before we go to the grand finals, we're going to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We might even have an appearance from Vaudable, so stick around. Welcome back again to the Primetime Tuesday presented by Vaudable. The West bracket is wrapping up as we're heading into the grand finals. It's a rematch from that first semi-Swiss matchup we had in the round 5 there. It's Los Rancheros and Portland Sabbatical duking it out to see who the best of the West really is. K-Bot, who do you think is going to win this?
Well, if history were to tell us anything, Los Rancheros probably going to be the favorites heading into this one. Look, we saw it in the last one. Having two members that have played together is so critical, and then you throw someone who tends to go for a few more KOs, and all of a sudden, you've got a really effective unit that can tear through most of the competition. But look, here's the other thing as well. This is a best of 3. There's no real shenanigans here that are going to come out in just one game. No fancy starter awakening that's going to decide it all. Instead, it's a best of 3. And one of the other things here is that Portland Sabbatical will be probably looking to try to take things back as well, as they're coming back into this. They were here last week as well, and will be looking to try to take this one. So we'll see what ends up happening here in the finals of our West bracket.
Yes, and I mean, it looks like Portland's not going to be on a sabbatical too much. They got to come back to work because even in the meme matchup in that Swiss stage, Los Rancheros looked super powerful. And if you saw the last match against Oregon Trail, Los Rancheros is absolutely steamrolling through this bracket at the moment, but it's going to be an interesting matchup. We're not going to see any more meme comps. I'm very sure where they're going to play this game as serious as possible. Now, that is not guaranteed, of course, but we can only hope.
Now,
so, chat,
Dylan,
make sure to get your predictions in the chat as well. But yes, sorry, K-Bot, my bad.
I just wanted to say that we might not see any meme compositions, but rest assured, folks, you will see memes because Gumi will be sitting there still spamming the emote button the whole entire time. Don't you worry, folks. That's not going anywhere. I genuinely, someone needs to sit this guy down and ask him why he does it. It's just one of those things that is a constant in life. It's taxes, death, and Gumi spamming emotes on the goal line. Those are the constants in life.
I want to think he has 5 foot pedals at his desk, so he could just press whatever he wants with his feet, and it just easily spams, because there's no way he could be doing WASD or MOBA and pressing the number keys as well, but it could be possible. He is a good gamer, and we're getting into this draft here. We are settling in on Night Market. Great map for the first one of Grand Finals. Rune and Drakkar, see you later. You're not going to be seeing this match. Maybe next one. Sit on the bench. So, Kainu, usually picking the Drakkar there, we'll have to flex to the Estelle or the Rasmus. The Juliet on Theezy Breezy looking pretty confident, but kind of going to go with the Era. Kai on the other side for Portland. Keep in mind as well, 0-0 means that this is a best of 3 matchup. You will see the matches up on there. That's not going to be the score as well. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. You got Dubu Gumi as well. A Juliet coming out from Portland. And then Juliet, Theezy Breezy might be happening pretty soon. I'm not too sure. Looks like it will. And we got the Era on Portland as well. Let's see what the awakenings are. But K-Bot, are we ready?
Well, it doesn't matter whether or not we're ready because we're getting into the game regardless here. You see on the other side of the pitch as well, it'll be a Palmy and Fudgy Waffles matching the front line with that Juliet Era combination, and it's Happy Star Missile Propulsion that comes out here. Gumi picking that extra special instead, but already KO happens, and suddenly Portland Sabbatical might have an early opportunity to start getting some of these goal barriers down.
Which is really good for the one guy who put 10 vaudable dollars, 10 exposure bucks on this Portland team as they're KOing, as they're going crazy. Fudgy Waffles slapping that syrup all over the place, up at the advantage 1-0.
How does Fudgy Waffles already have energy burst? I don't really know how that happened. Already, all 3 members, for that matter, on Portland Sabbatical are on level 2 after so many KOs happen. And look at this! It happens again! Maelstrom comes out of Fudgy Waffles to take care of business, and now Apalmi's starting to get in position. The Tofu Fortress can only hold Apalmi's Juliet back for so long, and now it's going to send it back as well. Portland Sabbatical taking this one in stride.
So far, Portland Sabbatical is no longer on the lawn chair in the Pacific Northwest. They are back in the office at whatever job they have, making it all work out. And Fudgy Waffle's going to get the first hit in this set so far. Gumi, again, trying his best to keep this core out of the goal barriers, but you can't really stop a Palmy. Maybe you can stop a Palmy's Fist. I was about to try to predict the future there. It didn't work out. One goal barrier down for Los Rancheros. Cool. They need to keep this up, but see you later, Juliet. We're going to see a man advantage on the side of Los Rancheros. They are ranching and wrangling, and here comes Gumi. He's thundering up the midline. Here he comes. It's going to happen. Maybe. He's got the wall right there. A Palmy is back, but Kainoob meets it, and Gumi needs to get right back to that goal pretty fast, if I had any say-so.
One of the things that Portland Sabbatical is doing so well is getting it past at least one member of Los Rancheros. They're making sure that there's always something in the way to interrupt a pass or to otherwise make it so that they don't have full possession of the core. And most notably, look at how far the strike shot plus missile propulsion on the Kai is going for Reznok. He can shoot over half of the pitch, as now we see a few energy bursts used. Gumi has it at his disposal as well. And the barrage nearly sends 3Z Breezy off of the pitch. Power play opportunity for Los Rancheros isn't going to quite translate, at least for now. Kainoob collects the core, though. He's going to be looking for this goal barrier. Is going to be able to find it, but a Palmy responds with the KO against 3Z Breezy. The Bewitching Beams both come out. The Maelstroms cross things up for a moment, but a Palmy is energy burst. It hits an angle, but it's not an angle to go in. And now the corner as well. Possession still over to Portland Sabbatical. Energy burst used, but it doesn't matter. Fudgy Waffles is able to send it back.
Gumi trying to use that energy burst as well as a defensive move did not work out, and Portland are up 3-0. This is looking mad interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, let's see what's happening on this Awakenings draft. You got Fire Up again. You got Big Fish on the Infinite as well. Stacks on stacks. Looking like it's going to go to the enemy era here, the Los Rancheros era. Fire Up being picked by the era on the side of Portland. Built different, Big Fish. Dubu's got the skates. Watch out for Gumi. He's going to be sliding all around this court. And let's see. Looks like the Big Fish will be taken by Kainoob. So very interesting draft. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on that Dubu.
I think most everyone is incredibly happy with what he came away with, especially Fudgy Waffles, though, with that fire-up. We saw 6 fire-ups in the last one, and that's what caused so much speed and so much pressure for Los Rancheros. And now Fudgy Waffles able to take it away, mitigate some of that opportunity, and maybe start to work it into some more speed and momentum for Portland Sabbatical. We'll see if they can come away with this one, but first it's going to be all about trying to keep this core away from the forward duo, as Kainoob and 3Z Breezy are looking to find each other. There's the second goal barrier falling as well, as now 3Z Breezy can't quite make it back in time, but Gumi is there. Look at this Tofu Fortress.
Oh my
the
goodness.
knockout comes through, and the Maelstrom will clean it up.
Good Maelstrom from Kainoob, and you saw Gumi speeding around the middle of that pitch there, and it looks like these guys are just ready to go with this insane Dubu midfielder. Did I almost say Gubu? Dubu midfielder goalie kind of setup. It's looking interesting. Good wall coming out. The Maelstrom also blocking Reznok in the corner of that goal. I think Gumi is going to try to keep this away from these goal barriers. He kind of has to, as Fudgy Waffles and Apalmi make their way towards that side of the goal. Maelstrom comes out trying to get that core to that up top left, top right hand side. And oh my goodness, see you later, era. You're going to take a little break for a minute. Reznok keeping things fresh, making sure everything is good on this side of the goal barrier, but I don't think it's going to happen for much longer. It's a beat-up sesh. Juliet on Juliet action in this goal. Breezy really low, and here goes the other goal barrier, and here comes the Dubu, and Breezy tries to make it work. He gets knocked out in the process. Oh no, and there goes a goal barrier. Slides past Gumi. Apalmi takes this into consideration. Gets this question. Great pumpkin wall, good pumpkin fortress by Gumi here, and here comes 3Z Breezy. He's back from the dead. He's going for revenge. See you later, Juliet. You're going to take a break here. Go join Romeo. And oh, what a good deflect by Reznok here. Gumi bringing it towards, he's going to go thundering up this midfield as well. Let me get this. Bang. See you later. Show me the pause, Gumi.
How obnoxious is Gumi walking all the way forward and putting a Tofu Fortress down on the opponent's goal box? I mean, what are you supposed to do? You can't clear it down to the corner because it's going to go right back to you. But again, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And one of the things that the Dubu does incredibly well on Night Market. Look at how Gumi is using the Tofu Fortress to completely block off one whole half of the map, buying more space for Los Rancheros. Anytime that Tofu Fortress forces up, they have the advantage. But we'll see if Portland Sabbatical can start finding an answer, because they're going to need to find it, despite the fact that they went 3-0 in the first set. Now core flip used by KhazixMayJump, but doesn't take the empowered strike, just sends a lazy one down to the bottom corner.
A 3-0 from Portland, a 3-0 from Los Rancheros. We're going back and forth, trading blows. This is what it looks like to watch a grand final. And Dubu, first up here, of course he's the MVP. He's Dubu. He's the best character in the dang game. Don't at me. So Dubu is going to grab the Orb Dancer. Very good stuff. It's interesting that he didn't grab the Orb Ponderer because he's on the back of that goal, but he's not going to be using it for that. He's going to be getting more speed as he comes up the midfield, so it's a great pick there. The Twin Drive on era for Los Rancheros. Looking good as well. Peak performance is going to be taken by a lot of the enemy team here. Orb Ponderer on the Kai and a Spark of Strength on to Theezy Breezy. So, very good awakenings overall, and let's take a look at all these.
Yeah, you see that already come out. And look, the Dubu starting to come more online, more and more movement speed, especially as Goomy is going to start picking up some of these orbs. Watch out for that, but now has to be careful here, because again, as long as the core is able to slip by, there might be some havoc to cause here, but with Fuzzy Waffles so low on Stagger back on the other side of the pitch, Palmy can only do so much, but let the core go to the hands of Los Rancheros. Now, strike shot out of Reznok, not able to keep things up for now, but there it is. Dash into the goal barrier for Apalmi. Could be the fiery flurry coming out of Theezy Breezy, looking for this one in the goal barrier, but again, Mirage just sent it away, and space is starting to be bought, but can they find the connection to one another? Apalmi is there with Energy Burst. Can't seem to find the angle here, and there's enough interruptions coming in from Los Rancheros. There finally is, though. Comes into the top side.
We kind of saw Gumi's tendency to go towards the midfield kind of bite him here in this last one. That core going right back towards his goal, and even though he came back to try to defend, look at Portland. They're up 1-0 in this series now. So you just got to watch out for what is going on. Gumi's got to play a little bit back, and it looks like he's doing that. He's going to be grabbing these orbs. He needs them. And oh my goodness, what a bounce off the middle. That's 2. Goal barriers gone in a second. The Dubu Tofu Fortress keeping the core on that side of the map. Gumi doing a great save right there. I definitely wouldn't have been able to do that in ranked. That is insane. Uh-oh, Theezy Breezy looking real low. Looks like Fudgy might be trying to take advantage of that if Theezy cannot grab the shield, which they do. Grabbing that orb, getting that shield back up, and Fudgy Waffles bringing it up the top side. Kainoob gonna try and keep this out, but Apalmi grabs both goal barriers, and we're on an even set. Let's see, it's anybody's game here. Gumi grabs this tofu wall. See you later, Juliet, on the side of Portland. And they've got the man advantage, so Gumi's going to come thunder forward, and then he doesn't even have to use the energy blast here. It's a tie game. No longer will we see 3-0s, at least not for now.
What a maelstrom as well coming out of Kainoob there. Stunning both Reznok and Fudgy Waffles. They were just stuck, not able to do anything in the corner, leaving the entire net open for that core to come right on through. And the other thing here that Palmy is noticing is that it tends to be the target of so much damage coming his way. Can only do so much, as now power play opportunity comes out. There's the core flip out of Gumi to send it back as well.
Gumi just doing it all right now. You saw that bounce. You saw that barrier go down, the bounce off the side into the goal. Mans is balling like Mbappe at the moment. And speaking of Mbappe, favorite player of Surplus Esports, shout out Puffy. I see you in the chat right now, missing you in the East bracket. But besides that, we've got some really great players here in the West, and you're seeing the best right now, ladies and gentlemen, as Theezy Breezy evens up these goal barriers on the side here. Reznok looking a little low. The goalie advantage might be going towards Gumi at the moment. And look at Theezy Breezy. He's lurking. The Shark's lurking. He's bouncing around, and see you later. Goodbye. No sugarcoating here. We're going to see a man advantage coming on the side of Los Rancheros, the ranchers in the Southwest. They probably have a few ranches out in West Texas right now. I might be living on one. Oh, no. And Theezy Breezy says, see you later. Going to take a little nap off the side of Palmy. Now coming back on this. Oh, my goodness. K-Bot, help me out here. This is a crazy match.
Oh, no. Reznok was starting to get into a little bit too involved there, and now sends it right back over to Kainoob, but Fudgy Waffles is there for the save, at least for now. Gumi in position with the Tofu Fortress here as well, and Theezy Breezy comes up with a KO himself, but it falls back to the other goal barrier here as well. The barrage sends it away for a moment, and Apalmi is going to let the core drift to the speed up. Kainoob looking for the pass over to Gumi, who is traveling so fast. Look at this Dubu. Threezy Breezy going forward. No, Summer Assault backwards. Able to save it at least for now. Tofu Fortress for it as well, but the core slips right on by. So many clustered around for Portland Sabbatical, and they're not spread out enough to find the defense that time around. Los Rancheros takes this set.
Los Rancheros definitely feasting on some huevos rancheros at the moment. They're getting that set as well. And if you saw in the back, in that last set there, you saw both, I believe Kainoob and Gumi in the back line there, just passing it back and forth, keeping the other team, Portland, away from that goal. And we're back into the draft here. So Orb Replicator is going to really help out this team here, as Gumi has been gobbling up these orbs in the back line as he makes his way towards the midfield. Looking like heavy impact going towards the Era, Castellas going towards the Kai, Monumentalist going to the Era. This is an interesting draft, and I think it could work out in Portland's favor here.
We'll have to see, but to your point, Dylan, about Gumi picking up that Orb Replicator, we saw in the last game how much speed really helped Los Rancheros. They were still able to keep up with the core, and now they're going to be looking to do the exact same thing every single time that Gumi picks up an Orb. But you've got to be careful for opportunities like that come up, as Fudgy Waffles Bewitching Being able to find this one, and now able to find the second goal barrier as well. Reznok starts to try to get involved here, but Threezy Breezy dashing to the other side, looking for this one, and now Gumi forced to go back to collect the core. Apalmi tries to send this one up north, and now the Maelstrom comes through to knock Gumi off of the map. Portland Sabbatical finds the first goal.
Oh my goodness, K-Bot, you were spitting there. You sounded like Eminem for a little bit, man. That was awesome. But that Era on the Monumentalist really helps things. Gumi just could not get out of the way, and you're going to be seeing a lot more Fudgy Waffles action here. Good wall, good deny, good protection. And man, Fudgy Waffles needs to keep up this pressure. Gumi's going right into the front line, saying, I'll do it myself, and taking out the Juliet on the side of Portland. Man advantage going to Los Rancheros, and they're just going to equalize it. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
What an angle from Threezy Breezy, just finding that one to get around Reznok fast enough. But other thing here, again, Gumi still putting in the threat. He might have gotten KO'd in the last one. Those stacks might have been reset, but he's still playing so far forward and joining the rest of the team to siphon off an entire half of the field of Night Market. And now Threezy Breezy able to team up with him to stuff the core back. Kainoob gets involved on the core flip, and it goes right underneath the feet of Portland Sabbatical. It's match point for Los Rancheros for this first game.
Los Rancheros could be seeing themselves one game away from a Primetime Tuesday win, joining the likes of Trio Abusers in the East tonight. But I don't think Portland is up and done just yet. Look at these spells from the Era, keeping things fresh, but oh my goodness, the Juliet trade. Okay, so now we've got an even game so far. Gumi trying to make it all work out. He's in that other shield here. He's in the other goal. Kainoob playing as substitute goalie at the moment, putting on the gloves. And Threezy Breezy, oh no! See you later, buddy. Era is not going to be a good time getting bullied like she did in elementary school. Man, it just builds character though, because look at Gumi go! He's just absolutely slaughtering the side of Portland, and he's just got to come right back up, get into this goal, and cause something to happen here. You've got 3 seconds before the Kai comes back, thundering back, but Threezy Breezy gets the crucial KO, and Los Rancheros up 1-0 or 1-0.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed.
I
think what I think needs to happen here is if we go back to Night Market, the Dubu needs banned away, okay? It's time for the Dubu to take a spot on the bench, because just how much of a presence Gumi can have on this striker forward is overwhelming. You talk about the Tofu Fortress blocking off half of the map. You talk about the fact that he's just able to walk up there himself and continue to keep up the pressure. You see it. I mean, his score lines don't even look like they're that much different than the forwards themselves, coming in for 2 goals and 4 assists there. And just the overall presence that Gumi has on those lines is enough, I think, that needs to be taken away if we're seeing another map quite like this.
Yes, and also shout out Khazix. I'm seeing him getting a little flamed in the chat for the controller usage. I'm going to give it up to you. Producer using a controller, I love it. Let's take a little look here at these stats as well. Apalmi with 24,000 damage, it just wasn't enough. And it just didn't make sense because Apalmi was punching foes right and left, absolutely making it look like this was a boxing match. But Kainoob and Theezy Breezy coming up with the 23k damage on Theezy, 14k damage on Kainoob. You got to give it up for Gumi, though. 2 + 4, 2 goals, 4 assists, charging up the midfield. And look, Portland, you got to stop the hamster from running amok. You got to keep him in the sawdust and drinking from a little water bottle and in the hamster wheel, because he's just going to keep running and using that energy he has right up the middle of the field. So Portland needs to figure out an answer for this next upcoming match, and I believe we're going to be working on loading that up at the moment. K-Bot, do you think this is Los Rancheros' game?
You know, we're gonna have to see. You just reminded me. I need to find the little comic of the small little Dubu, okay? Because that right now is what Portland Sabbatical needs. Or they just need to not get sent to Night Market here. Because again, I think that's part of it. Now, yes, the Dubu can still have an impact on a lot of other maps, especially on something like Oni Village if we're over there. But I think on the whole, actually, Zap probably as well with that well in the middle.
Oni Village, as you said.
It is Oni Village, as I said. I won't be surprised if I see a Dubu goalie. I'm not putting any stock in the Zentaro for now. Let's hold on for a second.
Let's hold on for a bit. Wait for the bans.
But
yes.
Look, I would not be surprised to see his Dubu here as well, unless it's banned away. It's the Arrogance banned away, and there it is, the Dubu as well. Finally taken off of the pitch. Gumi will not be skating this time.
Definitely not, and it looks like the Julie also, the Era on the other side being banned as well. So we're going to be probably seeing Rasmus X, Juliet, Asher, Aimee, Vice. Come on, Gumi, make a choice. You're confusing me here. We've got Jakar on the other side as well. Looking like Kai will be picked for that goalie pick. Just kidding, it's the Jakar. You keep switching it up on me, breaking my ankles. Juliet being picked as the second pick as well. Rasmus and Juliet rounding out this draft. We'll see the Awakenings here in a bit, but make sure to click on that YouTube link in the Twitch chat. Give them a follow, guys. You're going to see all of these matches up on YouTube in the coming days. It's going to be great.
Triple brawler compositions for both teams here, which might be scary, but then you have to remember we're on Oni Village where the score's going, oh, that's the reason why. Big fish across the board for everybody. And everyone's going to be huge, racking up that damage and looking for some of these knockouts, perhaps.
Definitely, and they are definitely looking at me for this because that was my nickname in college. I always have to bring it up, and it will not stop here as 2 goal barriers on the diagonal are taken down on each side at the moment. Looking like Theezy's going to grab one as well, so Gumi has to stay in this end of the goal. You're not going to be seeing him charging up midfield anytime soon, but Theezy has the open goal, has the open net, kind of bullying this Drakkar, and see you later. Goodbye, breaking his ankles. Los Rancheros up 1-0.
All right, that goal is all well and good, but we have to go back to this one. It was actually your nickname in high school?
It actually was in college. In college. It actually was. And my roommates still call me Big Fish. Yes. Also, by the way,
are we going to explore that at all?
We're going to explore that a little bit. I think it's just because they just called me that, and I asked them why they called me that, and they said, you're Big Fish. There's no reasoning behind it. I'm just a big fish. And I don't know why. I guess it's because I'm an Aquarius. I've got no clue. I don't really give stock to that. But you know what doesn't also have stock? The goal barriers on the side of Portland. Looks like Gumi is getting closer towards that midfield position. These midfielders on the side of Portland have to keep watch here as Apalmi is real low. Still level 1, finally leveling up to level 2 there. Theezy is going to be knocking him out. See you later. It looks like a pretty easy goal for Los Rancheros. And I do want to mention as well, this is the first time Oni Village has been done all night. I want to say also in East as well. And that's not going to be a first either because Gumi's going to grab that goal on the goalie, moving up the midfield, moving and schmoving.
It's going to be exactly what Gumi wants to do. Again, like, you know, you can take a striker away, but you cannot take the play style away of going so far forward and getting so far involved and engaged, especially with at least one of these goal barriers up. But can you punish him? Is now able to find that one and almost able to sneak past the goal barrier. Rest not barely able to make it back in time to save the goal gates for now. But Theezy Breezy able to dash punch the core back on in forward, and the pendulum swing comes through out of Kainoob to send that one. What a crazy sequence of events for that goal.
You saw that energy going right towards Portland, then right back to Los Rancheros. That was a heartbreaker right there. They definitely had the advantage, and it just slipped out because of the core movement. So, into the first Awakenings draft. Let's see what this Juliet picks here. Going to get the heavy impact, which makes sense. I mean, if you look at how they were playing, they were just absolutely killing folks. The Rasmus on the side of Portland grabbing the Primetime. Chrono Boost coming out for the Drakkar as well as the Rapid Fire. peak performance going here, and let's see what Julie Apalmi grabs here. Looks like the glass cannon. So very interesting draft. The extra special not taken at all.
Not too confident myself on the glass cannon out of Apalmi here, who's probably still going to get racked up so much damage. I mean, you're walking into a 3-brawler composition. Must not have felt that the other options were quite strong. But other thing here as well, Chrono Boost for Reznok. Theoretically decent for the Drakkar goalie, able to get a little bit of extra speed getting over to that core, but isn't able to be fast enough to save those goal barriers this time. But now Apalmi tried to take it right out of Gooby's hands. Pendulum swing comes through. Reznok's back in time, and now possession kept up, but no, that's touch coming in for Kainoob here. Can't quite seem to keep possession of it for now. Apalmi looking for this final goal barrier. No, not at this time. This Reznok is once again back in time, still trying to keep Breezy Breezy at bay.
It looks like Gumi's doing a really great job showing a barcode moment here on the side of the goal here, keeping this goal barrier up as well. And as we know from the patch notes as well, the speed boosts on the side of this map have been upgraded, but oh no, Julie, you're getting a downgrade down to the ground, and she's going to sit there on the bench here. Portland has the man advantage for the next 4 seconds. They got to make something work here, and they don't. Gumi grabs it. 1-0 so far.
Gumi gets credit for the goal, but unfortunately the save there from Reznok finds the demon angle into its own net. Other thing there that was quite unfortunate was Apalmi didn't connect with the energy burst either. Now doesn't have that at his disposal to be aggressive on the front lines here, but that might not matter, as it might be another power play opportunity moment with Breezy Breezy forced to go back on away. Picking up that orb on the back lines, though, will be critical for him to come on back into this one. And now, again, pressure just can't quite seem to fully mount, especially with Kainoob. All of these Death's Touches coming in and able to take care of business, interrupting a lot of the plays that Portland Sabbatical's trying to set up. And now looking for 3Z Breezy here as well. There's a Fiery Flurry that comes out of 3Z, but not able to pick up the core for now. And now 3Z once again staggered, forced back on away. The goal barrier is going to go down. Kainoob, though, still in possession. Apalmi looking for the cross-up. Doesn't fool Gumi this time. Reznok trying to keep this one on board, and now he's able to fend it over Kainoob.
Oh, what a teleport.
Now it goes right past Gumi. He wasn't even emoting that time.
Oh, no. Poor Gumi and Reznok absolutely chatting up with that teleport invis. Insane stuff there. Oh, my gosh. I can't even... I don't even have words for that goal there. We're all tied up now, ladies and gentlemen. So... let's reset a little bit. Let's go back a bit. Let's see what these guys have cooking as the energy bursts are cooking up a storm on this core. And man, this core moving across the pitch in all sorts of directions. Gumi doing a great job keeping this bottom corner here, but so did Reznok until both these were out. And now it is Los Rancheros' game and goal to get. Not if Apalmi had anything to say about it. Both goals are open. It's not going to matter, though. Easy Breezy knocks it in. They could get a second set in this next one.
Anyway, Punch comes through there to connect with the core and able to send that one right on around. Sorry, I was just startled with whatever I just watched. And now 3Z Breezy able to come in with that one as well. Another power play opportunity for the goal gate. First one going to go down. Gumi barely able to sneak it right around the second one. And now Kainoob trying to cause a little bit of trouble here. Again, it's all about possession. And Los Rancheros right now are keeping that until they decide to send it towards the goal barrier, which 3Z Breezy does. By the way, he has Energy Burst as well. We'll be looking to try to take the core, but now no. Not going to be able to make it this time around. Apalmi is able to dash it in. And we've got a 5th point here in the second set.
I'll say Feisty Breezy has had really, really good comparison here on this energy burst, keeping it conserved until this final moment. They might use it right here. Also, Gumi with the shotgun, absolutely mental at the moment, keeping it deflecting off the sides. And you know who's deflecting off the sides now? The Juliet on the side of Portland Sabbatical, and she'll be taking a sabbatical for about 5 more seconds as this goal opens. Los Rancheros, it's their ranch to have, it's their ranch to own. It's a 666, but it almost blundered there, but it's okay, guys. No worries. Kainoob's got it all under control, and he's won the set 3-2.
And Los Rancheros have stormed through this tournament. They are just 1 set away from taking the western side of the bracket against last week's champions. in the Portland sabbatical. And now as we go on over to this, built different, first to take it off the table, expected for this triple brawler composition. And there it is. Fire Up comes in second here for Portland sabbatical. Apalmi will be looking for that, trying to get that speed ahead and trying to beat Los Rancheros to the core.
I love this Fire Up pick from the Juliet on the side of Portland. Apalmi, it's going to be appalling how much energy that Apalmi is going to grab here in this set. So without further ado, let's just see what happens. I think Portland might be able to reclaim some of their dignity here. Not if Gumi has anything to say about it. He's shotgunning and ricocheting everything here. Apalmi on half health, that shield going down real fast, and the goal going down as well. Easy Breezy just knocks it in. Easy shot. They're 2 goals away.
I mean, what do you do if you're Reznok there? You tried clearing it. You tried doing the thing you always do as the Drakkar goalie. You've sent it over the top side, get it in that, hit it off of the top border, and it goes right back into the hands of another member of Los Rancheros to send it into the goal barrier. But now, power play opportunity for Portland sabbatical, and Fudgy Waffles finds the pendulum swing for the second barrier as well, looking for this one to keep it up. And there's the Molten Bolt, connects with the core, slows down Gumi for a moment, but the KO comes through for 3Z Breezy, who's on a 4 KO streak now, and it'll be looking almost for the 5th, though Apalmi almost takes them off. Now Gumi stalls it out for a moment here, looking to take this one a little slower on the power play. Reznok, though, is going to be able to find it over to Apalmi. Gumi once again off of the top wall. Kainoob in position, looking for it. No, that'll be Fudgy Waffles now trying to take the pendulum swing back the other way. The energy burst is going to come out of Apalmi, giving the rest of the team
watch out.
the extra speed to come on through, but now he's going to get punished for it in the interim. Fudgy Waffles tries to go forward here, but against 2 other members on the goal line, it's going to be difficult in your own team's deficit now.
Good stuff, Gumi.
Barely able to save it there.
With that energy burst as well, keeping it up for the defense. And look at this absolute masterclass from Gumi. I hope I don't caster curse him here. 2 of the forwards are coming up. Here comes the energy burst, and it's deflected off of that side there. Apalmi has another hope. He needs to make this all work. Getting beat up by Easy Breezy, getting absolutely thwacked like a boxing glove. And see you later, Rasmus. You're going to take a quick vacation, a quick Portland sabbatical. It does not matter. Apalmi grabs it, ties it up. And ladies and gentlemen, I think Portland is saying they're still here. They're not on sabbatical just yet.
There is life in this Portland sabbatical squad, but it took an arm and a leg and the kitchen sink for them to come away with that one. Everything they've gotten, it was finally the Molten Bolt finding this crazy angle off of that corner. We've seen that so many times, but it's surprising every time it happens. And Gumi not able to send it away, but now looking for this one. Energy Burst traded both back and forth, but Fudgy Waffles is staggered, forced to back on away. Now in the speed lane, was almost dangerously close to getting punched off for the pitch from 3Z Breezy, who once again has Energy Burst at his disposal. When he elect to use that, dribbles off to the top of himself, but Reznok gets involved there. There's the KO that comes through. Apalmi level up, now at level 7, looking to try to come on back in this one, and Fudgy Waffles digs it out of the corner. There's the pendulum swing, able to find the second one. Reznok looking for this energy burst, but that one gets denied almost instantly. Now Kainoob trying to do a little bit of fancy footwork here with the core, pulling it right back to him, trying to get it around these members of Portland sabbatical, or at least stall to keep that member, keep all 3 members up. We're in overtime now.
Here we go. This core is going to be going crazy. And here goes the other shield as well. So, oh my goodness, amazing saves from Gumi. As the chat says, Gumi on X Games mode. Oh my God. And look at this. Kainoob trying to make something work, and it doesn't matter. Apalmi deflects it off the top into the speed boost. And see you later. They're up by 1 goal at the moment. They could bring this to another game.
If I had a nickel for every time the core found that exact spot and landed in the goal, I'd have about 3 nickels, which is not a lot, Dylan, but it's
weird that it happened 3 times. Exactly. It's definitely weird, and it's not weird. See you later, Juliet. Los Rancheros is Juliet getting completely knocked off the side here. Kainoob, Gumi have to defend this barrier with their life for another 3 seconds until the Juliet can do it, but it's not anything that's going to happen. Both goals are open, though. Kainoob could seal it here. See ya. Okay, Gumi passing it up to Reznok. It's a bit of ping pong between these 2 goalies at the moment. Kainoob has an open net, though, and we are at match point. Both of these teams could take it either to a game 3 or a game 4. My bad. A game 4 or a win. Who's going to do it? What's going to happen? It's a battle of the West.
Los Rancheros looking to take this away again from the defending Western Primetime champions. It was Portland's sabbatical to win last week, and now they're on the ropes here. But looking for this other goal barrier now. Apolme does have the energy burst, will elect to use it, but it gets sent away by Gumi nonetheless. And now they're both trying to commit for this one, but there's no one back to keep the core. Reznok burns the energy burst there to save the other barrier. And Breezy finds a knockout on a Fudgy Waffles. It's a power play opportunity now for Los Rancheros, who's trying to get this one on forward. But once again, Reznok is overwhelmed at the goal barrier. The goal gates will go away, and now the goals are open for the final goal potentially to come in for Los Rancheros.
Watch out for Gumi. He's got the energy flip right here. He's probably going to use it in a defensive situation as well. Nobody else with enough energy to flip this core into the open net. This is a battling barrage of the core coming toward the lower left corner. Gumi has to keep it alive. He will. He doesn't get it. It's gone on a little bit of a streak here. Both goals are open. We're in overtime, but Theezy Breezy sends it home. Good night. See you later, Los Rancheros, your Primetime Tuesday West champions.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Once again, GG's all around. Fantastic stuff from both of these teams. Gotta feel for yourself once again if you're Reznok there. Wish you had another charge of that lock and load up at your disposal to send it away when it mattered most. But nonetheless, that one comes through. And look, 8 KOs for Theezy Breezy coming in there is one of the things I want to comment on. So much, and by the way, like, might have gone down once in all of that, right? Able to have so much pressure, and it's one of the reasons why Theezy is one of these players to look out for, especially as we prepare ourselves for the pro leagues. When he's able to get set up on this Juliet and we find these kinds of opportunities, he is an absolute monster, as you saw in that last one.
And I just want to give a shout out to Fudgy Waffles, despite taking the loss, 22,000 damage. What in the world was he on? He was really on X Games mode there. Gumi doing a great job as well. 52 saves, the most saves out of anybody in the lobby. It was just Los Rancheros there. But in that second set, look, Portland did a great job. They did not want to go home in a 2-0 fashion, but it was just too strong this week from Los Rancheros. The Ranchers claiming the West as their own. They have more ranches than most people I know out here in West Texas, and that's the money driver out here. So they're walking home $100 richer.
And look, again, not incredibly surprising. If you were to pick a favorite in this tournament, it probably would have been this team, because 2/3 of this roster has been tearing through the West server in many of our tournaments across the board. Both Gumi and Kainu picking up yet another title to their names. And got a feel for Portland sabbatical looking to go back-to-back, but nonetheless, just got to be played better. And look, at the end of the day, so much speed, so much aggression, and so much of an ability to maintain your cool even when the core is flying that fast, I think is really what sets some of these players on Los Rancheros apart from their counterparts, is so much of just being able to keep things calm, cool, and collected and not get too panicked, because again, the constant of Gumi's emotes will always be there, no matter how fast the core's going.
And Gumi's emotes will definitely return this weekend in the Pro League Invitational. All 64 teams have been registered, and they're going to be going crazy here in the next few days. So make sure to tune into that on Odyssey Interactive's Twitch channel. All these players, as you've seen tonight in the last two finals and in primetime, will be competing. So find your favorites and definitely root and cheer them on. It's going to be an amazing tournament. I can't wait to watch alongside all of you. Congrats again to Los Rancheros and to Trio Abusers, winners in the West and the East, respectively. And we're going to give a nice shout out to Odyssey Interactive as well. Thank you. Make sure to follow them before the action kicks off this Saturday. It's going to be nuts. And I don't know if we're going to have Vaudable come in here, maybe a little bit of a talk from him. But
no.
Man, K-Bot, we don't need him.
We don't need him. We're signing off for the night here. I mean, you know, we say that lovingly, of course. We do want Vaudable around. Vaudable's next tournament will be next Tuesday. There will not be a Twin Drive Thursday. Not that not that this applies to any of you, because hopefully, I mean, unless you wanted to come back and watch on Thursday for the European tournament, but of course you won't be playing because it won't happen regardless. So the next tournament that you'll see out of Vaudible's crew is next Tuesday for Primetime Tuesday, and we're going back to the original format, combined East and West regions in a double elimination bracket. So we'll see what happens and who's able to come out on top for the final one in June. But folks, that'll do it for us here today. Dylan, any final personal shout outs here?
Follow both of us on Twitter. Follow K-Bot because he's cooler. Follow me if you want. I don't care. Make sure to follow Vaudible on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All the VODs will be posted in the coming days. You're going to want to watch these back, guys. It was an insane match. It's going to be some fun content coming out. And by the way, shout out to Vaudible for becoming a YouTube partner and for applying for Twitch partner. It's all thanks to this community. Thank you guys so much. My words speaking for him. This has been amazing. You'll see more action from him this next Thursday. And make sure to tune in to Late Night Strike this Friday on my Twitch channel. We're doing a little fun little artist challenge, a little doodle challenge. It's going to be lots of fun. Some of the best artists that you've seen in the community will be judging my friends' artistic abilities in MS Paint. So it's going to be great. You're going to want to catch that. Do you want to set it off, K-Bot?
I'll set it off. I think I don't have anything else because you basically have said everything else that I would have. So that was it for Primetime Tuesday number 5. Once again, congratulations over to Los Rancheros in the West and the True Abusers for going 5 straight in the East. And thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll catch you all around wherever that may be in the next Omega Strikers tournament, but most certainly right back here next Tuesday. We're signing off for now. We'll catch you all around. Take care and have a good night.